No.
Yeah.
Do I need to do anything from this station? Refresh.
Please, I can't see you, Toby. I need to see that wonderful face of yours.
Maybe. What kind of cruel karmic payback?
There you are.
I sounded like God for a minute there, though. That was cool. Maddie puts up with me. God love him.
So, yeah.
Close. No worries. Do we have a bride in the house? Are you getting married? I see the... Congratulations. That's awesome.
And for your wedding gift, you can now file jointly.
Yeah. Come on. Come on up. Grab a seat. You can be on the panel. We've got room. What?
All right. So yesterday we got rug pulled by YouTube, and today StreamYard had its first downtime ever. But Hex is still up, 100% uptime. I'm so excited to introduce this panel because they're both outstanding members of the community. They're so knowledgeable about not tax advice, and I'm going to hand it over to them. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you.
I feel like I need a booster seat. Like the people that are here, it's like I have to look over the monitor to see them, although that could be a blessing. Yeah, right? You got a couple phone books a second? Papa, good to see you, bro. This is like pretty much every day for us, but with people
I know.
watching.
It's like we should just continue our last chat. It's that normal for us to call each other at like 3 o'clock in the morning for me, and whatever the hell time your drunken ass gets out of bed for you, and then we can have our little chat.
Exactly. So Gary and John Wick EES'd on us. They frickin' bailed out because they just couldn't hang with like the prowess of Papa and I. I think they were just nervous. I don't know. John maybe, but Gary, come on, really?
Just a moment. Here comes Gary now.
What?
Hi, everybody. It's me, Funding Jim. And me, John Wick.
Oh, man.
Yep. Yeah. We're off to a good start. Anyway, let's just break into it because we've had all this time together, not on being on live. And because this is a free-floating session, Toby, what we talk about generally, well, first of all, the disclaimer is that neither of us are a tax professional. And the very first thing that you need to do is get yourself a tax professional that you love and trust and is on the same page as you, because you effectively are leading them through uncharted waters. You are the one that's listening to everything that comes by you in all the headlines and in all the chats in our community, and you piece it all together and you sell it to your tax professional. Am I correct, Toby?
I agree wholeheartedly. It's like the whole idea, I think, behind what Richard's built and why we all came to Vegas to talk about such things and why we're involved in the community and investing is sovereignty. How many T's are in that?
Sovereignty.
Being sovereign, right? Like taking control of your own financial future, taking control of your life. DeFi, right? It's like, do you even crypto, bro? It's like, that's the whole thing. It's like we're trying to get rid of middlemen and we're trying to look at ways in which that we can provide for our lives and our families and maybe change the world economic system, right? Maybe if we're just crazy enough to help spearhead that. Why centralize it with, even the more minor things like your tax prep? So I prefer to have my own tax professional and my own tax attorney to advise me on the things that I need to be doing for me, but to each their own. There are simplified methods, but they add friction, in my opinion. And you've got groups that are available for that. And, hey, to each their own. You do what you want to do. For me personally, my choice is I've got my own tax guy. I've got my own CPA that I talk to, and it's helped inform my decisions of what I'm doing with my sudden wealth, right? And making sure that I handle the second half of the equation. The first half of the equation is making the money, right? That's like the hard part, you think. The next hard part is keeping the money. So I don't have a problem paying my taxes. It's like, I just want to pay a fair rate. So I'm going to do what I can to work within the law. There's other options out there for those that choose to do that, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. And I'm too pretty for prison. So anyhow, maybe not. But yeah, so basically Papa and I talk a lot about like how to structure these things and like how he's doing it over there. He's a US citizen, but I think it's pretty well known that he's in Japan. I'm a US citizen and I am in the US. And so basically we've compared notes for a long while now. And then we have other people that we're talking to that we're comparing notes with, including Maddie. And then John Wick was really, I'm bummed that he's not here. I got to meet him in person when we were in Vegas last summer during that was the post pulse chain sacrifice dip for you that were around. And I remember there's a lot of speculation that's like, well, everybody's in Vegas spending money. It's like, do you have any idea of like how little proportionally might have been spent on this? And me personally, I spent no hex to be here. I just burned it up on the credit cards. That's how I'm rolling right now. But yeah, so anyhow, so basically Papa and I talked about like, what's his structure going to be like, how do you qualify certain aspects of your tax gains? I'm very active in crypto.gov. I talked to a nice young gentleman in the back earlier who knew me from there more than my yammering on YouTube. But we have a choice at this point. My understanding, once again, oh God, she's coming with a shield. Sorry. I might need you later though, so just stay close. Hey, so Toby, she's got one of those cool hex shields down there.
Toby, just to cover the 3 pillars that I stand on here, so that we can add some structure before we jump around.
Let me ask the crowd if they can hear you. Okay, can everybody hear Papa? Okay. Okay, cool.
Right. Do you want to hear Papa? Okay.
Please.
No. Okay. All right. So just to cover the 3 pillars that I stand on, and then we can jump from there. So we have some kind of back and forth. Otherwise, you and I tend to go off into outer space, and we don't want to leave people on the ground.
Ooh, shiny.
Right. So number 1, I would say, philosophies of dealing with your taxes, as far as we are concerned, that don't consider the protection of assets. Right. We can go into that in a second little part, but the first part, just reporting, would be consistency, transparency, and coinly. Right. So, or whatever tool you use to actually scrape the blockchain and find tokentext.com or Coinly for me.
Coin Tracker is another.
Coin Tracker. All of these things are valuable tools. They're free. You plug in your public address and it gives you, exactly what the first go would look like by a, somebody who's investigating you. So you want to start with that. Anyway, I just wanted to cover those 3 things. I didn't mean to cut you off. Please do continue.
Please continue rambling, Toby. All right, so let me see if I can zone it in here a little bit. It's just really distracting because it's like I would rather just like be up there, like go full TED Talk on it and talk to you guys than trying to look at the screen and over it. So I'm working it out. So let's see, where should we start? I'd say probably the tax part, right? So it's like, if you had some gains in crypto and Hex in particular, and this is maybe your first go at it, you need some way to quantify that, right? You need somehow to track it. If you got a lot of transactions like I have, it's like I did a lot of trading back in 17, 18. So I started down that path then. And that's when I tried to do it myself first and realized quickly my head was going to explode because of trying to, figure out the FIFO and the LIFO and all that. So I'm sure if some of you are going down that road, this is making sense. If not, it will please you to hear that there are software solutions out there like Coinly that Pop is talking about, and Token Tax, which is one that I've had good luck with. And my CPA is thankful for it because it generates an 8949 that I give to her, and she puts that together with the rest of my tax prep. And she's not going through every FIFO layer of every buy and sell that I've ever done and every stake I've started and ended, and having to figure out the calculation on how much could be considered income or is just new tokens that are now in your wallet from having ended a stake. So if you're with me so far, we have some latitude right now. My understanding from talking to my tax attorney is that it's not real clear yet. It's not real well defined on how end stakes should be taxed. So obviously, let's say, for example, and I feel like I need a PowerPoint. If you had 100,000 hex and you put it into a stake and it was for however long, and then that stake ended, and now all of a sudden you have 140,000 hex, right? So how is that costed, right? So you've got the cost basis of the 100,000 hex that you started with, but then all of a sudden you have this extra 40,000 hex. So there are those that would have you believe that that's income, right? So what that is, in my opinion, is an unrealized capital gain. You got more tokens, but you didn't sell those tokens. And the last I checked, you can't pay your taxes with hex. So it would be a forced sale. If that was going to be viewed as income and subsequently subject to income tax, unless you had other resources available, you would literally have to sell those tokens that you got as your in-stake reward, which I describe as distributed inflation. It's not interest. We're not dealing with a bank. We're not dealing with a third party. We're minting our own distributed inflation. Correct?
Toby, one more
Yes.
distinction. One more
Please.
distinction is staking is defined right now in the tax code as you lending toward the mining of a block or a confirmation of a transaction. That is, you're taking your tokens and you're either delegating them to a miner or delegating them to a validator, or you are yourself mining the transaction or contributing to a pool that then mines a transaction. So in this case, there's a fine line. We as stakers in Hex are not doing that, right? So do you find that distinction very clear when you consider it in your tax reporting, or are you doing something else?
Well, the thing is that it's pretty broad right now. So, and this is kind of what I was getting at with my conversations with my tax attorney, is that there is some gray area in how it's defined. So we have some latitude in how we treat it, right? And the way that you report your taxes. The explanation that he gave me that sounded very good and seemed reasonable was that, if you're using your best judgment to interpret the law to the best of your ability, there's a high likelihood that you are not going to have any problems with the IRS, right? I'm not going to come up here and give you a bunch of scare tactics and tell you that you're all going to get audited and you better be ready because the tax man's coming. He's going to be knocking on your door and looking under your bed, and he's going to know about all your wallets, and then you're going to go to jail, right? It's like the likelihood of that is very slim. If you are honest and you're trying to interpret the law to the best of your ability and before it is more clearly defined, you are not going to have an issue. I'm telling you, that's just not going to be a problem. So the way that I've interpreted it and the way that my very expensive tax attorney has defined it is that it is not income, that it is basically like a stock dividend, and that you would not be taxed on that until you liquidate it. And you liquidate it by choice, not because you have to, because you need to come up with the money to pay for your taxes, right? It's kind of like unrealized gain. Probably the easiest way I've had to help people understand this is, if people are trying to tax you on the appreciation of your assets, let's say that your house went up in value. Everybody's fucking house went up in value. Pardon my language, Maddie. I don't know if their children watching. But if they are, they're fucking geniuses, because, what kid would be watching this shit? So good on you, kid. So, anyhow, so on your tax reporting, basically, if your house is appreciated in value and they come to you and be like, hey, Toby One, it's like your house is $40,000 more valuable than it was last year. So we would like you to pay tax on that $40,000, please. I don't know about you guys, but I would be very unhappy with that. And it's untenable, because what happens next year? If the tax rate or your value of your house goes down, are you going to claw back a refund then? So to try to tax unrealized gains is just redunculous, right? It's silly. So the only thing that I can wrap my head around, as far as God love our democracy and our government and whatever the fuck, but my way of looking at it is it's a political ploy. Nobody in their right mind could think that this is a good decision for tax policy, right? So they're moving the goalpost, and they're going to ask for as much as they possibly can get to try to scare people into complying properly with crypto tax and reporting, right, and paying your fair share. So they're going to ask for the moon, hope it ends up somewhere in the middle. It's a classic negotiation technique. Ask for more than you're going to get.
Toby, yeah. So to take two steps back, one, how do we report this? And in the free mechanisms that we've just mentioned, Coinly, for example, I'm very familiar with that. I register that each manually as a send to pool event when you actually do your stake, and a received from pool event when you actually get your principal plus inflation paid out. Okay, and when it comes into your care. So when you actually have it in your ownership, that's and by the way, Coinly, although it transparently provides it to you on the breakdown of all the transactions, it does not state that it's a taxable event either. So it's very convenient for you if you just get that drop down menu item. You see it's going to the 0x000000, and that you know that you'll have the option to drop down and collect or select the send to pool action. And then, of course, when it comes back out into your wallet, it's a receive from pool. And then number 2, how about the Tezos case and what is now currently the state of that thing? What's the background in that, and how are the couple faring? Why did they refuse the settlement with the IRS? What are they trying to prove, and what does it mean for us?
Hey, Papa, this is kind of cool being actually in front of everybody, because then you can get a little interplay with the audience more so than trying to watch. Because you guys have seen this on, I mean, some of you probably have seen me. I'm sure a lot of you have seen Papa on stream. It's a little tricky to try to engage with your audience because you're trying to read chat, and then you got guys like fucking Ross and they're trolling me, and then that's a whole other thing. And then you're trying to parse through and see like if there's any valid questions. So is everybody kind of following what Papa and I are talking about so far? Are there any questions? Maybe we can do some questions toward the end because we got a lot of time to fill, and there's only 2 of us. Although we could do it, but I don't know how productive it would be. But it's I think he's getting to the next step a little sooner than I am, because it's like, what I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page with is we got a couple factors here. Is it income? Like if you're getting, additional coins, and if it's not income, then how is it costed, right? So if it's income, then it's like it comes into your wallet, and the way that that's looked at is the day that it hits your wallet, whatever the value is on the open market, that's the value that you just made. So if it's 20 cents, I can't do math in my brain right now. So if it's 20 cents and you got 100,000 hex, what is that? Like 20 grand. So you've got $20,000 of income. So whatever your effective income tax rate is, and you're going to pay income tax on that $20,000. So that's one way to look at it. And this is where I've just beat the drum in crypto gov, because we have a choice. It is not well delineated yet. And once again, children, plug your ears. I've always said, if you feel like you're getting fucked, it's probably because you're doing a little bit of bending over. So my thing is, why would we set a precedent for the IRS or anyone else? And they'd be like, well, hey, all these people are just in agreement that it's income tax. So they're paying it, they're sending it in this way. And now you got all this precedent where people have paid it that way. If we have some latitude in this and we get to choose how we do it, and it's all above board and it's legal and it's not a tax dodge, and I'll get to the details of that in a moment, is because you're going to pay your tax on it as capital gain when you sell it, just like any other hex that you own, right? And then what's really great, and then your tax professional will understand this completely, and so would the IRS guy if you ever end up talking to him, is that you're going to have a cost basis on all the hex you bought, right? Makes sense. You bought it at 7 cents, you bought it at 20 cents, you bought it at 44 fucking cents, and whatever. That's going to be your cost basis on what you bought it at. If you're going to sell it above or below that, you're going to have a subsequent capital gain or a capital loss. Well, Toby, what about the hex I got as my distributed inflation? There's no cost on it. It's zero cost basis. It's effectively an airdrop, right? But it's like the Pulse airdrop where there's no price for it yet. So you're getting it with no cost basis attached. So therefore, when you sell it, the 100% of the gain that you make will be subject to your capital gains rate. So the government's going to get their piece, and they're going to be happy, and it's going to be clear and concise reporting, and you're done, right? So to me, if I have this way to choose that I'm going to pay as income tax on all this, and then have to figure out how to come up with the money to pay for the tax or force a sale to do it, or this other way where I treat it like a stock dividend, where I'm getting the proceeds, and then it's going to sit there, and then when I sell it, I'm taxed at that point. I'm choosing path B, right? I don't know about you guys, but that sounds better to me. And I feel like that's a better precedent to set until they do have a firm law about how to deal with staking income. And it's different per token. Tezos is different than Hex, is different than whatever the fuck else is out there that has staking income.
But precedent must be had in the court of law.
Don't you shake that old man finger at me. Love you, Papa. All right. So the next piece of this then is like, if you kind of understand how, you've got income, not income. This way I'm paying through the nose and bending over and being like, bring it on, IRS daddy. And then the other way, you're going to pay your capital gains tax when you liquidate your stuff. That's one. Now, the other piece of that is, how do you want to report it? With Coinly, there's ways to do that where you're going to go and you're going to change those transactions or modify them in such a way to where they're going to be shown as sent to pool and receive from pool. And Papa can speak to that more in detail in a moment, but I'm going to give you a general idea of how token tax does it, because that's my preferred method. Also, shameless plug, but I don't really get anything out of it. There is a coupon code that you can use, and it's Toby1, TOBIWAN. And I believe on Token Tax, I think you get like $50 off. If you don't, then bitch at them about it, and they'll give it to you. And then somehow I'm supposed to get a $19 Amazon gift card for everyone that signs up, and I haven't seen one yet. So I think it's all bullshit. But if you get your discount, that's the important part. And if I ever do get the gift cards, I'll figure out a giveaway, because it's like I want to make sure that I am beyond reproach. I have never accepted a hex for any single thing that I've done for this community. I've given away a fuck ton of it for onboarding and helping other people randomly, and I'm happy to keep it that way. So,
Old man Toby putting gift card in envelope, licking stamp, putting on in the mailbox for you.
So yeah, so Grandpa's giving away a little bit of hex here, but whatever. The point being is that I was lucky, and it's like I got in early, and it's like, I'm no smarter than anybody else in this room. I just happen to be around longer, so I've absorbed the stuff and poured myself into it. So I feel like personally, and everybody does their own thing, I don't want to. It's capitalism. It's the American system of like the way that we do things, and it's like if you're out there and you're working, you deserve to get paid for your efforts. I get it. I just feel a little differently about it, and my thing is like if I can give back to the community that's given so much to me, it's like Richard has no way to give him anything, and the guy doesn't fucking need anything. So it's like if I can give back to the community for what he's provided for me and my family, then that's a huge reward to me. More so than money. It's like I don't need money. And it's a karmic thing, right? So anyhow, enough of that. But with token tax, the way that it happens is really interesting. They don't have a way to really delineate an end stake and a beginning stake natively. Now later they might switch that up, and I've been trying to get a hold of Zach at Token Tax to have a conversation about him, and told him I'm going to be pimping out Token Tax, a room full of people and on the internet this coming weekend, and we just haven't been able to sync up yet. So hopefully he understands, and he's already told me that there's a lot of Hexicans that are coming to use their services, and to have something out of the box that works natively for how it treats beginning and end stakes, I think is going to make a lot of people more comfortable. But the way that it does it now kind of works the way we want it to, because if you start a stake, the way that it's represented is that it is a send. It's a send. It doesn't know where. It's not a spend. So it's not considered a taxable event. It is just you've sent it. You've sent it to a friend. You've sent it to another wallet of your own. You've just sent it, right? So they have this pile of hex that you bought, all of which has a cost basis, right? Whenever you bought it, it's in there in particular FIFO layers or LIFO layers or whatever. Here's my cost basis for when I bought hex on this date. Here's my pile of hex. At some point, I took a little piece off of that pile and I sent it away. No harm, no foul. Now my stake ended, and hex is coming back into my wallet. That is looked at as a deposit. So it's a send or a withdraw and a deposit. Both not taxable events. So it's like, well, Toby, how does that work? Because all of a sudden you've sent this out, and then you're getting stuff back, and you're getting back more than you sent out. Well, eventually it comes back around to what I talked about before. It's a moving target, so it gets a little murky when you're dealing with a lot of stakes coming in and out, and you're buying and selling. But if you're just looking at the one stake example, you bought 100,000 hex, you sent off 100,000 hex. So back here on your ledger, you've got not the hardware wallet, but just like your ledger, like old school, right? You've got your cost basis on those 100,000 hex. Then stake ends, you get 120,000, 140,000, whatever your APY was, and now you've got these additional hex. So therefore now you have more hex than you started with. Those additional hex have zero cost basis. So there they are now sitting there until you choose to liquidate them or restake them, right? So what's cool about this is that inherently it is treating it like you want it to be treated without any change. You're not changing every stake that you started and earmarking it as a cent to pool, not to shit on your way, Papa. It's just the way I like it. And then the other is, when it comes back in, you don't have to, go in there and modify that particular transaction as received from pool. It's not necessary. And it's all on the blockchain. So God forbid the boogeyman comes knocking and they want to, audit you. It's all on the fucking blockchain. Let them look at it. I sent it to this. It came back as that. I've got a cost basis for this. I don't for that. When I sell it, here's my tax. I hope I'm not going too fast and I'm not too scattershot.
Send to pool on Coinly does the very same thing transparently.
Bingo. Right. So that's kind of the kicker on that. And then here I got the Easter egg for you. All right. And this is one where I talk to people in person a lot about Hex. And I was in Daytona. And then this one was a little shocking to me. I'm not going to embarrass him. He's an OG, is well known and loved. And I was just utterly flabbergasted that he did not know this piece. If you guys have been around long enough to sacrifice for Pulse or Pulse X, that can be considered a capital loss. Bingo. Got a yes in the crowd, so that guy knew about it. Okay. All right. So now, once again, we're not beating the tax man out of anything. Think about it. It's really simple, and it's a reasonable explanation of the law as it currently stands. We're not waiting on some new judgment. My tax attorney is the one that told me this first, and I talked to Token Tax, and they're like, yeah, totally makes sense. This is how you do this. And this is super simple and very, very small adjustment that you need to make to your entries on Token Tax that are all pulled from the blockchain. Literally what you do for those that haven't used it, you put in your public address, not your keys, not your coins. Don't share that shit with anybody. We all know that, right? You put in your public address. It pulls all your transaction data from Etherscan, and then it's all right there, and you can see it. So then what you do is you'll go back during those periods of time that you sacrifice for Pulse or Pulse X, and those are key. I don't know about these other sacrifices. I personally don't endorse nor advocate anyone sacrifice anything that's not a Richard Hart project. Call me a fucking maxi, call me a zealot, whatever. You guys do you. I'm gonna do me. I like Richard Hart stuff, so that's where I'm putting my energy and my money. And with his in particular, the way that his is set up very shrewdly and brilliantly, and why other people are copying the sacrifice method that he used, is that it is being sent with no expectation of getting anything in return, right? You're sacrificing for free speech, freedom of assembly. You know, this is a political statement. You don't have any intent on that money coming back to you in any way, shape, or form. Now, however, it looks like there should be some sort of like reward for supporting such philosophies, and that will maybe be given back to you in the form of an airdrop from a separate source address to you in proportion to what you've sacrificed. Sounds pretty cool. I'm excited about it. So if it's not a buy and a sell, it's not like an ICO thing, right? Where it's like you're sending some stuff in and then you're buying this thing with it, which would be easy because then the cost basis of what you're trading is the cost basis of what you're getting. That's not the situation here. You're getting the airdrop at $0, so there is no cost basis on that, and you're going to be taxed on 100% of it, just as you should.
And you knew about it. You had full knowledge of it. So it can only be categorized as a deemed sale at $0.
Stealing my punchline, bro. So, all right.
Gotta have something, brother.
So that's the key, right? So that's the legal term that every attorney is going to understand as soon as you say it, and CPAs are as well. It is considered a deemed sale. What you did when you sent that sacrifice off to the sacrifice address is you effectively sold that for $0 not USDC, USD. You sent it, you got nothing in return. Therefore, what happens is, and I got this part wrong on the front end because I was like super excited. I'm going to use different numbers because, you know, I don't want to flex and I don't want to look like a broke pleb. But let's say I sacrificed 20 grand and then I'm like, oh man, it's like, I'm going to get a $20,000 tax write-off. I'm so stoked, Papa. Can't wait. It's like, I just figured this out and I'm going to do it. I'm going to punch it all in there. Well, the thing is that it's not the amount when you sacrificed it. And that's the thing that kind of throws a few people because it's like, well, wait a minute, this is how much it was worth when I sacrificed it. You never realized the gain on that. You never sold it and paid your fair share of tax on that. You didn't sell it for USD and then sacrifice the USDC. You sacrificed Hex, right? So in that case, it's going to be the cost basis of the Hex that you sacrificed. So that's a little extra layery there, but
yep. Toby, may I add some color,
yes.
Some very simple analogy?
Sure, please.
If you were to buy a Bitcoin for $20, and then you have all of these amazing gains on paper up until it's 60 grand, and then you have a boating accident in which your Bitcoin disappears. You cannot take a $60,000 write-off. Instead, no, it goes back to the cost basis of when you freaking bought it. You now have a $20 write-off. Am I correct?
Correct. Right. Correct. So everybody follow that? Getting some head nods. Okay, right on. So the deal is that when you sacrifice it, you also have some latitude in just your tax calculation in particular with, I know it's a little different on Coinly. There's HypeFo and some others, but there's like LIFO and FIFO. Just break that down for people that might not be aware of that. Not to, I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. It's like, I've been dealing with accounting for years and I hated accounting in college, but karma's a bitch and I ended up having to do a lot of accounting over the last 20 years.
Toby, one more thing. Toby,
LIFO
before
is
you,
first. Yep,
before you define these,
Yep.
this is a life-changing decision that they're about to make. So be careful in defining them. Define them slowly and understand that you can only pick one for the rest of your freaking life.
Well, there's
It's
specific
like
ID, Papa. You're jumping ahead, bro.
specific ID. All right, go ahead.
We're gonna do this in front of everyone.
Nah, I'll
call
box
you
you
later,
in all
sir.
four. Yeah,
I will call you later. All
right on.
So, but actually, Papa helped me on the specific ID thing. So, props to you, sir. So, LIFO is last in, first out. FIFO is first in, first out. So, it's a costing method, kind of like with inventory, right? So, that's one of the ways. And then there's, for token tax in particular, there's a thing called minimization. So, I don't know about you, but if I see something and it's regarding my tax and it's referred to as minimization, I'm going to check that one out because it sounds to me like it's going to work out the minimum tax burden for me. So it kind of sort of does a thing on the background that's kind of like specific ID, which is a lot more complicated. And that's where you're going to go hand pick FIFO layers for what you're, or not FIFO, well, layers of cost for what you're selling, right? To figure out your tax. Does it for you automatically. You pick minimization. So in that scenario, if you are doing something that's a deemed sale for $0, your best tax benefit from that is for it to consider the stuff that you're sacrificing and losing money on to be the stuff that you paid the most for, right? So if you've got a Bitcoin that you bought for 20 bucks and you got a Bitcoin you bought for $8,000 and you get to pick which one I lost as a tax write-off, I don't want to pick the $20 one. I want the $8,000 write-off, right? And you can totally do that legally. It can pick it. And then that other one that you paid $20 for, it's still sitting in your bag, right? And then when you sell that later, you're going to pay the frickin' capital gains tax from 20 bucks all the way up. So you're not defrauding the government. It's nothing sketchy. It is totally within the realm of, legal tax code stuff. So deemed sale, minimization, you're going to be able to have basically capture that loss of whatever that you sacrificed on the front end, and that'll be a capital loss on your 8949 that you will hand to your tax preparer. They will be delighted that they didn't have to calculate that shit yourself, and it'll cost you about $300 at token tax. I'm not sure what Coinly costs. And if you don't have a ton of transactions, you can do it yourself. You can export all that stuff to a spreadsheet and you can figure it out. I like the comfort of being able to have them do it. I had way too many transactions and not enough time to handle it myself. So that's why I picked that option. And then there's other ones out there. There's Coin Tracker, there's Coinly, there's Token Tax. And I'm sure that there are others. Yeah, and then Papa's around to help people with Coinly. I'm around to help people with Token Tax. If you got questions online, you can reach out to either one of us. And then that's kind of the tax part. And that is the sacrifice part, which was like the Easter egg cherry on top thing. And then Papa, I don't know how much time we got, but it's like you want to give a quick rundown on the estate planning stuff?
Well, before we jump into that, we can ping pong around with the estate planning stuff. I wanted to say one more thing about selecting your cost basis scheme. Again, it's like picking your soulmate. You're going to be going through for years and years, locked into first in, first out for this type of asset class. So you really have to talk to your tax professional to pick whether or not first in, first out works, highest in, first out, or last in, first out, or specific ID, minimization like you put forward, Toby. But I guarantee that once you select it for consistency year by year, you're going to have to keep doing that scheme. So if you have Token Tracker, Coin Tracker, whatever you're shilling today, Toby, or the beautiful Coinly program that I enjoy, well, you can do tax planning forward thinking into the next tax year. Unfortunately, it doesn't account for laws that change. So my point is that there's one loophole, and that is if you select specific ID with your tax professional, you say, look, I want you to treat everything on paper as specific ID, although I'm using my beautiful, online spreadsheet, this Coinly program or Token Tax program. I'm going to select FIFO this year, and maybe I'm going to switch it up next year to HIFO or LIFO. You have that ability to do it. Why? Because specific ID assumes that you yourself are only using this as a tool, and you are actually weeding through each of these transactions and marrying the buys with the sells. And you're allowed to do that. So specific ID, if you talk with your tax professional, right,
Rough.
Toby?
It's
you get
hard,
that.
though.
It's hard, but I'm not saying
But
that
it
you
can
have.
be useful. Right.
I'm not saying that you do it. I'm saying that you assume the specific ID cost basis for now and forever for consistency, but within specific ID, you have that, you have that flexibility.
You got some latitude with that.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right. So yeah,
So I
so if
want
you pick
that.
LIFO or if you pick FIFO, it's like I haven't messed around with Coinly enough. I mean, maybe I would love it. I guess I haven't had the time to learn a different one. But with token tax, it's like you literally, it's tabs. You pick LIFO, you pick FIFO, you pick minimization, and it will literally tell you your tax burden. It'll say, hey, you had this much long-term capital gain or loss, this much short-term capital gain or loss. Here's your P&L. And based on what information you put in as far as your income, here is your likely tax burden, right? And then you can
Toby,
literally
we got
get tab to tab, and you'd be like, wow, it's like FIFO fucks me right in the butt really bad. And then like LIFO is pretty good, and then minimization is even better, right? So
we got 8 minutes. I gotta tell you, we just got waived. We got 8 minutes to wrap this up and bring this to a nice
shit. We got 8
landing.
minutes to talk about estate planning.
It's estate planning for 8 minutes. Shall we just shotgun this thing? All right. Let me open it up and I'll be giving you the
late. Maddie, can we run long? We started late. We can run long. We got a thumbs up, Papa.
Well, I just got a. Oh, he's saying don't ask him such impertinent questions. He wants me to tell you to shut up and end at 10 after. So
damn.
Yeah, he's doing that behind your back right now. I can see
Maddie's shaking his head. All right, thanks, Papa. Whatever,
anyway,
bro.
let's talk about estate planning, right? I've just look. What? Say what?
Okay.
All right. So we both gotten a crash course in this over the last couple of months because it's time to really think about a couple of things. Number one, how to minimize, your tax liability. Number two, protect your estate by taking all of your amazing gains and putting them outside of the estate into a trust. And then finally, survivorship. So these three things are, like when you die, who's going to get what and how's it going to play out? And is maybe, in my case, a foreign government going to dip their hands in the pockets of my children and say we get 50%? The answer to all these questions is the trusts. The trusts are going to be your friends. And there's a few of them that you should know about. One of them is called a charitable remainder trust. Again, you need a tax professional to open that door. And they're going to rope in an attorney that's going to actually be a specialist in this specific field for trusts. You need to get that going. It will cost a bit of consulting time and energy with you and them and some money. Money meaning in the $1,500 range to get this all, laid out in front of you. And then I've been told in round numbers, probably around $10,000 to $12,000 just to get all this stuff set up for you and then managed ongoing is another little thing that you should know about. So it gets a little bit involved, but the broad brushstrokes are you've got the charitable remainder trust. And some of this gets disgusting, but it is, I assure you, it's 100% legal. Talk to your tax professional. But a charitable remainder trust, or a CRUT, is a trust that you create and you put in an asset that is, what do you know? We've got one that's about to come into your wallet that's like $0 when you get it, and you expect it to appreciate dramatically. Well, that's where the CRUT is. That's what the CRUT is designed for. And Toby, I'll let you delve down deep into what the CRUT is, but I'm telling you that it is a holding bay by which your capital gains are basically absolved, because the idea is that you're going to then, when you're done, when it expires, because it has a time frame on this trust, it will expire or mature within 10 or 20 years. When it matures, what happens to all that money? Well, it goes to a charity.
Right.
But what does that mean? Define a charity. A charity could be another one of your trusts. Again, it gets kind of sleazy. Another one of your trusts called a family foundational
trust, where I have been adopted as Papa's child.
That's correct. So, young Toby-Wan, once it falls down into the charitable remainder trust, now it's falls down into the family foundational trust, another charitable institution. It's registered as a charity, but how much does it actually have to give to charity? Well, the answer is 5% of the value of its holdings per annum.
Right. So
doesn't sound like a lot, right?
Yeah. Let me jump in there for a second. So it sounds gross, right? I mean, just as far as like what's fair and but it's legal, and it's part of something that people have done for years. Your your elected officials, I'm sure, all have CRUTs and family foundational trusts.
J.
and all
Paul
these
Getty
little
did this
instruments to kind of
too. Yeah, J.
that,
Paul
and
Getty did
pretty much
this.
anybody, and anybody above a certain financial threshold has certainly been made aware of these things. So the charitable remainder trust, what's nice about that in particular, and that's kind of the core of the estate plan that I'm looking into and what Pop is using, is that if you have something that you have yet to liquidate, so there's not been a taxable event. So let's say you have staked Hex in a wallet or several, and you want to put that into the charitable remainder trust. As that stuff comes out, instead of you being subject to capital gains tax on that, that tax is all deferred. And depending on your state, I know I can't speak to people that are out of the country. I went back and forth with someone from Canada the other day, and I'm like, I don't know about Canada. You know what I mean? It's like, it's really cold and shitty beer. That's all I know about Canada. So sorry. Anyhow. But as far as their tax law, I have a fucking clue, right? It's like I'm doing my best to figure out the U.S. stuff. So with charitable remainder trust, basically when you put it in there, if things start to liquidate, so you can hold all kinds of things. You can hold precious metals, you can hold real estate, you can hold all kinds of stuff within that that you think that's going to appreciate. And then as you liquidate those things, it's then it is on the hook for the tax, not you, if that makes sense, right? It's almost kind of like an LLC, or actually it's within an LLC. But that's a little more detail that you're going to need to talk about with your own tax professionals and your own tax attorney, just to kind of drive that point back home. I don't think, I'm certainly not interested in like providing any services like that for people and consolidating that into a central entity of some sort. I really, really, really am just going to always beat the drum that you need your own individual tax attorney and CPA. And once you dig into it and see the costs that are affiliated with it and the unique and relationship that you need to develop with who's going to be preparing these things for you, I think you'll be surprised as far as how inexpensive it really can be. So I know, just to kind of just blow the top off it right away and not like tease you with it, it's like Papa's is going to be way more involved than mine. I don't have any children. I'm not married currently. Ladies. But my fiance is going to be so pissed. But yeah, so his is going to be way more complicated because he got kids that he knows about that I don't. So he's got kids. He has a lovely wife. So his are going to have some other trusts that are kind of like off of that. I think one's called a slat.
Slat.
That slat.
Slat. Don't call my wife a slat.
With an A.
Yes.
With
slat
an A.
With an A. SLAT.
Okay. With a slat referring to his spouse, nonetheless. So that would really be bad if you mess that one up. So yeah, so he's got multiple ones, and his, I think, if you don't mind me divulging, Papa, would be what, about 12 to 15K?
You mean total to set up all this?
To set up everything.
To set up this entire structure, I've been quoted $12K, not including the slat, which would be another $3K. So about $15,000 out the door.
Well, $15,000 total for him to get this all set up for himself for life. He and I both are not aware of any like expensive ongoing trustee fees or anything of that nature with this type of structure. He and I are both Hex maximalists, you could say. So there can be others that are set up that are more complicated because you have other assets that you're putting into this thing. We're looking at basically at our homes and our Hex and our Pulse and our Pulse Hex eventually, right? So ours are maybe a little more simple, and maybe the ones that are more complicated cost more money. But from our experience, mine, I've been told that 10 grand would be a lot, like for what I'm going to need, which is basically a CRUT and a family foundational trust. So talk to your, and Papa has offered to maybe even share an attorney's name if you want to talk to them. And then I'm going to talk to mine to see if he would be interested in people being aware of him in case they wanted to talk to him directly, or if he had other recommendations. But ultimately, everyone should be able to find someone and vet them themselves and find a good attorney that's not going to like run you around and run up the cost on you. Because, sometimes
trust is everything. Yeah. Trust is everything. And I don't mean that in a joke and juxtaposition of the phrasing.
It's a relationship, right?
But a relationship. Finding a CPA that maybe your dad, if he's still around, showed you the ropes when you were first doing your taxes by yourself. If you're young, if you're old, somebody that you've grown up with and you've trusted, and then they hand you off to their son or whatever. It's usually these family organizations, and I don't know how these attorneys do it, but they they procreate and they form new attorneys, and then you go to them and you whatever. But I'm saying that ask for references within your family, people that you've trusted and you've grown up with, people that you know, because you're going to be locked in with them and they're going to be managing your assets like this for hopefully your life.
Right.
So you want to really do that.
And my personal thing is like, I don't know, have any of you guys sat through like a timeshare sale thing? Like, it's like, hey, you can get free tickets to Disney, and all you got to do is come to this little seminar, and it's like, you can listen to us try to sell you a timeshare for fucking a whole day. Has anyone got roped into one of those ever? Okay. So they employ some really fucked up techniques. It's like, one of them is called the takeaway. I have a psychology degree. I'm not as advanced in it as Maddie is. I got like, enough to be dangerous. I have a bachelor's. And there's a thing called the takeaway, and literally you will have a contract, and it will be on the counter in front of you. The people at home can not see this, but let's say this is the contract and it's on the table, and they give it to you to sign, and this deal is going to go away. It's going to go really quick. So, and then they'll literally, as they're talking to you and they see you're hesitant, they will physically start to pull it from you. And psychologically, it will trigger you like, oh shit, I want what I can't have. And you'll pull it, and well, wait a minute, maybe I need to rethink this. And it's like, where do I sign? Right. So if there's if there's any high pressure sales technique stuff, that's a big red flag with your attorney choices and CPA choices. So I just want to add that in. But Maddie's coming in to get the hook.
You guys did such a great job, and I appreciate it. Any final words? Where can people find you? What's the conclusion?
Yeah, it's like, I know that Maddie, you and I had talked about like a website at some point, possibly, where we're going to have some resources available free. The key is this. We talked about this in Daytona.
Vote free
for free. Like literally, like no hidden back end bullshit. Literally, it will be some very basic stuff, more or less templates of what Papa and I are doing, and some others that we were talking to behind the scenes of how we're setting up our own. Obviously redacted. You all look like lovely people, but I don't want you all to have my home address. So basically we'll redact all that stuff. So you guys have a template that you can take to your own CPA and your own tax attorney to look at and kind of use that as a stepping stone. And then that way, you got this is from the IRS. Oh shit. What's up, man? I thought it was the IRS. I'm like, oh fuck, they found me. So, but yeah, so anyhow, we're looking at putting together some resources for that to kind of, give you links. We didn't even get to talk about Rocket Dollar. That was a super cool one. So definitely go check out rocketdollar.com. John Wick's like the
John Wick,
told me about it, Maddie about it, and there's other OGs that are in it. And basically it's a way for you to have Hex or any asset you can imagine in a retirement account, a self-directed Roth IRA, a self-directed simple IRA. And effectively, whatever you have in there, when you reach retirement age and start to pull that out, like I have a self-directed Roth, it will be tax-free. So imagine I'm 50. So if I put a Hex in there and stake it for 10 years, and I even sacrificed from within it for Pulse and Pulse X, when that's in that Roth IRA, when I'm turned 60 years old and I take that out, whatever value it is, I pay zero tax on it. And it is totally legal. And it is there to use. It is very difficult to get DeFi projects into a retirement account. So rocketdollar.com, definitely go check that out. We can talk about that more later, but those kind of resources, Token Tax, Coinly, examples of our Kretz and family foundationals and all that stuff we'll have on a website. Maddie's got every domain. He owns them all. So we'll pick a cool one and we'll let you guys know about that in the future. But thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been fun talking to everybody. I'm sure we can chat when I'm off. Papa, always a pleasure being on stream, sir. Hopefully I wasn't too much spam.
No, you're just the right amount of spaz today. All right, everyone. Good night, good day, and good morning. On to the next one.
And then I guess if you want to find me at Toby1_Hexobi on Twitter or Telegram. And then whenever someone's nice enough to let me on a stream. So, but thanks again. I'm going to get out of the way. This guy's looking for my seat. Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you when you're done.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool. That's all my hardware wallets. Don't take that.
I don't know who you are.
Oh, Casey, how's it going?
How the hell are you, man?
Good.
Good.
Sounds great.
So this is an impromptu panel of really awesome people in Hex. because our NFL players didn't get the message in time, and maybe they had some training to do. And so luckily we had them on for the online part of the conference. And so if you want to check that out, it's still online. But today we've got Johnny Chaos, Rags to Riches, Toby One Hexobi, and myself on the panel. Yeah!
Woo! I think we changed Toby.
So we're not pro athletes, but we're pro hexicans.
That's right.
Absolutely. This is really weird for me, Maddie. I just want to say that right now. I started making videos out of my bedroom in 380p about 1 year ago, and you stupid idiots started following me. I told you not to like, comment, or subscribe, but you did it regardless. And here we are today. I'm in Vegas in front of a room full of these people. But I want to say this. Can we please give a round of applause to Maddie, because I can't imagine his blood pressure right now.
Well, Regs, there's an audience for everybody. So
there is an audience for everybody. Yeah, absolutely.
My name's Casey. I'm from Napa, California, and I was here at the first Hex conference with Maddie, and when you put that on, and it's incredible to see how this is growing organically and see everybody here and familiar faces. So awesome. This is going to be great.
Johnny?
Well, hello, folks. I'm Johnny Chaos. You might know me as that angry guy that screams at his phone from his porch, or that crazy guy with the hammer in his garage, even though that's my studio. My garage is much bigger. But, yeah, so I never thought I'd be here either, because I just stepped up to the plate and did what I felt needed to be heard. And there was a lot of influencers out there leading people down the wrong path, and a lot of people with lots of followers, and people think that's currency. They think that's currency because they got a lot of followers, that they must know what they're talking about. And then you wake up one day and you discover, oh my God, these guys don't know anything. And somebody's got to tell people, because they're going to act like a bunch of lemmings and walk off a cliff if somebody doesn't tell them. So you're like, stop following these people off a cliff. So here I am.
And I really appreciate you taking the stance, as an honest broadcaster and somebody who's able to entertain people and able to really point out what the flaws are in the rest of the crypto influencer space, right? Because we've seen the receipts. We know that a lot of crypto influencers, they get paid by promise coins that always get dumped on the people who are following along on YouTube. And so it's correct, not in Hex. That's right. And so Hex is different, and Johnny and these other guys up here, I think, are also really awesome examples of honest broadcasters.
Thank you, Maddie.
Rags, we're back to you.
Well, I don't have much to say except one of the things as somebody who kind of broadcasts, and we're on YouTube, a lot of the times it gets lost that there's actual, like, there's real people out here. Mm-hmm. And it's not just me interacting with Twitter, or you guys interacting with Twitter or Facebook or whatever the case may be, but these are real people with real lives. So I think I speak for probably all you guys as well, in that we just try to keep it real. We know you have families. We know you're real freaking people, and we try to talk to you that way. And I think that's very important, because I don't think, can you guys give me your opinion on this? I don't think there's enough of that online. I think there's just so much attention seeking and just so many things to one up everybody else. It's important to talk to people just like they're humans. So one of the things that I like about this community, Johnny, you're one of the guys that I ran across when I first got in. I said, who the hell is this guy giving me life advice? But it worked.
Old guy.
And I've seen you grow, man, and you were an influence for me, and it's just really cool to be up here. I say this all the time, standing on the shoulders of giants. And this community hasn't been around very long. But I just want to, again, I want to deflect all attention to you guys because you're doing really, 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 really good work. And you're putting yourselves out there. It's not easy.
Thanks.
Well, the other thing too, what's really powerful is the consistency that the Hex YouTubers have. And I think that's very important when you have observers like me. I'm not a social influencer. Actually haven't been on socials in like 6 or 7 years. But as an person who is observing all of this, coming to these conferences and getting to know them one-on-one basis, that's what's powerful. That's what validates us as a community. And you can take that back to wherever you're going and say, no, these are real people. But some of the most influential people in the Hex community, what you need to be is consistent on your message and stay true to your principles. That's what everyone appreciates more than anything. And Rags, your angle has been so awesome. And watching some of that documentary where you're donating money and whatnot. There's so many ways to contribute to the community. So everyone always says I'm the hat guy, right? So if you guys saw the hats, the specific type of hat, I brought those to the first conference, as a donation and whatnot. Helped out with the Crypto Sparbuck tour. There's lots of ways you can be a part of the community that has nothing to do with socials. Talk to the influencers, talk to people who are organizing events, and be a part of it somehow. Whether that's a donation of monetary value or just your time, because ultimately we want that dynamic of people, and we see it here, and it's so exciting.
So we need a topic and a direction, and I think before we can really begin, we have to address the crypto space as it has been, and what the business model has been of the crypto space, and what Hex is doing to change that. And you have to understand that what we believe to be big companies or big cryptos or whatever generally ends up being somebody with some admin keys to a website. There's not companies. There's people that are in control over the space. They're in control of the media. They're in control of the market cap sites. They are in control of the influencers who are paid off. They are in control of these leverage platforms where you can get liquidated because you're playing with your cards face up, and the computer system knows where it is that you set your bids. And if you get liquidated, oh, it's okay, it hit my stop loss. A stop loss is a way to make you comfortable with losing less over time instead of just losing it all at once. It's not a way to earn wealth. It's not a way to save for your future self. These are just gambling mechanisms. And the influencer space doesn't think they're doing anything wrong, because all they are doing is operating within the business model that they've created, where they receive payment for advertising and promoting the products that they're paid to advertise for. They don't have to support it. They don't have to like it. They're getting a paycheck. And where Hex is different is the fact that we are trying to change this business model. And we will change this business model because products now have to do what they say they're supposed to do. They have to be accessible by the people. There shouldn't be inside traders. There shouldn't be this looming fear that somebody's going to dump on your head. Okay? Markets behave as markets behave. But when you're watching an influencer and their top 5 coins to get you rich, each one of those sponsorships was paid for. And that's why each and every week it's a different set of coins. You have to recognize the crypto space for what it has been. That is why it is so difficult for people to understand that Hex is different, because it's all they've ever known. They expect the same from it. The people that are representing the crypto space don't believe in the crypto space. It has been a cash grab. It has been an advertisement thing for them. That is how they make their money. They are not making their money on trading. They're making money on charging you for trading courses. So the hexagons that you see before you are people that found a new way. We are not the idiots or the lemmings that they would like to make people think that we are. We are the experienced. We are the ones that have seen the truth of what the crypto system is, recognize it for what it is, and are willing to call it out.
Yeah, and unless you're going to say something, Maddie.
Oh, yeah, I'll jump in. So when I was getting out and meeting the real people, right, in the world, when, you know, because I think it's way different to be a streamer than it is to be in front of a live audience or even going out and pitching Hex to people one-on-one. When I was, I mean, basically because, you know, you're sitting alone in your apartment talking to 1,000 people or 5,000 people is way different than even just meeting one person face to face. And so when I went to NASCAR, when I went to the Daytona 500, I talked to 600 people and I pitched them Hex, I think about 200 times, because on average, there are about 3 people who I was talking to at a time. And, you know, that really gave me a huge perspective. And I think this human aspect of crypto, you know, crypto is not just code. Crypto is where the money meets the people. And that's a really important, like, social consensus layer. That's a really important area to pay attention to, because if we want to, you know, fix the money and fix the world, we have to figure out how the people are going to fit into that equation. And so, so I found it really inspiring to see all those people in Daytona, to go to all of these Hex meetups and workshops and everything. And that's why I'm really honored to be able to host this, because I hope that you all are having a similar experience where you're bonding with people that, you know, you've maybe seen in the chat, like, you know, a familiar screen name or something. You're getting to meet all of the Hex YouTubers that you admire, and you know, getting excited about what the Hex community can do as a social layer.
See, one of the things I think is interesting, Maddie, is, you know, crypto started out with the best ideas in mind, right? Decentralization, power to the people, unstoppable currency. Well, and we started with Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was a good prototype. And the Bitcoin maxis are not going to like to hear that, plain and simple. But it was a good prototype. It started out great. Everybody could mine it on their own computer, right? Then what happened? You know what happened? Now you have to have millions of dollars of mining equipment to even participate. You as a person have been removed from the ecosystem. Now you are at the mercy of the miners selling the price down. You are not next to the money. If you want to earn money on Bitcoin, you have to give your coins to someone else. See, because this is what they accept, right? It's fully acceptable. You believe that you have to give your money to someone else to make a profit. Why can't you be that person making the profit? Why is it you need somebody else to give your money to so you can start making a profit? That's bullshit. What that is a middleman inserting themselves between you and your money. And you don't need that. With Hex, you are communicating directly with the code. You're in charge of your money. You're in charge of how much you earn. You are responsible for whether or not you end your stakes on time. No one else can do that for you. And you as an individual, whether you have 100 Hex or 100,000 Hex, you can earn Hex because you are able to participate in the system. Now, mind you, the Ethereum gas fees have interrupted that for most of us, right? And that makes it very difficult because now we're paying the Ethereum toll. Funny how those gas fees went up substantially, isn't it? Right? Isn't it funny how when you got a monopoly on a network that you could just charge whatever you want extortion-wise and just expect people to pay? And then you have that maximalism of, well, if you can't afford it, you don't deserve it. We are not about exclusion or about being well, if you can't afford it, too bad for you. We're about inclusion. And Pulse Chain, when it does launch, is going to allow Hex to function in the way that it was meant to. And the way that it was meant to is for you not to have to pay these overcharged fees to work on the network. Right?
I like how you said that people can mint their own interests. And I think that that's something that, you know, more advanced users or people who have dove more into economics might be able to appreciate how that mechanic actually works. Inflation in, you know, the dollar system more or less pays for itself because technology has mad gains that make things cheaper. The thing is, if the government wasn't printing money at an exponentially increasing rate, then technology would be able to make things exponentially cheaper and everybody would have more. But in the Hex system, you're paying the inflation not to just whoever's friends with the bankers, but you're paying the inflation to the people who are long-term minded. And so this idea that you do have to give your money to somebody else for it to accrue more value in the future, you don't have to give your money to somebody else. You just have to time lock your money.
You have to be next to the money.
Yeah.
You have to be next to the money. So okay, let's look at it this way. Why is it okay for the government to print infinite money and make the rest of us work for it while they just hand it out to their friends? Does that make sense to you?
Because it's the current business model, just like you said.
It's the current business model. So therefore, anything that is innovative, that challenges the status quo, will always be attacked. If you want to find the best rewards, you have to look for the most resistance. And by God, we've been suffering with the most resistance for the past 2 years from all the gatekeepers and everybody trying to silence us and say, don't listen to those guys. You might actually learn something.
You know what's funny though is that it's the easiest business model. Hex is the easiest business model. And we got 18,000 freaking cryptocurrencies out there, but you know Hex is actually taking what works in the financial system, the legacy financial system, and putting it on the blockchain and giving it transparency. Who would have thought? What do you think the overhead is for all these major banks and all these bonuses and everything that they're doing, all the utilities to what? To run a CD? I mean, we can do this. And so all that extra money that goes to all these bankers or whoever, it doesn't need to happen. It can go right back into the ecosystem. So the idea about Hex and why it's been successful is because it's taken what has been successful in the legacy system, like a CD, certification deposit, some type of savings account. It happens to be over a $7 trillion market cap worldwide. Who would have thought, right? Maybe we thought it was just for a bunch of old people, but no.
Nobody wants passive income, man.
Yeah.
Nobody's looking for that passive income. We're supposed to sweat and bleed for that money, man. We're supposed to give all our time, all our effort for that money. We're not allowed to just make it. Come on.
Yeah.
It's not like the government just prints money out of thin air and hands it out to their buddies or anything.
Well, and if you guys paid attention to the news, Jerome Powell yesterday, he got in front of the Senate Finance Committee for the states here. And he says that inflation is now up to 7.5%, which using our deductive reasoning, we can at least multiply that by 2 probably because they're lying to us regardless. So 7.5%. So what does that mean for everybody right now who's storing cash in bank accounts or whatever the case may be? That means that in order to slow inflation, the Federal Reserve literally has to rug the United States economy. Well, what do you mean rug the economy? They have to raise interest rates to discourage people from borrowing more money and from creating more jobs and creating more prosperity. Well, why is that? It's because when the economy's booming, they have to print inflation to keep up with the demand. And if it goes too far, too long, you have runaway inflation. And then things really go to hell. How screwed up is that, man, that they have to rug us to slow the economy because they're printing too much money. There's no constitution for money printing in the United States. You get these guys, Federal Reserve guys, you hope that they have a higher IQ than the previous guy because there is no playbook for what happens when the economy goes to hell. It's just one guy decides, well, let's try this time. This isn't 2008. This is 2022 or 2023. Let's see if this works better. That's what's cool about Hex. That's what's cool about cryptocurrency. Our constitution is the smart contract, and people can depend on that for business decisions. That's what I love about it. On top of all the things we can get into about freedom, et cetera, there's huge implications about that. Go ahead, Johnny.
So here's the real fun thing. When we talk about the money printer go burr, do you think they're printing money? They're not actually printing money. You know what you're living on? A ledger, a digital unit of account. Before they added that 2/3 more money onto the market, okay, it would have took 320 years for them to print the money in existence, running the presses 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It would take 320 years to print that money if everybody went to the bank and said, give me cash. Soak that in. Now it takes almost 1,000 years. That's how much money has been added, zeros to the unit of account. So this is the real kicker here. People are fooled into believing that cash actually exists, and it doesn't. Not to the amount of money that there are that are setting in bank accounts as units of account. See, when the bank borrows money on your money, they get approval for a zero on their ledger. That's what they get. And when they loan it to you, they give you approval. So, and you'll find this to be real, okay? So a friend of mine, and this is a good story to share with you to make sure that you understand that this is real, okay? A friend of mine wanted to get some hacks. Gave me $20,000 so that he could get that cashed and into Coinbase, right? Because he was having trouble getting his Coinbase account. Well, guess what? I went to the bank and I said, here's my cashier's check for $20,000. I would like the cash, please. And they looked at me and they said, well, we can't. I'm like, excuse me, this is a cashier's check. This is the same as cash. I would like my cash, please. Once again, they said, we can't. Can we check with another branch to see if they have it? I'm like, okay, now let me get this straight. If I write a check for $20,000 and it's not in my bank account, I'm going to jail. But you guys can give me a check for $20,000 that's certified, same as cash, and you don't got the cash? Really? So find a bank that has the cash. They called 4 branches. None of those branches had more than $5,000 cash. You have to order your cash a week in advance in order to cash the same as cash cashier's check from any bank. Try to do it once. You will be amazed. And then you come to the realization that money doesn't exist in the way that we think that it does. Right. You'll have better luck cashing your cashier's check down here below at the cage. They'll be happy to give it to you, and then they'll trade it for chips.
And what's really screwed up about that, part of how the Federal Reserve works is at the end of the day, if you guys are in banking, you have to batch out all the transactions. So you have to look at the deposits, and you got to look at the withdrawals. At the end of the day, if a bank is essentially, if they're negative or they're at zero in terms of how much money that they need to have in their reserves, the Federal Reserve sets a certain interest rate that basically says Bank A can borrow from Bank B to fill in that gap.
Digital unit of account. They are literally not even printing money. They're just passing around zeros.
That's all they're doing.
That's it.
And most people don't know that. Nobody knows that. And he brings that up. That's very important. They penalize us for having
money they don't have.
Overdraft fees. How many guys have had overdraft fees in here? Everybody has, right? right? And they say, you do it one more time, we're going to shut down your bank account. When literally billions and billions of dollars
They're
of quote unquote
overdrafted.
overdraft fees at the bank level happen every year. And who gets penalized for that? Nobody, because they just make more money off of it. The Federal Reserve sets that interest rate. Say what?
Savers get penalized.
It's disgusting. It really is, you know. And one of the cool things, if you do look at kind of the tenets and the teachings of, for example, you know, Robert Kiyosaki and Richard Hart, they hit the nail on the head. If you're putting money in a bank and it's not producing some type of return or yield, you're stupid, because you're losing all that money. Inflation rate, Jerome Powell, 7.5%, plus everything else that happens, taxes, state, local, federal. You're getting beat upside the head. That's why cryptocurrency is so important. It's going to be so important for you now. It's going to be so important for you in 10 or 20 or 30 years. It's because you're in a sinking ship right now with traditional finance. Yeah, they're going to have to make a big decision soon to either get on board with us or not. And what they're trying to do is take us over very underhandedly. That's what they're doing.
7% inflation means that, based on the rule of 72, it only takes 10 years for the price of things to double. And that takes away half your savings, right? So that's a big deal. And so when the, you know, probably for all of time, but more recently, you know, the US government really, like, you know, they fight their wars with the dollar. They fight their wars with bankers, with, you know, you not being able to withdraw money, like Johnny said. That's why it's KYC, AML, know your customer, anti-money laundering. And it's that set of laws that allows them to not even give people their money when they're supposed to. So it's, you know, telling people that the financial system that they've lived in their whole lives is not good for them it's a not a cool story. But the cool story here is that we have Hex, and Hex introduces a new way for people to save by paying your future self. And so understanding part of the problem, that's how we can, you know, really realize what the transition is going to look like for a lot of people. And I think, you know, whether the transition is people are buying Hex, you know, as an NFT or something, and that's how we onboard the, you know, way more people, or whether it's just by doing these types of conferences, by educating our audiences and, you know, meeting people one-on-one, like I did in Daytona, to onboard them and to have it click. But I found that it doesn't take that much for people to understand that time locking is a useful way to save. And that's, it's interesting because in the fiat system, that's not the case. The longer you time lock your money in the fiat system, the less it's worth in the future. Right. When I try to onboard people from other countries who have suffered high interest rates their whole lives, they don't trust their own money. And so that's why they don't trust crypto. And time locking in crypto, that doesn't make any sense. But if they're familiar with Bitcoin, then it does, because Bitcoin has appreciated so much. And so, you know, helping to onboard people from the old system to the new system, I think it's a really important thing.
And Bitcoin was a great start. It had the best intentions in mind. It was supposed to be for everybody to use and everybody to be able to mine and everybody to be able to participate in the system. That was a great concept. The concept of immutability, the concept of not having your wallet shut off, right? What is the primary use case for Bitcoin today? Do you know what it is? Leverage trading. You got two uses for Bitcoin primarily. One is leverage trading. Mind you, in order to leverage trade it, you have to transform it into something else before you can use it. Nobody's really accepting it as payment. The transactions are very slow. It is hard to use as a merchant service currency because you've got hours to approve transactions. You can't open a store and sell somebody something in Bitcoin because you don't know, they might cancel that transaction on the way out. You know, you got to have those confirmations. You don't want the double spend. So it was a great experiment on what could be done. The ideals, the concepts, what they believed in. When they were distributed initially, They had to come up with a way to distribute it. And that is why they came up with the proof of work system, because at the time, everybody could participate. And when everybody could participate, that was just fine. Okay? Well, now, since it has been centralized, certain entities are completely control of it. People like to point out and say, well, Hex is this and that. Well, you know what? There are 2,000 wallets in Bitcoin that could dump on your head at any point in time. They have no accountability, no recognition. They can dump on your head anytime they choose and destroy the price of Bitcoin on a whim. 2,000 individual people. Okay? I like the idea of one that doesn't want to shoot himself in the foot better than 2,000 random people that could just have a bad day. Okay? So now I'm laughing at my own joke. I can't even get through this. But it is serious. It's serious when people are saying, well, Bitcoin's immutable. Really? Then how do they upgrade the code? Is that not change? It's unconfiscatable. Really? How does Mike Novogratz buy it up on auction all the time? How come the government just confiscated this? How come it's unconfiscatable? Wrong. False.
That's the name of their conference, unconfiscatable.
And it's confiscatable pretty good. What was the woman's name and her husband that got confiscated for the government that just stole a whole bunch?
Oh, yeah. They stole like billions of dollars worth of, it was Bitcoin, right?
Yeah. And you remember Mt. Gox? Well, they still got your money. Sounds pretty confiscatable to me. So these ideals that they're preaching are not in play. It has become a rich man's collectible, number one, something to brag about overpaying for, like a watch. You know, don't see me wearing a Rolex. I know some of you guys are out there sporting them, but again, it's the same kind of purpose. It's something to say that, look, I'm able to afford this. This indicates that I am successful because I'm able to afford this. It's virtual signaling. So the other thing is, of course, the leverage trading platforms. So Bitcoin is a utility token that you have to transform into another useful token so that you can then bet on whether or not the price goes down. So you can transfer your value to the exchanges to enrich them. That is the use case of Bitcoin in a nutshell.
Yeah, people ask me what's that best elevator pitch for Hex, and honestly, the thing I have to keep saying is, you know, the protocol is just the trust layer. Everything comes down to the protocol, and if you can make that the trust layer, what else can you say?
The most simplest thing is is just the fact that, look, Hex is a code. It pays stakers instead of miners. That's really it.
Yeah.
They changed the action. At the time when they made the action of proof of work, when everybody could participate, it worked. Then when you've got the people that are selling the shovels, the ASIC miners are the ones that are actually making the money. The Bitcoin miners are not making money. They're paying power bills. It is actually a net loss for them. The miners would be much better off buying Hex and staking it and then selling a little and then staking it and selling a little than they would be buying $1 million worth of equipment, because they're never getting their money out of that. And people that are worried about the price going down, you crack me up. Because do you worry about what your car's worth when you drive it off a lot? Do you? Do you look back and go, you know, it's down $3,000 today. Oh, crap. Look, it got a scratch on it. It's down another $1,000. My car's depreciating. Is it still getting you to where you want to go? Is it still getting you to where you want to go? You got to remember why you got your Hex to begin with. You got your Hex because you are participating in the ecosystem and you are earning new coins every single day. When the price goes down, you got a discount on new mining equipment. You got 80% off miners, and y'all go like, nah, I don't like this whole 80% discount thing. I want to pay full price, please. You know what? Can somebody charge that up a little bit and let me pay double for it, please? Please. Take your 80% discount and keep making those coins. When the price goes up, then you sell them. Think about it like a collector, okay? That's what Bitcoin people do, right? They buy their Bitcoin, they wait for the value to go up, and they're not selling until it hits the price that they can sell it for, right? So you could do the same thing with your Hex. Don't put yourself in a position where you have to sell it as an income. It's a savings account, guys. It's a savings account. It's there so that you can save. It's not about making that supplemental income, paying yourself every freaking month. It's there to save for your future. If you got a regular job, work it. Put yourself some money away that you don't need right now. Send it to your future self. You might be surprised at how much that adds up to. When the price goes back up, the number of coins that you have are going to be multiplied by that price. Stop looking at the price. Look at how many coins you started with and how many coins you have now. How many more coins do you get? Do you get that in anything else? What else does that? You need that sort of thing to be able to participate and earn more coins for a system to work. You can't just have a coin that doesn't earn anything for you, because if it does, then you're totally dependent on that price. But we've been tricked into being dependent on that price because that's all we've ever known. So we got to break that system and go, okay, this is our mining equipment. We're earning more coins. This is our more coins. And when the price does go up, we got a higher multiple. Just the way to look at it.
Absolutely. And this is something that's, if you guys watch any of my streams, this has been near and dear to my heart lately. One use case for Hex, one major use case, especially moving forward in the future, is Hex being used as a hedge against tyranny. Now, bear with me here, guys. You got to listen to this. 20% of Canadian citizens who donated to that trucker rally pretty much got locked down, right? And that's an issue. Their bank accounts got frozen. They could not transact. The Canadian government essentially, what was it? What was the act that they emergency act, right? And
they don't need an act. They just flip a switch. Your bank accounts can be shut off anytime.
Yeah,
that's really what it comes down to. They make an excuse, flip a switch. They don't even need a reason. Your credit card could get shut down for suspicious charges because you bought a cocktail down here at the bar. Oh, you're in a casino. We decided you don't get to buy stuff there.
Yeah, how much would those folks have benefited if they were still able to transact and still able to pull money in value, and they own that property and they don't allow a bank, they don't allow quote unquote a centralized exchange, and we can kind of equate that to the banks of today. How important is that going to be as we move forward in the future when we do see across the world kind of headwinds of tyranny that are coming? You know, I recently went through an abridged version of a book. It's called The Gulag Archipelago. Okay. And the Gulag Archipelago has sold over 40 million copies. And it's one of the books that basically outlined how dangerous the Soviet Union really was. And it's based on 200 or 300 stories. Well, it's based on 200 or 300 stories of people who went through, the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, all the way through. And you get to see play by play what happens to a society as freedoms start getting restricted and people get clamped down on. And the scariest part about reading that book is every single page I saw a parallel to what's happening right now. And it's crazy until it's not crazy anymore. And it can happen in a very, very short amount of time. So if you're in a different country, if you're in the States, if you're wherever, do not think for 1 second that you're going to be okay for the next 10 years or so. You need to secure your money. You need to secure your future. And cryptocurrency, it is a hedge against those types of forces. And that's going to be very important, in my opinion, as the pendulum swings and has been swinging over the last 30 or 40 years. You need to protect yourself, your money, and your family.
Yeah. So, Brandon, do you kind of feel like a freedom fighter a little bit? Because, I mean, really, what you see is systems are self-replicating, right? So we've got the traditional system of finance, and now we see that the new system of crypto has been, once again, meet the old boss, or meet the new boss, same as the old boss, right? So what happens is people realize once they get in positions of power that they need to filter that money their direction. And so we see the same sort of thing, right? So we know media can be controlled, right? Media is controlled by the government. We know that for sure. We know that the government controls the money, right? We know they control everything we see or we hear, that it's all filtered that way. And then you see the crypto space. So we've got their websites, their coin ranking websites. Oh, you got to pay. You got to pay to be listed here. We got the exchanges. Oh, if you want to be a real crypto, you have to pay us $1 million to be listed here. We've got their influencers. Oh, if you want us to talk about your coin, you got to pay us. So we are totally fighting against all of that. We are trying to fight against the corruption of the system because it's a pay-to-play system, just like the government's a pay-to-play system. The lobbyists go in and they dump their money and they get passed what they want passed. Well, guess what? In the crypto space, that's what happens too. They can take a meme coin, they can get it listed here, listed there, sell you a story, and make tons of money off of you. But guess what they're not doing? They're not providing any value. They're not providing you with a product that really does anything. They're just giving you a wish and a prayer, right? And they're profiting from it. And as long as they're profiting from it, they don't want things like Hex around to exist. So you're going to find that resistance. We're trying to make crypto like it was supposed to be to begin with. Those ideals, we still stand behind those same ideals. We found the crypto that does the things that they promised us that never came true for what they were trying to sell us. So, yeah, I feel like a freedom fighter sometimes.
No, guys, you get into crypto because you think you want to make money really fast. And then you lose a lot of money. This is the playbook. You margin trade, you do all that, and then you go into a winter, a doldrum, and you're like, screw crypto, never coming back. And then one of your friends says, hey, dude, Dogecoin's moving really, really hard, blah, blah, blah. So you get back in, and then you get wrecked again, but you learn a little bit more. So you keep learning and adapting, and eventually you get to the point, if you're lucky, you hear somebody like Johnny, or you hear somebody like Maddie on YouTube, and you're like, what's this Hex thing? And then you start figuring out that the world is a whole lot bigger than just making money. You guys want to make money now, but when things get really weird in the world, it's not about making money. It's about having a trustless system to make sure you don't lose it. Yeah. That's the key. If at the very least you can stay at a net positive, that's going to be a really big thing. And with Hex, you're going to freaking stay at a net positive in the long run for sure. So it is about freedom. And as you go along in your path, you learn that more and more and more. Your mind kind of opens up to these concepts. And if you're going to leave away from this Hex conference with anything, start educating yourself on how the world works, and start reading the headlines and start researching. And don't take my word for it or anybody else's. You gotta look at it yourself. And it's a process, but you'll make progress over time. You got to start somewhere. Very, very important to become educated as a citizen of wherever you are.
I'll tell you, Brandon, I was done with crypto, man. I was done. I was so done. I was so mad at all this leverage trading bullshit. I got tired of setting my limit orders just like they should have been and literally getting scam wicked 5 seconds before it went exactly the way I thought it would. Would have been in 40% profit, like in 2 seconds, if that scam wick didn't hit me. And I would get hit with that scam wick, and it would trigger my stop 5, 6 times in a row. I'm tired of waking up in the middle of the night going, oh my God, did it go in the right direction? Did it change again? I got so tired of that. I got tired of the coins. Oh, we're going to be used for no, you're not. We're going to be used for no, you're not. We're going to be, oh, this is the next project. No, you're not. I am so exhausted with crypto. I just couldn't even tell you. And then Hex comes out and Richard starts talking about it. He goes, it's going to be this and this and this. And I'm like, yeah, nah, you're not going to do it. Nah, that's not going to happen. And I'm listening to him preach about it. And, I'm like, very skeptical. I didn't want to buy into it. I'm like, look, I've been down this road. I've heard the stories. I have not seen a crypto product yet that is Hex's like, period. There is nothing like Hex. We're like in grade school over here in the crypto space, and this is like, you know, sophisticated chess going on over here, actually utilizing all the functionality that Ethereum was designed to carry, right? You got the program, you got the software, but you didn't have the product. Nobody was producing the product. Why? Because they're too busy cheating off each other's homework. Let's copy and paste this. Oh, look, all we got to do is put a new dog picture on it. You all dumbasses to buy it. Have you ever read the code? No, y'all don't read the code. You just say, look at the pretty picture. Like literally, same exact code, different picture, and you bought it again. Same story even, right? I was so done with crypto because I started to see it for what it really was, right? No wonder people outside crypto space are like, it's all scam, it's all Ponzi. You guys are buying Pokemon cards. No wonder they see it that way.
Dude, what's wrong with Pokemon cards, man?
Yeah, come on, Johnny.
My daughter enjoys them very much.
Screw with my Charizard.
But again,
Chikapoo or Pikachu, whatever the hell it's called.
But again, you know, that's just it. So I was done with the crypto space until Richard started talking about Hex. And then when Hex came out, like any ship, I wanted to drill holes in it. I wanted to make that sucker sink because I did not want to believe that anybody would do anything different than what I already experienced. And what I experienced in crypto was not good. So I wanted it to fail at first. I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm going to find the flaw points in this thing and I'm going to point it out and I'm going to call it a scam. Guess what? I've been drilling holes in that ship for about 2 years yet and I ain't sank it yet. And I thought to myself that, you know what? If this guy does what he's trying to do, and he's really, he could save crypto. He could save crypto from the bad reputation that it has. Now, mind you, he's a colorful guy, and you either like him or you don't, okay? And that's all right. But what he's building is important. The fundamentals behind what he's, the inclusion to building adoption. How many communities are out there teaching people about crypto, warning them about the scams, telling them the dangers of leverage trading, telling them about security, right? Telling them how important it is to be monetarily sovereign, how you're not giving your money to someone else to earn money, you're earning that money with your money by yourself. That is what is important. And that is what makes Hex different than everything else, because you're not dependent on the middlemen. And God, the middlemen don't like that. They don't like that one damn bit. So we're going to continue to get that resistance. But Richard changed my mind about crypto. I mean, I wouldn't be here today, and I never in 1,000 years thought I would even bother having a conversation with people about crypto because I'm afraid for them to get hurt. I'm afraid now. I'm afraid to tell people about Hex because I'm afraid they're going to get into Doge. They're going to get into SHIB. They're going to get into Rect is what they're going to get into. And I mean, that's my biggest downfall when I'm trying to onboard people is that they're like, oh, well, what do you think about this one? What do you think about that one? Because if your first experience has been with Hex, you might be a little naive that there's a lot of pain out there waiting for you once you step across that line. And, you know, you could find some other things. It's possible. But Hex is a 1 in a million crypto. And there's not going to, and there hasn't been its like yet. People have tried. But
amen. And so I want to thank everybody on this panel, and you can give your final thoughts here, and then we'll move on to the prize panel.
Cool. My final thoughts are, if you are here right now, congratulations. You actually care about your future. Take it one step further after this conference and just learn as much as you can. Anything that doesn't make sense to you when you hear in this space, and trust me, there's so much that I have no clue about, and I just try to learn constantly. Make it a point to just do a little bit of research. And then the other thing I want to say is I just want to shout out some of my people that support me online, and they're kind of watching this right now real quick. Terrafin, Jerry Rafferty, Ray Marquette. I hope you get better, man. Godfather, Steve, Pulsey, Bro, Zach from Ohio, Sandy B, Tim S, and Briz. Thank you guys very much.
I thought we weren't supposed to like, subscribe, and
Say again.
I thought we weren't supposed to like and subscribe.
No, see, it's opposite day. That's what's going on.
I'll get on that.
Just want to say, so awesome to see everybody here. If anybody wants to talk afterwards, we'd love to talk about Hex. And just a reminder again that we are building networks where the trust is in the protocol. You don't need anything else. You don't need the overhead. You don't need the middlemen. Anybody in this room right now is very, very, very smart. And this is just the beginning. And I'm really looking forward to the future and what's going to happen. So thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, and thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard Hart,
Yes.
very, very much. Thank you. He's the reason we're all here.
Got Crypto Coffee and Marco the Hexagon making their way up to the stage.
I'm apparently not allowed to escape.
Yeah, thank you. Johnny will continue to entertain people.
Where are they at? Can we get Crypto Coffee to the stage, please? Crypto Coffee now paging Crypto Coffee. Come on down. You're the next contestant on Guess the Prize. Marco the Hexagon. Can you come on down, please? You are next contestant on Guess the Prize. Y'all gonna leave me hanging here?
Marco's coming.
Don't you all leave me hanging. I will find you. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stage, we have Marco the Hexagon. Oh, I'm not Peter McCormick. You can clap better than that. Oh my God. Nobody listened. Wait a minute. You guys are gonna do the McCormick thing on me? You're gonna not clap? Let's try this again. Everybody, a round of applause for Marco the Hexagon. That, my friends, is how it's done. Thank you very much. Crypto Coffee. Paging Crypto Coffee. Anybody seen Crypto Coffee? Crypto Coffee to the stage, please. Crypto Coffee. Let's welcome to the stage right now, just because I see him, Cream the Dream. You just been nominated for The Price is Right.
Bang, bang.
Crypto Coffee, if you could please meet your party at the front stage, please. Crypto Coffee, could you please meet your party at the front of house, please?
Come on, Coffee.
Coffee, don't make us come look for you. You're not that big. We can carry you. All right. Well, we're gonna have dead air here if we don't get this going. So The Price is Right, guys.
Always.
We gotta talk about price. This is the price panel. Am I not loud enough?
We can hear you.
I don't know how to increase the volume. I don't know how it works.
It's a separate audio.
Oh,
Maddie, you left me.
Just stay muted.
I'm all alone. There's nobody beside. Hi, Marco. I try.
Mr. Crypto Coffee, could you please report to main stage, please?
Hey chat, how do we sound?
Mr. Crypto Coffee, could you please meet your party at the front stage?
Oh, we're gonna make this real funny if he doesn't show up here.
Maybe he thought it was 12:30.
Know what you hold, brother.
I got it. Love it.
All right. I guess we'll go ahead and get this rolling. Coffee's probably having those Red Bull vodkas right now. Somebody please check on Coffee, make sure he's all right. We kind of like to keep him around. Oh, there's Maddie. Maddie's returning back. No sign of Coffee. So let's be straight up. The price doesn't look good for those that are probably bought at a higher price, right?
Yep.
And yeah, but for those that are looking for an entry point, that discount looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, so like I had basically with me, right? I had like a lot of family friends that, they got lucky. A lot of them bought on their penny. And I do have some that end up buying around 30 cents, 40 cents. Even I have some. Yeah, gotta go right? Anything at all, no? Okay.
Yell.
Yeah, make sure that they fly it over there.
You got the better mics over there, Kareem.
Yeah,
that would sounded sweet.
What if you just speak louder? No? Louder? Yeah.
Oh, look, let's welcome to the stage, Maddie Crypto.
Here we go.
Oh, okay, I'm going to do this one more time. All right, let's do this arena style, okay? I would like to welcome to the stage Maddie Crypto. Thank you, guys. That is the way to do it.
Nice. Can you follow me like everywhere I go? Each room I go into?
I have to reach down for that, that deep announcer's voice. I used to have fun back when I was a teenager flipping burgers. You know what most of these influencers came from doing, and they'd pull up to the drive-thru and I'd say, "Thank you for choosing Rockin' Burger King."
If you check my Twitter right now, my very last tweet says, Johnny Chaos has just the right amount of cringe.
We got to way up to.
It's like perfect. It's like,
I got the right amount. I'm cringy.
it's perfect cringe. I love it. We're going to get this shirt.
Yeah.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
Hey, so do we start right now or?
Good.
We're not getting a lot of.
Johnny, should we just go ahead? Or?
Hey guys, in the back, I guess we're having a little problem with the audio.
Hey, everybody that's in the back, if you could have a seat or move to the back, some people can't hear you in the front.
If you want to continue conversations, I get that, and you're more than welcome to do so. But if you could step out front here where you could probably hear each other better, because we're going to shout over you, and we got the microphone, so you're not going to hear too well anyway. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Nice and cool.
All right, let's talk about price. Kareem?
Yes.
Take it away, man.
I always say this all the time, right? It's not about timing the market, it's timing the market. So if you are new, and yes, this may feel like a dip, understand that this is your number one and most important buying opportunity. I remember when I get in and I help make the top at 6,000 for penny, and then I watch the price go down 85%, right? Imagine putting 100 grand and then it turns into 15,000. But then you're excited about it because you're just moving up the rank. You're doing the math. You understand the value of T-share. You understand the value of daily gratification. You know why you're actually here. It's really what this is about. Because if not, you are missing the real value of Hex. All the people who got in even 90 days ago, just look at how many Hex you have got so far, how much interest you have accrued. Because some people wished, I remember saying, oh, 50 cents is too expensive, X, Y, and Z. Well, this is the best time and opportunity. To this day, I have friends, and one that I even brought with me, he's just excited. He's waiting for his money to clear, just sold his house, so he can buy the dip. Because he understands what he owns. He understands the long-term value of money. He understands why he's here. And a couple of insights that I want to give everybody is to put everything in perspective and to understand the time that we're in. Too bad we couldn't have CoinGain last week, but free caveat I want to give you guys here and those who watch the show understand. The DXY is going crazy right now, which is the dollar index. And we can sit here and pretend that we don't understand what's going on around the world, but we need to understand that it affects all of us. You know, whatever's happening in Ukraine right now affects all of us. Oil prices are high. Gas prices are going up. Wheat prices going up. You see Richard tweeting left and right. And those who watch the show understand when the dollar strengthens, the whole market gets hit. So understand that this is not only a buying opportunity, but as I've said many times, we are in the bear market. Bear markets are rough, not because price goes down. Bear markets are rough because it grinds you. It fakes you out. It tells you, hey, we're going back up. Crypto influencers, Furus tells you, hey, we're going back to 100K, and then it's just a fake out. And then you become the exit liquidity. And the stronger the dollar rises, if everybody has the chart, pull it up, it's at 99 right now, on its way to 100. That means the more crypto in general gets hit. But this is a buying opportunity. Those who understand, Hex made his strive in the bear market. Understand that. Share rate is going up. We passed 21,000. There is some sacrifice things still going on right now, but sooner or later, those things going to end. Hex is true DeFi. You can't push the price down if you don't have any Hex. And when you're done pushing the price down, then we close the door and then we say bye-bye. And then next thing you know, you'll be buying it maybe 10,000 higher, 10x higher. So understand where you are. Go ahead, Johnny.
Even things that shouldn't pump, right? And like Richard always says that, the only thing that matters is the buying and not selling. Well, we've got people that have way too much Hex. And they shouldn't have had that much Hex because they are obviously not very financially responsible with their diamonds, right? What are you supposed to do if you got a diamond store and somebody's sitting next to you and they're selling diamonds for a penny, right? There's this whole perception of value thing, right? So even though Hex hasn't changed, because the price changes, people's perception of it changes. It's still the same product. It's still the best product out there, just now it's at a discount. And it's amazing that how that can affect people's moods, how that can make them more tense. And the irony is most people are staked and they're earning interest. And even if they wanted to sell at these prices, it's a whole would have, could have, should have game. They are beating themselves up of a scenario that can't even happen. Well, what if I would have sold my Hex at 51 cents and then bought back? Well, what if? What if you were able to actually time that? What if you won the World Series? What if you could do 10 consecutive backflips in a row? What if, guys? You can't beat yourself up over things that you can't even do, right? So it's people's mood changes because the price goes down when they're staked, and all they could do is emergency on stake anyway and nuke themselves. So the price doesn't become very relevant. Now, what is relevant is your earnings. How much Hex are you producing per day? How many visible coins can you see that you're earning per day? Look at your totals go up. Realize that when the price goes up, that's a multiple. Let's talk about price. I want to talk about price not so much as it is, but I want to talk about the experience that you're going through now versus the experience that we went into. So we saw someone sell at 0.0004. 150 million Hex sold for 0.0004. Would you sell 150 million Hex for that? Of course not. You know why? Because we've reached a price of over 10 cents, And now that's absolutely ridiculous now, isn't it? Well, at the time, that was the worst FUD that Hex had ever had because an influencer who was part of the community decided to start all kinds of FUD and talk about how evil Richard was and how he was going to make money off of everybody else and how he was going to wreck them. And he emergency unstaked and only ended up with 90 million Hex. And he sold for a 2.5x profit. 2.5x profit. So he made like 10 grand off his 150 million Hex. How many of you would buy 10 grand worth 150 million Hex for 10 grand?
Any day, all day.
Anybody?
Any day.
So this is where you're at. You got to understand, right? So when this guy did this, everybody's like, oh God, I don't know if I should buy more Hex. I don't know if I should stake it. What if he's right? What if this guy's really telling the truth? Well, we believe him. We've been following him up to this point. This guy's got to be truthful. So maybe we shouldn't buy any. Worst mistake you could have ever made. So we went up to 0.0033, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
And that level seemed like it was going to take forever. And we were like, hey guys, Hex is going up to a penny. Hex is going up to a penny. And everybody's like, no. Hex could never hit a penny because the market cap is just too high. It's just not possible. Hex will never hit a penny. Can't happen.
And we moved sideways for like a long time during that time too. We did.
The market cap.
Which
It
is already
can't.
accumulation zone.
Yeah.
So if market cap is so important, okay, market cap's so important, how does Bitcoin keep making a higher market cap? I thought it was a cap. How does Bitcoin go from $20,000 for a 0.3 trillion market cap, right? Or was it 300 million market cap up to $1 trillion market cap?
1.1, 1.2.
I thought it couldn't pass a 300 million market cap. Oh, wait. So Bitcoin can make new higher market caps, but nothing else can. So the 12-year-old technology, which is basically in television, versus the PS5 can't be in more demand. You can't sell more of a newer product than the older product. That's not possible. In what world? In what world that the newer improved thing cannot have more popularity, cannot be purchased by more people, cannot be distributed to more people take an interest in it?
Yep.
So a new technology that actually allows people to participate instead of letting them be dependent on others. Imagine that. Something that's self-sovereign like Bitcoin was supposed to be in the first place. So Bitcoin's the only thing that can break market cap, right? So we were at 33 cents, or a 0.033 cents, and we would never get there. We would never get to a penny. And then you know what happened? We went up to 2 cents in one candle.
Right on New Year's.
Yep, Eve.
Right on New Year's.
And Hexo was there, and people thought he was nuts because the price tanked back down to 1 penny. And Hexo's going, I got to get in there. I got to buy. He did this live online. And you can't see this video now because YouTube dumped his account.
Yep.
Right? So
Crazy.
he was buying online as it was dipping, catching the falling knife, and everybody told him he was an idiot. Raise your hand if you'd like to buy Hex for 2 cents.
All day, every day.
Again, you understand that we are only 5x from there right now. 10 cents, Hex is at a discount. You think about that number that you would buy Hex at, and you can forget about it. It's never going to happen. That number in your head that says, I will buy Hex when it goes down to this number, it's never going to happen. It's not going to reach that low number. But you know what you can do? You could be on the train waiting for the train to leave the station instead of hoping that you're going to buy a last-minute ticket. That's what you can do. Because if you know where the train is going, you want to make sure you got your seat. That's what you need to do. And then you can worry about what you're going to do with your money when you get to that destination. And don't get left in the gift shop chasing shiny objects.
You bring up a good point about like the yield from Hex. That's really important because people focus on
Into it.
price. Am I? Okay. Is that better? So like the yield and people that, I've onboarded recently over the last 4 or 5 months, they may have got in at 30 cent or even 40 cent, 45. And they look at this 6 months later as, I'm not in profit. What's going on with this Hex? You talk about Hex so often to me, and they kind of saw it when it was 10 cent and they weren't in it when it was a penny. But they look at this and wonder, why is Hex so special? But Johnny brought the point about the yield we get every single day. That's what's so unique about Hex and why it's so
Count your
attractive.
coins, not your price. How many more coins do you got today? How many more coins you got tomorrow? Count, because when the price goes back up, that's your multiple. So count the coins. Don't look at your price. The price is just letting you know, oh my God, look, I can buy more mining equipment. Discount.
And especially when you're staked, it relieves a lot of pressure when you're staked and you're watching the price fall or watching it go up. You're okay, because if you're getting 6 or 7 Hex per T-share, and that's the glorious thing about Hex, because it's always there. It's always producing for us. And we know it's going to be there in the future. The product is finished and it's immutable. And it's wonderful, because we're going to see this years and years and years. We're all going to be together for 15 years. So the people that got in, that's what I tell them. Just hold on, be patient, get that yield every single day and focus on that, because the price will come.
Yeah, so like I have like 2 sides of groups, right? So I was lucky to onboard like hundreds of folks throughout my journey with Hex, right? And have one side, folks that they always wait for a certain time to come into the market, and they always try to time the market, and they always end up getting left behind. And these are the folks that when they look at their bags, they're like, why am I not moving at a faster pace like everyone else? Well, I'm like, there's another side of the folks that every time there's a dip or anything like that happens, it's like a God bless moment for them, where they're able to accumulate more coins along the way, right? Because guys, how many doubles has Hex had? Almost 13 doubles?
13.
Right? And how many times where we have dips? We had so many dips. We had 80% dips. We had 77% dips. We had 30%. We had tons of 40% dips. And you always have the folks that on one side, they're screaming, it's all over, it's done deal, stuff like that. They're afraid to buy. And then you have one side of the folks that they get so hungry, they go on a shopping spree. And then when we end up going back to that previous all-time high, these are the folks that doubled or tripled the bags. And then you have folks over here that they end up buying at that moment, and they wonder why their value is not going up in time. It's because of that, right? Like sometimes you have to take that risk. Sometimes you have to understand, like, I understand, like we're so triggered to when things are going green, it's time to buy, and when things are red, you want to sell. No, it's the total opposite, right? When things are red, that's the best top opportunity to actually double your value. Richard Hart always says all the time, that's where the wealth transfer happens. That's where people really make the 5X, the 10X, the 20X, the 30X, even 100X at times. It's when they buy those dips, right? Of course, you be financially, how you say, responsible, right? I'm not saying anybody should go and clear out your whole bank every time you see a dip. No, you be responsible. You come up with a game plan, right? And at the end of the day, you have to have a game plan, because my strategy is going to be completely different from everybody in the stage strategy or anybody on the audience, right? But at the end of the day, you stick to that plan. If you have a number, if you're like, okay, Hex is going to dip, isn't a dip, it's at 40 cents, 30 cents, 20 cents. Have a plan. Write down, okay, if it hits 15 cents, anywhere from 15 to maybe 25 cents, I'm going to buy a couple of times here and there, right? But don't how you say it, don't not go against your own plan, because that's when the emotions come in. That's when you start making mistakes. That's when you keep on watching, and then you could miss the train, like Johnny said earlier. It could take off any moment. I know a lot of friends that they watch, and next you know, a week later, there goes the next pump. And they're like, damn, and next you know, they end up buying at the top again and at the top again. So it's sad to see, but you are going to have folks that are going to end up doing that. And you're going to have folks that are smart enough to understand what they hold, and they understand, like, hey, you got to take emotions out of this, right? And then the day, we're all trying to make a living. And in the day, we're all trying to find something that will actually help change our lives, right? And I could easily say, out of hundreds of folks I brought in, I get messages all the time. I have people that I walk by that say, you know, I bought at this moment and it did this for me. I bought at this moment and it did this for me, you know? So long story short, I think, honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but I think dips are great. Dips are wonderful, right? Because at the end of the day, you're going to have folks that are going to buy and they're going to sell. That's cool, right? Now that wealth transfers to somebody else that's new, that wants to come into the new market. Market cycles are healthy for us. You know, we do need those type of things, because that's where the little guys get to come in and become the next big guys on the road. Now, are you going to be rich tomorrow? No. Are you going to be rich next week? No. A lot of the OGs, we like to call OGs, right? I call them regular people, right? A lot of these guys, they hold for 800 plus days. They've been through tons and tons and tons of dips, right? You think they wasn't scared during their times? You think they didn't almost get flooded out? No, but a lot of these folks are now retired. A lot of these guys are multi-millionaires because of that. They understood what they hold, right? They understood the wealth transfer. They understood dips come, dips go, right?
Some people just forgot they had it.
They're putting the
The
time.
people that forgot they had it did better than people that were trying to play the game. People that were trying to outgame the market lost to the people that just forgot they had Bitcoin. You know that? Soak that in for a second. You know how many times Bitcoin died? Anybody? How many times has Bitcoin died? I know they got a website that says Bitcoin died 400 times, and you should check that out. And you know what? You should read that sentiment, because it would sure be nice if we had something with like 12 years history that we could look back on and see what it did back in the day when technology wasn't at the level that it was, and we weren't in everybody's home streaming, and we didn't have 80 personalities out there going to talk to people, or I don't know, organizations going out and talking to 40 different states about how to onboard in crypto. No, Bitcoin was a couple of nerds farming out of their parents' basement. And, there wasn't a lot going on back when Bitcoin first came out. There was not the media. There was not the outreach. There was not the conventions. There was not people getting tattoos on their body. There was not NASCAR races. There was not any of the things that we're doing now. Yet somehow Bitcoin did a 7 million X.
And people think that number is imaginary. They think it's not real because it's a large number. To hear 7 million X, it was unheard of. In legacy market, that's like preposterous, right? Like people are like, there's no way people can make that type of money. There's thousands and thousands of people that did, and they continue to make these type of gains. You have coins randomly that make a 10,000X. Hex did a 10,000X under 2 years. Remarkable achievement, And then, people tend to forget we have Pulse Chain around the corner. What's a best time to actually buy Hex at a discount to get a buy one get one free type of deal?
So yeah, you get copy. All right. So not only are we like a 70% discount, you get your coins on both chains.
Yep.
You get double the T shares, double the daily payout.
Yep.
On two different chains. And one of them is going to cost like next to nothing in fees, which allow you to utilize it to its full extent. If you want to stake for a month, you can. Penny fee. Your yield is no longer going to be eaten up by the Ethereum fee, allowing whether or not you produce, whether or not Hex is a penny or Hex is $1, you are making it free. You decide what you're selling it for. You can put it back on your shelf and say, I'm going to wait until I get a better price out of that. You guys want to sell yours for cheaper? You go ahead, but I'm going to put mine on the shelf. You sell out of yours, and I'll come back to you. And that's what I'm doing, because I am not selling my diamonds for pennies. You ain't getting it from me. So when they were all like, Yoji's dumping, you ain't getting my coin.
No, what you mean? We're buying. The way I see it is very simple. Again, people fell victim of their own greed, and it's sad. I see it all the time, simply because, once again, they do not do the math. It's all math at the end of the day. And the math says this. Every time we get out of a dip, on average, we make 3.7x on your money.
Average, yep.
Average.
300% plus.
My story was great because I wasn't day one. How do I become a shark? Because of a dip. It was the ultimate dip. When everybody was panicking, money came in, scooped it up. Because I understood what I was getting into, I understood the math. You only get your emotion gets triggered because you do not understand the math, or you didn't do the math and you don't apply the system the way it's created, the way it works in your best interest. I've said this multiple times, right? It's not about timing the market, it's time in the market. And the reason why that is so important to recognize is because mathematically, if you never sell the principal and you leave off the interest, you never lose money. I don't care what the price is, up, down, sideways. You could have bought at 50 cents, get all these penalties plus stakes. The stake ends, you literally cash out the profit. You keep your same number of Hex, you didn't lose money.
I think the math's really simple, Cream. Yeah, that's really simple. Every day at 8 o'clock, you have more Hex than you did yesterday.
Exactly.
That's really simple. That's about as simple as it gets. I don't care if you're staked, regardless of the price, every day at 8 o'clock, guess what? You got more hex than you started with. What coin
with 100% uptime
has
Never failed.
it has 100% uptime, and you are literally guaranteed by the code that if you do what you say you're going to do, you'll win.
So once you understand that, then you get to understand the true value, what we call the money printers. You get the true value, what I call building your dream account, getting your t-shirt preservation. At the advanced level, what that means is when the dip comes, the goal is not just to buy the hex. The goal is to buy the hex, to buy the cheap t-shirt that just used to be at the peak $10,000. Now it's $2,000. How many people do you know that got $10,000 that can just buy one t-shirt?
Remember when t-shirts was just like $60, $10.
It started at 60 cents.
Like, how crazy is that, right? Like,
yeah. So the true power of the dip isn't to buy the hex cheap. The true power of the dip is to be able to then convert it to a t-shirt to accelerate. If you know where you want to be, if you want to move up the ladder, this is your chance because everything is connected. Because share rate doesn't work for you and doesn't wait for you. It will go up. The same way, as soon as the price goes back up, next thing you know, it's 10 grand again to get one t-shirt. And you're like, oh, wow, it used to be 2,000 not too long ago. And I missed my opportunity to lock as many of those as possible. This is the key. That's what separates you. That's how you're able to move up the ladder. So when we're talking accumulation, we're not talking get more hex. We're talking get more t-shirts while you still can. Because we, at high level, we're going to just keep eating the pool from the inside. I've said that before. Because t-shares are going to be deflationary. The longer you take to not get into the pool, as the inflation increase, you're just getting less and less and less and less. You have seen it recently. What did Godwell do? The ultimate move, right? T-shirt preservation. He moved 1 billion hex, and then he staked it for Cuatro Cinco, 150,000 t-shirt almost. What does that mean? That wallet by itself is like 0.1% of the total pool.
And Kareem,
5 years from now, that could easily be 1% as the thing shrinks.
Yeah.
So
And
understand that opportunity to be able to accumulate. Go ahead.
Kareem is really, really deep into this. I mean, the thing is, here's the kicker. All right. Don't be scared of the math behind Hex. Don't be scared of the mechanisms behind it. Right. Yeah. Do you know how to build a cell phone? If I said, build me a cell phone, could you do it? Probably not. Right. But you know what? You can stake Hex. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be a rocket science. All you got to do is make one right choice. People that make one right choice can do just as well as the brightest person in the world that made the right decision for the wrong choice. That's the kicker. Making the right choice is more important than all the brilliance that you could possibly ever amass.
Yeah. Yes. And talking about t-shares, right? Like, folks have to understand, like, that is Hex. That is the code. That what makes all things work. Because without the t-shirt, Hex is just like another currency. It just goes up and down in value, right? T-shirts allows us to obtain more Hex along the way and produce yield on our money. It's a phenomenal thing. And I know, like, we always hear videos and people scream out, yeah, get a t-shirt, throw it out 15 years, stuff like that. Everybody has a different plan. Can we do 15 years? Sure. You don't have to do it. You can make a year. You can make a 10-month. You can make a 5-month. You can make a 5-year. You had to come and, like I said, you had to have a plan. You had to take this realistic. It is your financial future, right? This is not a game. This is not Monopoly, right? You have to sit down, see how much wealth you have, come up with a plan, build your ladders. If you want to put some liquid Hex on the side for it, for emergency means, by all means, do that, right? You don't have to go complete bankrupt by just taking all your money and locking it away 15 years, and then now you're suffering for 15 years. You don't need to do that, right?
Yeah, that's the power of having a ladder.
Yeah, it's exactly. A savings account.
What you should do is build it like a savings account, right? This is better than your 401k, I know most of us here hate our 401ks, right? You have to wait until you're almost 60-something years old. It's going to get taxed to death, right? By the time we get it, who knows if we will have a 401k, right? You get a chance to build your own savings account, your own 401k. You get to choose when you want to receive your money, how you want to receive your money. Nobody gets to control that but you and the algorithm AI that Hex is. It's a mutable contract. It's you and a computer. Like right now, if I want to cash out my t-shirt, if I had one today, I can literally do it live in front of you guys. And I don't need to speak to Bob. I don't need to speak to Dylan across Chase Bank to get my money, right? I don't need to get permission. I could literally do three, 4 clicks, cash it out, send it to Coinbase, and walk away and go on a shopping spree, buy a house, take care of my kids. I could do something, right? But I planned my ladders. I planned my stuff. I have no shame. I have some liquid Hex on the side. because if an emergency happens, I'll be okay if that's why I have to go for it, right? By the end of the day, I have a plan. I chose to do a financial system of my own system, you know? Like I said, everybody's plan is going to be different. Everybody has to do that. One thing I do hate when I see in the community, and this is just crypto in general, everybody wants to compete with each other's bags or watch each other's bags, right? And they see one guy doing one thing and everybody else looks at that person's like, oh, I can never do that. How do you know if you never tried, right? Like everybody took a risk. Nobody ever started with tons of money. You know, I started in 2015. I lost a lot of money. I made a lot of money. I lost a lot of money. I made a lot of money. Before crypto, I did internet marketing. I made a ton of money. I lost a lot of money. You know, it's the name of the game, right? But I chose, me personally, to go all in Hex at the right moment, at the right time. And I'm blessed. I'm here. I'm speaking to in front of a lot of people. I met a lot of good friends. I heard a lot of good journeys because of what I was able to do. But I stuck to my own plan. So if you can take anything out from me is literally tune everything out, tune all the FUD out, what's happening around the world, what's happening in price action, doesn't matter what currency you're at. Sit down, write down a plan. Don't think it here because in 10 minutes it could change and change and change. You have to write it down and stick by it. I guarantee you will be rewarded in some type of way. Just do it, you know, and take your time doing it. There's no rush, right? But it's best to understand what you're about to do than just keep on doing it. And do not try to time the market because you will lose every single time. Exactly. The market, people have to understand, it's an emotional market. The market don't give a shit if you want a certain price or not. It doesn't care if you have family needs or emergencies and stuff like that. It's going to go, it's going to dump on you, it's going to pump on you. And the day it's going to keep on moving. Just be unemotional when it comes to this. You know, speak to your spouse, speak to your family members, speak to your friends and family, and understand, let them know my plan and my strategy is completely different from yours. And just, you know, work on that, but have a plan and make sure you write them down, you know? It's very important.
Yeah.
Hex.
And I love what you're saying. And the analogy that you use is key because people don't realize the difference between rich and wealthy is wealthy create cash flow.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter how much money you think you have right now. Chances are 10 years from now with inflation, you're going to need more. I hate to say it, but millionaire is the new middle class. 20 years from now, we might need even more because everything gets worse and worse and worse. It's about creating that cash flow. The analogy with the 401k, which I should use as well, which is critical, is because your 401k not only is out of your control because it fluctuates with the price, but your 401k does not create cash flow for the most part. You're the one feeding it every 2 weeks, which means you could be putting 600 grand worth of your money because people don't do the math, right? They don't realize over 20 years how much you actually put in, and it could be worth less, or barely break even. And you think you have all this money when it's like your money barely increased. It didn't, then they're gonna 2x multiple. And you were just there feeding and feeding it. You are becoming the cash cow. You are becoming the person that's being used as the cash flow.
Kareem, you know what's the difference, Kareem, between Hex, T-shares, and the system we're using versus 401k? Nothing guarantees 401k will ever be there when we reach 60-something years old or whatever it is, right? Hex is immutable. It's on the blockchain. Blockchain is here to stay. It's not going nowhere. You know, God forbid, Richard Hart could die tomorrow. The website could go down. There's literally other ways you could always interact with the system. The code is code. It's not going anywhere. It cannot be changed. A lot of people think like they get scared that if I do this, this could change to me. Some people don't understand that it cannot be changed. It's locked up. Nobody has the keys to it. It's a done deal. Your 401k, the government decides they want to scrap it. They scrap it tomorrow. They scrap it tomorrow. It's over, you know? And you waited 20, 30, 40, 50 years for that.
Exactly.
You want to take risk on that? I know I don't. And I don't. Like people don't realize like before big payday and during the journey of Hex, the whole year I was in it, I made one more last choice. And my wife is a nurse, right? I'm in New York City. During COVID was a terrible, terrible time, right? And it was a dangerous and it was a scary time, especially for people here. Nobody knew what was going to happen around the world, right? Me and my wife sat down one more time. I told her, babe, we're going to do one more shot at Hex. She looked at me. She wanted to kill me. She's like, we're going to do more. We're going to throw everything in there. I'm like, babe, I'm going to take my 401k. I'm going to throw it in there. I'm like, because I know it's not going, I truly feel it's not going to be around down the road. And this is one of a life opportunity to make this decision. And I did, right? A year later, remarkable numbers. You know, I call it generational wealth, right? My goal for me personally, I can speak for anybody here, is to be generational wealth. And I did that. I'm blessed to say my kids will never have to worry about money again. I did that almost in a year and a half, 2 years, right? And it's one of the best things I have ever done. because now I could say, no matter what happens in this world, my kids and my grandkids could be okay. I think that's a legacy. That's becoming immortal, passing something onto your bloodline to make sure they're set. If I die tomorrow and my family is not set, I didn't do a good job. I was not a good husband, a good father, because I chose to be not to do the best for my family. To me, I felt like I did that. And with T-shares and what Hex and what Richard Hart has created allow me to do that. Yes, I did very well with crypto before that, right? But I understood when I seen Hex and what the code did, I knew it was something special. I knew it was something that, holy shit, there's something out there that's truly immutable, truly will help me build yield and to be able to protect my money in a certain way. And I don't regret it. You know, it's the best thing that ever happened. I do have my best friend that's here, and he knew nothing about crypto, and I helped change his life. And I'm not gonna say you're gonna go and change everybody's life tomorrow and stuff like that. Like I said, it does take time, but don't be greedy. There's room for everybody. Learn, teach them, take your time. You know, I spent literally, and I could bring my friend on stage to tell you, I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours teaching people. I never took a penny. Like, there was times where my wife wanted to kick me down the stairs because I would stay at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning on Zoom calls, teaching my friends and family, yelling, getting excited, getting passionate about this, right? I didn't have to do that, but I did it because my phrase was this: sharing is caring, but it also leads to success. That's my motto in life, right? Like, there's enough wealth in this world. Woo, thank you.
Let's go. Abundance mindset, baby.
Yeah. Like, I always say there's enough wealth in this world, and we don't have to be greedy, right? Like, you could help your fellow person next to you, because what pride or what joy you have when you're only at the top, but you're by yourself. It's not fun, right?
Like, you look like CZ
said,
with the picture with all his friends where he's like alone.
Yeah.
He's kind of like where's Waldo standing in the painting with no friends.
Exactly. You know, and it's like,
So
you know, at the
sad.
end of the day, it's like, you have to understand, we could do this, right? Ask the questions. There is no stupid questions. Yes, when we have dips, we get scared. It gets scary. This is the best time to hit the books, to understand what you own. And then when the pumps happen, you're ready. You understand what's happening. So, you know, any questions you guys have, anybody could DM me. I'm always willing to help. I'll do my best I can. I'm not no genius. There's plenty of people in this audience that's 10, 20 times smarter than me, you know, but at least I'm willing to give my time to teach and help. And like I said, I don't charge anything. I don't do no referral programs. I don't do referral links. I don't do any of that. I just enjoy the next person succeeding. I enjoy the next person be able to change their life, to go home and say, hey, I did something. Instead of relying on the government or anybody else, they don't give a shit about you. Let's just be real. You should just understand that you look in the mirror and do something for yourself. Be proud. But I guarantee you, when you do see the pumps come, stuff like that, when you see the numbers change, when you look at your staker app or whatever it is you do, and when you see this happening, it's exciting. And you look at yourself, you're like, I did that. Not somebody else, not somebody in Wall Street, not somebody in Congress making changes. You did it. So it's very important to understand that. And just don't forget that, you know. So when we're down at, you know, from 50 cents to 10 cents, it's a beautiful time to buy, because like what K4K said earlier, when it goes back up, you're already almost at 10x. Like that could be life changing depending on how much you put in. Of course, be responsible with what you put in, but that's life changing, you know. And some people could do that simple, you know, and they just focus and don't be emotional in this, you know. So. Yeah.
And to double on that, this is the power of knowledge in doing the math, because it brings you the clarity, it brings you the peace, so you do not get swayed, you know. Unless tomorrow you're no longer a human being, emotions are always going to be involved. So the way you diminish some of that emotional is by, again, understanding the system, using the value of staking, using the product the way it's designed to, because it's so beautiful design when you fully understand it. Like Marco said, it's designed to make it so that everybody help each other out. Because if you leave off the interest and you never sell the principal, literally what's being sold is being bought by the new person, which then it just creates a feedback loop. And that's why it goes beautiful up and to the right, because it has those properties. Because again, you're generating yield. You're making money while you sleep. This is how you get away from what I call slavery 2.0, you know, aka you know, money.
And it's never been done this way.
Exactly.
That's what's unique.
And you're in full control. You have the staking ladder. You get to decide for when, how many days you want to lock it for. And that empowerment is really what's the key. It's so simple. You can teach it to your kids how to do it themselves, so that whatever they want to do in their life, it's something that they want to do. It wasn't because, oh, I needed money, so I had to do X, Y, and Z.
Exactly.
But understanding the value of the product and using it the way it's designed to, that is the key. So when you see a beautiful dip, you know, If you're not where you want to be in terms of T-shares or whatever, this is your great opportunity to be able to have that stack up.
Yeah.
And one more thing, ultimately, remember to be patient. Delayed gratification is not just a catchphrase. It's for real. First, you make the investment, you get in. It's like sacrifice, whatever. Second, you wait. Because the value accretion, the profit, the yield, it comes over time.
Exactly.
Building the wealth comes over time. Successful company, right? They start a startup, then they put in the time, they put in the sweat equity, and then it turns into something great.
Exactly.
Even though they knew they could become great, they knew they had to put in the time. An OG or not, whoever cashing out right now, I'm just happy for them.
Yeah.
You know, abundance mindset. Because they put in the time. I tell people all the time,
like,
some people knew Richard since 2016.
It's the argument of this is, to me, I think it's silly, right? Like, some people, they get upset because Hex dips and they're like, oh, the OGs are doing this, stuff like that. But wouldn't you be excited to see that somebody joined something that you're joining and they had to wait almost 800 days and they get to live their dream and stuff like that? Isn't that proof that it worked? A lot of people, they think, oh, look, that person bought the house or bought this. Like, oh, they dumped on us. But that's a market, guys. That's a market. And
that's generally people that are mad that
that's
they
life.
haven't had the ability to sell yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, really, let's face it, right?
Yeah.
If somebody's angry because they see somebody else's success, that's because they're jealous.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
that's life.
Their intent is kind of very clear at that point. It's like, you can't sell. I want to sell.
We
It's
talk about
not
a lot
fair.
about price. And one of the biggest detriments to holding the Hex price down, I think, over the last few months is the price of Ethereum fees. I think we take for granted sitting there ending a stake. Kareem was talking about building stakes, your stake and ladder. It was so important. We've talked about it for 2 years. And a lot of us have stakes ended in 30 days or 60 days. Then when one comes around now, and we got used to creating that stake and having a stake in and paying, a few dollars. And now when the stake ends currently and you pay, you get lucky at 2 a.m. and you're paying 60, 70 or $100, you're like, oh man, it's a steal. That's an awful thing to feel that is a deal. $100 or $200 is a deal. So we take
normalized it.
That pulse chain is coming out and it's going to fix everything. And we know it's coming. So when we get that copy over to pulse chain and we get a few months and the price appreciation, we get used to paying fractions of a penny, I think it's a game changer because people can't end their stakes. You just bleed and bleed. So Pulse is going to change a lot. We're not going to be in this situation where we're unable to end stakes. I think it's really going to catapult the price of Hex and Pulse as well.
It's like watching Bitcoin in slow motion. It is. It's like watching it in slow motion, right? You got people selling their Bitcoin at 30 cents. Yeah, they did. They sold their Bitcoin at 30 cents. You know what? They sold it at 8 cents. They sold it at 16 cents. People sold Bitcoin at all of these levels we're witnessing right now, right? Look at the history. It happened. We literally this is what Bitcoin did with no advertisement. People being labeled as weirdos in their mom's basement mining, right? These people were talking about a technology that was not discovered. People did not want to pull away from the fiat system. They didn't understand what we do now about how all money is digital accounts. Trying to break through those barriers that Bitcoin did to bring people to that light of what can be done. That's what was important. And then we've got this new thing that actually rewards holders, right? And that's a new revolution because we're switching from paying miners and the waste to actually holding and supporting the price without that external sell pressure to pay for the power bill. That's no longer here. So what can Hex do without the external sell pressure that Bitcoin has? What can Hex do with the following that it has, with the people that are supporting it, with the advertisement that it's getting, with the circulation of all this information and the onboarding that's happening? What can Hex do? Can it do as well as Bitcoin? We can't fathom that, but I tell you right now, nobody selling Bitcoin for 30 cents ever saw $60,000, right? Nobody selling their Bitcoin for 30 cents ever imagined. And those were the true believers. When Hex price goes up? When you start believing that it can. And you refuse to accept anything other than the fact.
Johnny, remember when I remember there was a period where, all of us was cheering on, saying that Hex is going to hit a penny. It's going to hit a penny. And every single community, everybody was like, you guys are delusional. It can never do that. It can never do that. We hit 52 cents, man. Yeah, we're at 10, 11 cents, whatever it is, but we hit 52 cents. But a penny was impossible, right? Like how ridiculous that was, right? And everybody tried to foam in at that moment, right? It's possible. There's no imaginary God out there that says, no, this currency or that, this cannot do
like
that.
the market
right?
cap, Marco. The market cap, it can't happen. You can't do that because
Right? But it's
the
crazy,
market
man.
cap.
It's so crazy. Like it's like somebody waves a magical wand that says, okay, this is the limit of a currency.
You
No,
have to use our market cap sites, Marco.
no, it doesn't work that
if
way.
you don't use our market cap sites, we can't sell you ads and promote our pretty pictures.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Use our market cap sites.
And I'm not gonna lie too, right? Like, and I know once again it sounds crazy, but I think sometimes the dips is the blessing, right? Because when we would be, I remember when we was at 6 cents, 7 cents, then we jumped to 13, then we jumped to 20 something, then we jumped to 30, and then we was at 40 cents for like a day or two, and then we went to 50 something. Even myself, I caught myself living in cloud nine, like it was never gonna. I'm like, oh my god, we're going to $3 next week, and this and that, and then boom.
Does anybody remember 14 cents to 20 cent jump?
No, it happened in the blink of an eye, just like
and
that.
Somebody I remember was out there and saying, guys, if we hit 14 cents, it's going to be a quick jump to the 20 cents. And everybody said he was crazy. Maybe he is.
And we have receipts, right?
But I mean, that's just it. We can do these things. We can. We decide. Right.
And Johnny, remember last year Vegas, right? So last year, I remember we was in Vegas. Hex was around like 6, 7 cents, if I'm not mistaken. And then pulse chain sacrifice happened, and then we hit 13 cents, and then we went sideways for a while, right? Like people thought that was impossible. Well, and I remember back then, everybody in the community was ecstatic. Oh my God, we hit 10 cents. It's incredible. Everybody's celebrating the world. But now we're going to be crying, but we're back up to 10 cents. Like, it's funny how that works.
What's even funnier is we know that 52 cents is an actual achievable number.
Exactly.
Of course it is.
We've been there before.
And there's one thing I say is this, right? If you cannot enjoy Hex and what it is and the true value of Hex when it hits a penny to 5 cents to 52 cents and it goes down to 10 cents, you damn don't deserve Hex when it hits $5, $10 to 100 and back down to $60. You don't deserve it because you don't understand what you own. You don't understand the power of T-shares. You don't understand how magical and incredible this thing is that the code is. It works, guys. It's living proof. And you have tons of people in the audience that it changed their life and it continues to change their lives. And people that they don't see here, there's thousands of people. Remember, we have 80-something thousand stakers. I remember back then we were celebrating when there's only 20,000, 10,000, 5,000. We're like, oh my God, we made it,
I remember when it was like 4 guys trying to stream and I felt bad for people. It's like, okay, let's show up for some more content so we can talk, guys. Let's all stick together. Everybody's trying to beat us up.
And then the crazy thing, Johnny, is this, that people don't realize, like, it works. Every day at 7 o'clock, the system works. It doesn't fail. It doesn't miss work. It doesn't do anything. It just continues. So it's phenomenal. So during dips, I'm just gonna say this, guys. When dips happen, don't freak out. This is the best time to reprogram your mind, learn the education, evaluate your plan, and just keep on doing it, man. And just keep on trying.
And a couple cool stats too. I mean, if you look on Sticker app and you track the wallet, you get to see how we're averaging literally like anywhere between 1,200, sometimes 1,500 new stakers every week.
Exactly. It's growing.
Even during the dip, again, if you look at the key metrics, it's a factor of sometimes magnitude of 3 to 5, meaning the people selling bigger wallet, the people buying, it's like 5 times more.
Thanks to the panel for speaking today. We really appreciate it. And I know people have learned a lot. Now, what we're going to do for today's lunch is special. We're going to see if we can pull it off. A car show with the Hex DeLorean and the Hex wrapped cars, the Pulse wrapped cars, and any other luxury vehicles that are out there. It's going to be in the valet parking lot. So it's to the right of the valet area. So think up and to the right. Okay. And Today we have on the lunch menu, and yesterday we had a lot of lunches left over. So if you don't have a lunch ticket, just wait around for an extra maybe 10, 15 minutes until everybody else is gone, and then you can grab one yourself. Today in the box lunch, we have fresh roasted chicken breasts, as well as a caprese panini with the same sides, I think, as last time. And so, so here's the plan. So the DeLorean will be here in about 15 minutes, and it'll be available for people to take individual pictures with. If you want to be in a group picture, we're going to meet at 2:15 out there to do a big group picture. So everybody enjoy your lunch break, and we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. They'll tell you. And if you're watching online, we're going to play some lo-fi music so we don't get canceled by YouTube.
Yeah, just tell Toby so. I'll see you tomorrow. I gotta take off. Okay, cool, man. Thanks. And Maddie, too. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Hi. How you guys doing? What's up, Luther? What are you doing in the camera, bro? Can you hear me? How's everybody doing in Vegas right now? You guys all right? I couldn't hear you. Say it louder. Let's hear you. Let's hear you cheer.
Nice.
Hey, how are we, guys?
What's going on, Hexagons?
It's funny. Luther came up to the camera. He's like, "Yo, I'm here, dude." But by the way, that's Hex Luther in the front seat. He's one of my business partners and YouTube kind of, personnel.
Nice.
and I'm sorry, Luther. I had to do it to you, bro. You said you didn't want the recognition. Sorry.
He's happy. He likes that.
Of course he's happy, man. I'm glad to hear that the Hexagons are doing well.
How's everything, Joker? What's new?
What's new? You're looking at it, man. I wish I was in Vegas.
Yeah, you're right.
We are in Vegas. We're on the big screen in Vegas, man.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? So this video, unspoken, right?
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Just between you and me.
Right. Let's not tell anyone. Can somebody tell me how reflective Maddie's tie is? I've been trying to see his screen through his tie the whole time, and I'm like trying to see like secrets or whatever in his laptop.
You're something else, and I love it.
What did you expect, D'Artagnan?
The high quality from you, as always, per usual.
It's always high quality, man.
Absolutely.
So who went back in time?
That's how I pronounce your name, right? Jexa?
Jexa, yeah.
Jexa, all right. Nice.
I don't think we've ever been on a stream before together, have we?
I don't recall. No. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Joker. What were we gonna say?
I was gonna ask who went back in time in that DeLorean. I saw like people doing backflips around that thing.
Jesus. No, thank you.
Back to the Future. What?
Yeah, Back to the Future, man. I saw like the clips on Twitter, and I'm like, dude, people are doing backflips over this thing. I wish I was in Vegas right now.
If you land the wrong way, oh my God, heaven forbid.
So where'd you get that cool tie there, Maddie?
I don't remember it. I got it somewhere online.
Nice.
Well, that's not informative.
It was maybe like Etsy or something.
Etsy? Okay.
Just search hexagon futuristic tie made of metal.
Maddie, always looking sharp, always looking good, man.
Hey, thanks. I apprate it.
Absolutely.
I'm so glad you guys are here. So people are still taking pictures with the cars, but we're moving the cars so they'll come back in. And yeah, we're excited to have you here at the Hex conference. I'm going to go see if there's anybody else in the waiting room that needs to be let in. But go ahead if you guys want to start introducing yourselves, say what you're known for in Hex, and we can just have a natural discussion.
Sure.
Cool. I'll go last. You
and by the way, we're live.
Okay.
And we're live.
What's going on again? Cheers to everybody in Vegas. I hope everybody's having fun and staying safe. I'll start with myself. I'm D'Artagnan 8. I came into Hex, what was it? In the middle of 2020. And the only thing I regret is not going in sooner. But how the hell was I supposed to know? But it's been great as long as you've been holding. And so, I mean, we're going through a price dip, but it's okay. Dips are in the game. It's not a bug. It's a
feature.
There you go. It's a feature. So there's opportunity to buy at a discount. And yeah, so what could I say? I wasn't going to anticipate that I was going to retire young, but thanks to Hex.com, that it is reality, right? And I'm a father of two. I did not have a 401k or savings or anything. And in less than 24 months, just by me investing whatever I had saved, I shoved it all into Hex. And my goodness, I'm seeing numbers that I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it. But there you go. That's my story. And,
just one other thing that you're pretty well known for in the community. You've got a love of a couple of pets, haven't you?
Yeah, guinea pigs. Yeah,
Oh
they're
my
over there hanging out in the next room. Yeah, dude, I gave them this whole thing of lettuce, and I swear to God, I came back like 30 minutes later, gone. And mind you, the lettuce is
How
like
many guinea pigs?
just two. And
I
the
have
lettuce,
3, and they're just such. You have to be so on top of them. They're so dirty.
well, you know what? It has its pros and cons because dogs, you have to walk them every time once they have to use the bathroom. And the cage, you have to just change it every 3 or 4 days. Anything longer than that, then you're just asking for the place to stay.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way, bro.
Did you have guinea pigs yourself too?
Yeah, I got 3, and they
Oh,
have human
nice.
names too.
Nice. You should put them on stream sometime.
Well, why?
Why not?
They're for my son. They're not for me.
So,
yes.
So I guess I've been around Hex long enough to get to know D'Artagnan's guinea pigs, because that was back in the day. That was a thing that was quite common in the Hex.com Telegram. Was they'll make a cameo all the time. So yeah, they're pretty famous.
Nice.
Who's next? Jesse.
No,
you got it, bro.
All right. My name is Jesse. Some people call me Jesse the Pit Boss in all the Telegram rooms. I've been in Hex since mid to late 2020. Got in at less than a penny, which has done really well for me. I'm sure a lot of other people as well.
Oh, man.
Just trying to put in some crunch time into all the Telegram rooms. That's evolved into something else lately, some of you may know about. But Richard has taught us the power of holding on for a long time, which is amazing. That's the way crypto should be. You always hear people talking about getting some quick X's and selling, and then you've got Richard who says, no, you've got to hold on for a really long time. And that's how it should be.
Facts. Can you tell us a horror story that you had as a moderator or an admin? Because I know you spend a lot of time in those Telegram groups, man.
Oh, no.
I want a horror story right here live in front of all these people.
A horror story. Well, it's not an easy job being an admin. Long Vacation, I think, is an admin too. But horror story? No horror stories.
Really?
What?
Interesting.
Nothing.
You wouldn't be an admin if there were no horror stories.
I mean, there's always
battle scars.
There's always drama. There's an occasional drunk person that comes in, or somebody who leaves their mic on, and like you hear their whole family conversation for a couple minutes. So there's
what were they saying?
It's always live. It's always live, recorded on YouTube, ingrained for all time too. So,
meaning go check that out. It gets dicey.
It gets dicey. I like that.
Dicey and spicy.
Yeah, Joker, you're the best.
I think the best part of the audio chats is hearing the toilets flushing in the background. The mics are left open and things like that, right?
Oh no!
I mean, you hear all kinds of stuff.
Hey,
And,
don't act like nobody gets on the toilet with their phone. Like
it's part of being human. What can we
Put
do?
it on mute, people.
It's funny. It's become a normality. It used to be memed. You used to get made fun of by your friends for that, right? And now it's like, well, hey, everybody does it now.
So is there anybody here in the audience that has listened to the Telegram or any of the Twitter Spaces voice chats? Wow. All right. And did somebody help you there? Did you learn something? Awesome.
So that's something new. That's something that's new that's come around in the community. Really, only in the last probably 6 months, I would say, is the Spaces thing. That's a relative new feature of Twitter, and it's been good. It's allowed people to get on and voice their opinion and have really good dialogue, because when you're doing it in text on Twitter, you're limited to, 120 characters or something like that. It's a hard conversation to have. So yeah, it's good to open that up and get more people involved. And there's a lot more eyeballs across Twitter as well, which we can actually drag into these rooms. And sometimes it's hard to get them into Telegram rooms. So that's been a nice way of reaching out to new communities as well.
Well, it's always been a good resource ever since Pulse Chain sacrifice kind of happened. It's like that's where we all congregate. So, if you ever need any type of advice, or you feel, like you need security advice or anything like that, the Pulse Chain Telegram group, guys, it is literally the bee's knees. You need to go. Any question you have, it's like everyone's so eager to just answer all your questions.
Yeah.
Really good resource.
Oh, yeah.
So who's that guy? Right down.
That guy is the long vacation. So with Jesse, we joined the Pulse Chain community very early on, when it was just a couple hundred people. And what evolved from trying to figure out how it's all going to work out, how is liquidity going to be forked over, how are all the tokens going to work and whatnot, evolved into helping people with questions and helping them understand what is Pulse Chain all about, what is sacrifice all about, coaching them through the sacrifice process and moderating voice chats and everything else. So it's a huge community now, and the moderation piece is a necessary evil. I know some folks, they sacrifice for free speech. Free speech also includes respect for your community and respect for each other, and treating each other with that respect that you would want back in return. So we appreciate those people. Yes. Right.
Well said. Yeah, and thank you so much to both of you for being such integral parts of the community. When it comes to the voice chat, I think, again, the Hex and Pulse communities are really, on the cutting edge of a lot of these crypto Twitter, social spaces, as evidenced by Hex Orca running the longest Twitter spaces in the history of Twitter. And, so many other examples, even just what you guys put up with in terms of scammers trying to infiltrate and trying to, what do you call it when they like low key shill something?
Soft shill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think what people don't realize is, whilst free speech is, everyone's entitled to it, when you go into one of these rooms, it's like entering someone's house. So you don't go in and spout off your views in someone's house. Like you've got to respect their domain and their area when you're in there. So it's not a total free for all. They're there for a reason, those groups. It's to get important information out. Now, that doesn't mean you should be censoring yourself, but you've got to be respectful of the room you're in and the audience they're in that room, I guess.
Could you imagine if it was just a free for all and there was no boundaries or rules in the Hex.com or Pulse Chain or or Liquid Loans, Hedron? Like, you just go in and just talk about any and everything. It'll just be a mess. Everybody would just be all over the place.
You end up with more noise than actual signal in there. Like, it just gets too messy, and it falls apart very quickly. So hats off to you guys that are in there doing all the moderating, because that is not an easy job.
It's a big team, so it's not just us. It's definitely a big team. They put a lot of hours in and a lot of love into the community. And when you're spending 10, 12 hours just answering questions all day for nothing, just because you want to give back, those are the people who definitely deserve some applause and some appreciation. So the Hex admin community.
That's what I'm talking about. Good job. So just a little backstory about me. I'm a clown in crypto. Hi. I'm probably one of the most craziest content creators you'll ever see.
The best.
I model after Dr. Disrespect. This is my channel right here. And like I said, in the front row down there, you'll find one of my business partners, Hex Luther. Awesome, man. Keep up the good work and what you're doing down there. I heard you're doing great stuff. I've been, in content creation for over 6 years. And I actually was onboarded live by a streamer by the name of Hexologist, freaking legend Hexologist.
Yeah.
All right.
I was there when Hexologist rated you, and it was amazing. You definitely came on in the community and have been giving back.
That was on B Live, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Maddie. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, it was on a platform called DLive, and I know, Maddie, you were there. It was probably one of the most life-changing, if not the life-changing event, aside from the birth of my son, in my entire life. You know, I was watching goats faint and laughing at it. And then he just comes with this like big host where you can like raid somebody with all your viewers. And then all the Hexicans were like, guys, there's like this really cool thing. You got to check it out. It's called Hex. And I'm like, what is this thing? And they're like, go to this website. Here's MetaMask. Here's this. Here's that. And I'm like, okay, hold on. And then I just eventually started going like piece by piece. And I literally, not only did I buy Hex there live, but I also staked my Cuatro Cinco stake. And it was pre-big payday. And then after, that, of course, I inquired with Hexologist and then the streamers over at Discourse Syndicate, and they literally just took me under their wing and they showed me this amazing community. They showed me Richard Hart. God bless that man. God bless Richard Hart, baby. God bless Richard Hart. He gave me the freaking tools to financial freedom. And,
Amen.
And let me tell you, it's been such a great honor to serve the Hex community the way that I do. And you know, it's rewarding in such a way that I just can't stop working for the community. It's amazing. But yeah, that's what I do. I'm a live streamer. Yeah, I'm doing great things. So that's me.
Good. Good stuff, Joker. Good stuff.
I guess I'll finish off and round out the intros then. So Jexa, probably more known in the community for doing a lot of security stuff early on. So I had the I still do have the hexsafe.win website, which I set back up probably going on very much when Hex first launched. I just realized there was a lot of questions in the community about security and protecting their Hex, and I was seeing a lot of people actually lose their Hex. So I went through the effort of doing a heap of security videos. That's up there. It's a free resource. Probably getting a little bit dated now. I probably have to go back and do a refresh, but still some really, really good content in there that I think people should even now still go and check out. I was lucky enough to get into the Hex community before day one, so I was following along in the background while there was a lot of development happening, probably more in a lurking sort of mode, just sitting back and seeing what was happening, but very much around for the since the beginning. So I've seen the good, the bad, the ugly that the crypto community can throw at a project. And what's been really nice to see is the way the Hex community is all sort of coalesced around this, and despite of all of the FUD and everything they've driven through and creating our own narrative and hopefully, well, I think we're seeing some leaders emerge out of this community that will probably drive the crypto space forward in the future. Even now, the entry point to crypto is still very much a casino. So people are still coming in and they've got that mindset of you've got to go to an exchange, centralized exchange. You've got to be trading and flipping and doing all this sort of stuff to make a buck. The reality is that's probably the easiest way to lose your money. So it's good to see this community come with a different mindset. Probably a lot more mature people come into Hex as well because they've got longer time horizons. And I think that's only a good thing for this space. And hopefully we can at least educate a few people to get out of that trap of the trading game for the most part. Now, hey, you do what you want to do, but we think there's a better way. And the long game, sustainable way where you actually grow your wealth is to look at things a little bit differently.
Nice. Good stuff, dude. All right. There you go.
So speaking in terms of hype, who here knows that there's a Hexican anthem? Let me see a raise of hands.
There's a few.
Yeah, we've got some talent in the community, that's for sure.
There's a gentleman by the name of Freddie Quotes that you've seen earlier during this conference time, and that guy has made the Hexican anthem. If you haven't checked it out, that is one hell of a song, and it really depicts what the Hex community is all about.
Nice. All right.
Where's Freddie? Is he coming back up? I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Yeah, Yeah, Freddie was in the car show in the parking lot. I gave him a big hug, and yeah, he'll be around.
Nice.
So you guys want to know something funny? Last time I've seen, or the only time I've seen Matty Allen in person, he's seen me popping out of a coffin for a music video.
Oh my god!
For Freddie Quotes' music video, the Furu's eulogy, and we ended up like, it was all fun, it was all content and stuff, but it was one of the things that I did.
It was all content.
It was all content. And
It sure was.
You did the coffin dance.
Oh no!
So there's a meme. There's a meme that I don't know if you guys ever seen the coffin dance meme, but we ended up recreating that, and it was just a fun experience. But speaking of Freddie Quotes,
is it on YouTube right now?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Are we playing these videos, Matty? Can we play these videos?
No, my YouTube channel got taken down yesterday for playing a video that was pre-recorded, and so unfortunately for the remainder of the conference, it's all just going to be live stuff. I mean, for the lunch breaks, I mean, it's it'd be nice to be able to play something, but yeah, I don't know. I want the conference to keep going. I want everybody who's streaming in from all over the world to be able to be here, and so I decided to not stream any more pre-recorded videos because I guess the next time I get a strike on YouTube, then they'll ban me for a week.
Oh no.
Yeah, YouTube has been gatekeeping a lot, and that's a problem that we're having in the community. To everybody in the audience, if you're not aware, my live streams have been shut down. I would have a bunch of people, like tons of people in my streams too, and then it would just get tanked. And I always wondered why, and we'd have to go on Twitter and hold this big call to action. Richard Hart also had his stream rugged. And one thing that is crazy about this community is we're so special in our own way that the normal fiat finance system doesn't really understand why we do what we do, and they classify it in a harmful way, which it's not at all. I mean, the message, as you can see in this conference alone, the message is positive. Everyone is on the same wavelength. We're all having fun and enjoying each other's company. And the overall, thought process is for financial freedom and to save a lot of, your guys' financial freedom, your financial lives, and all those that are surrounding you. And there's a lot of bad players out there that are fudding our coin. So we need, at least more people to be aware of this, because obviously, as you could see the other day, Matty's stream got taken offline for literally no reason.
Wow.
I went live right after that, and I'm like, no, we're not going down like that. And I rallied as many people as I could to get YouTube on top of this. So this way, if that same bad person decides to do what they're doing, or the bad people reporting the stream for harmful content, which is not harmful, then obviously they'll already have a pre-understanding of what's going on.
Joker, real quick, it's funny that we're talking about this because when I first came into Hex, I was skeptical, just like some people, not all. And what made me immediately just believe and leap in head first with my eyes closed and everything was when Hexologist was banned on YouTube. And that's why he went into DLive. He didn't just go into DLive, he went to DLive. He went there because it was only a second option to YouTube. And then that's how he found you and whatnot. And when I saw that, I was like, whoa. Why
so if YouTube didn't ban Hexologist, what you're saying, D'Artagnan, is that we would not have the Joker here right now.
You wouldn't have had me. You wouldn't have had me. How crazy is that?
Yeah,
So
seriously.
That YouTube did that.
Out of that ban, something good came out of that. We would have never found each other if it wasn't for that to happen. DLive, now you're here. It's crazy.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Sorry, you go, Matt.
No, go for it. Go for it. What you're saying?
I was gonna say it's good. Like we're here live and we're hearing about lives that have been changed. You guys are saying it's changed your lives, and we're still doing that. I want to do a shout out for someone's live we're just in the process of changing right now. That's a fighter, a Muay Thai fighter out of Australia called Jake Lund. So we've just sponsored him, and he's due to fight this month. As part of that sponsorship, he's been set up with a staker wallet, when we're just going through the process of setting up some stakes, like a 1 year, a 5 year, a 10 year, because we want to show these guys that there's a way they can do what they love. They can continue to participate in their sport, but at the end of that, they need to be, well, now they need to be thinking what happens at the end of that. And we think Hex is one of those tools that can set people up for their life.
Oh,
If they
yeah.
start now, start young, there's a future ahead of them with this product. So yeah, we hope to change many more lives with this as well.
And we're just getting started, man. It's only what, 11
Yeah.
cents? We're just getting started.
So speaking of the Muay Thai fighter Jake Lund, you know, we're all understanding, and not many people really know this unless you understand combative sports. But in combative sports, a lot of the non-boxers, like the Muay Thai fighters, the kickboxers, K1 kickboxers, UFC fighters as well, are being seen as they don't really get that kind of like pay, right? So you know, not only Jake Lund, but there's also a person who's in. I don't know if you guys know who Jake Paul is. There's a person in his camp that's kind of working together with him that also is a Hexican called Jay Leon Love, and he also and he's been working diligently to kind of onboard Jake Paul and the Paul brothers, and also he's been also working with Z Mayweather, which is Floyd Mayweather's son, and Z Mayweather actually tweeted about Hex as well. So we've been working as a Discourse Syndicate, myself. We've been working in the background with these individuals who are in I guess celebrity combative sports to also have them kind of have this understanding of what Hex is, what it can do, and how it will be essentially probably one of the most best financial systems known to man, if not to date, right? So they just have to learn about it and share it with their audience.
Nice, good stuff, man. Yeah, I saw J Love with RG3 on Discourse Syndicate.
Yeah, I interviewed him as well.
Oh, nice. All right.
Yeah, it was a great. He's such a great individual. You know, there's a lot of celebrity interest, football players. As you could see, you know, even with the NASCAR event with Jay Yealy, you know, there's a lot of really cool.
That one guy from Baltimore, the Baltimore Ravens, I forget his name. I don't watch NFL, so I forget his name. But you guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. Gosh, do you remember that person's name, Maddie? The NFL player?
Justice Hill.
Yes.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Justice Hill as well. And yeah, like Jexa said, you know, Discourse Syndicate is certainly you know, they're sponsoring Jake Lund. Yeah. And you know, we're trying to get him to wear apparel for the entire year of Hex. So it's really, really cool that you know, we're just working on that. So
yeah, so it's about building relationships within those industries. So with Jake in particular, it's not a transactional event. We want to build that ongoing relationship. We want to follow his progression through his sport. We want to also his wallet's going to be public, so people can see what Hex has done for him. Hopefully, we can go on that journey together, and it's a multi-decade journey. But then that also allows him to reach out within his community, and hopefully, it's a reciprocal sort of arrangement. He gets to benefit, and we as a community get to benefit off that relationship as well. So I think that's the best you can ask for is something like that. Is you're changing people's lives, but also getting Hex out there in more people's hands.
Well, it's going to pay him. Like you know, that passive interest is gonna it's gonna pay him. So as he's going to do the things that he loves to do, this doesn't just end with a paycheck. Like, here you go, wear Hex apparel and you're good to go. This is here's a stake that you're going to remember, and you're going to be very interested to grow, because the more that you involve your community, the more that bag will pump, the better you can train, and you don't even have to worry about sponsorships.
Yep.
You know, it's such a great tool for literally everyone, including, like you said, combative sports.
So what I'm really interested in is to watch his journey, because he knows absolutely nothing about Hex. So he's come into this, got a good friend that is involved in Hex and has organised this this agreement. So that's Mayo. You probably know him in the community as Mayo. So it's going to be interesting to watch him progress in his terms of knowledge of the product itself. And I think because we all do this, it takes a little while, and you get that light bulb moment where everything finally clicks and you go, I understand this now. And I really want to see that happen for Jake, because that's a turning point.
So just like any other product, you know, you can have the best product in the world, and if it sits there and nobody knows about it, you're not going to. There's no adoption. No money's going to come in the door. So with Hex, what makes Hex so unique is not only does it have the truth engine that keeps the code just does exactly what it's supposed to do, but our community is huge and around the globe and extremely helpful. We have people such as yourself that Jack said that educate folks on security. Joker, we've got guys like you who have a unique YouTube persona, to reach out to those folks. We have all different types, hundreds, thousands of people that are literally putting in hundreds and thousands of hours to help new people learn about this product. And it's unique. There's no other crypto like this with a community like this.
Nobody has a clown in crypto. Come on.
Let's go.
What a way to be the opposition, right? Like all these other, cryptocurrencies out there, budding Hex, all these people that are other bag holders. And one of your content creators out there are literally what they hate. If that's not like a ha and we're the best in crypto. By the way.
Yeah. A lot of people come in and out, and they'll speak to me on a DM on the side and ask me for help or this, that, and third. And then I always have to leave like a little survey at the very end as we're speaking to one another. And it's like, have you found another community like ours? I'm like, no. They always leave that, whether they come back or I never see them again. They always leave that comment. I've never seen such a unity like ours.
It's true. It's true. I mean, look at Richard Hart, guys. I mean, the guy's a titan. I mean, what did he do just before in his last interview? It was just the guy is just undefeated. Bring your heroes here to die, right?
Bring them here to die. That's right. That's right.
So speaking in terms of content, okay, I know this is like a different kind of subject, and I know a lot of people out there are probably like, well, I don't want to be out in the public, including my partner over Luther. I look, man, I'm sorry. I got to keep calling you out, man.
He's blushing. He's blushing.
He's blushing in the audience, so I see you, dude. But I got to clown the guy. Pun intended. But real talk here. Content isn't important to go ahead and support Richard Hart. Richard Hart is a great asset to the community because obviously he does what he does, but we need to be good custodians of his message. Yeah. He always says this, and he's very, very blunt in saying this. He goes, you know what? If you want something, go out and get it. It is within your reach to do it, and you have the Hexagon community behind you to do it. Regardless if you do it in the unconventional way or you do it in like this suit and tie kind of thing. The point is there's an audience for everything. So if you are a person that wants to take initiative to give to the community, you have every opportunity to do it. You can literally go into the Twitter spaces. There's Twitter spaces out there. You go on your phone and you'll see people in these Twitter spaces. You got the Telegram room. You got people like myself that can help you with content creation. If you want to go ahead and DM me, the Hex Joker on Twitter. And we are all willing to help each other be the voice of Hex because we need more of that in order for us to be viral. Because we're still, believe it or not, pre-viral, especially in crypto. I mean, crypto is such a small part. What's that?
Gatekept.
Well, yeah, we're gatekept, but not only are we gatekept, but I mean, crypto itself is gatekept to all of finance, right? I mean, the percentage of people who are involved in crypto is like extremely minuscule in the entire world. Crypto is such a small concept, and it's a very early concept. So, it's essentially Microsoft that your mom and your pappy out there are like, oh, well, damn, I wish I would have got into Microsoft back in the day. This is the same kind of thing, right? This is the new way of finance, and you're in it. Okay, regardless of this little dip that you see, I mean, if you zoom out of the chart, you'll see us still going up and to the right. Okay,
yeah.
It's facts. Look, the numbers don't lie, the charts don't lie. And I understand it could be a little painful if you bought at 50 cents, but 50 cents ain't shit to $5. I'm telling you that right now. Excuse my French. I'm sorry. I'm Italian.
Yeah.
You're fine.
I think the important thing to understand is I think we're undergoing a tectonic shift in the terms of finance. So we've been playing in the legacy finance world for all of our lives, and this thing called crypto is coming from left field, and it's probably taking a few of the legacy finance pundits by surprise. They probably never thought it would get as far as it has, and we are literally still at the tip of that iceberg in terms of where this is going to go and the impact it's going to have on the world. The people that are coming in now, like you say, are still very much we're probably past the innovator stage. We're still very much in the early adopter phase. This is the right thing to be on at this point in time in history. Because I think we're seeing a number of things. Sorry, you go.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say we're seeing a number of things play out across the global landscape at the moment, with banks locking accounts and sanctions and all those sorts of things. Regardless of your politics on all of that, what we're seeing is there is a need for something that not bypasses but removes those choke points and those control points that the powers that be have over citizens' right to do what they want to their freedoms. That's what this technology is all about. It's all fun and games when we come on these streams, but there's also a serious element. It's about protecting your future. So don't take that for granted.
Another way to present Hex is to this, we're selling peace of mind. If you're staked, if you have your ladder and you're staked long, you don't have to worry about the daily chart. You don't have to worry about the prices right now, right? You don't have to worry about anything because you're locked into the protocol. It's doing its thing for you every day. You don't have to go in and do anything. It's working for you, right? Those money printers, as Kareem like to say, right? They're always printing away every day. I stopped looking at the prices, right? Okay, it's up, it's down. There's macro trends. That's all fun. But in the end, Hex is one of the things that got me out of having to check every day, keeping the chart up all the day, all time. Checking to the point that you get more stressed about, am I looking at current prices or not? Am I up a little bit or not? Versus in reality, if your next stake is out 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, you're fine. Just turn it off, walk away. Have peace of mind. Relax.
How did that affect your day-to-day mood each day when you're getting up, and was your mood dependent upon how the price was going?
Seriously, I go on the Staker app and I'm looking for that little 0.1 to just go up. And once I see it go up, which sure enough, I do, I just get happy. I'm like, yes. And then when I see those EES stakes just nuking themselves, or they got out a little bit too early, it's a mixed emotions. I'm bittersweet. I'm sad for them, but at the same time, we're winning.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to say, Joker, he was pointing out about the dip. What dip? You're in the staker class. You make money daily, regardless, guaranteed. This story for the OGs, the day 1, day 50, day 200, what have you. We've seen this history repeat itself over and over and over again, and I've seen this movie, and I know how it plays out. Once we get that dip, we just go hit all-time highs. When I was 50th of a penny, it went down to 30th penny after I put everything in. So I had the opportunity to just walk out as a pleb, and I went into the Hex.com chat, and I was like, "Hey guys, I'm new. I'm not used to these violent up and downs. I'm seeing almost half or less than half of what I just put in." Everybody's like, "No, don't do it. Don't sell. This is crypto. This is just what it is. This is normal." So I hung in there, and dude, it worked out. So for you guys, the men and women at home, you guys bought at 50 or 40 cents. Breathe easy. Don't panic. This is part of the game. Okay, dips are in the game. Just hang on tight. This roller coaster is gonna hit levels that you're still not gonna comprehend it. You're just gonna be like, "What? Like, I've never seen this money before." Now the real question is, once you do discover it and see those numbers, could you still hang on? That's the real question. Could you still hang on and not sell?
Just
That's
stake, man.
the question. Right or wrong, Joker?
Just stake. That's it. Like you just protect yourself from yourself.
Yeah,
it's really that simple. You can't end stake, or you're gonna nuke your whole bag. So the whole point behind staking is so this way you can prevent yourself from yourself. It's really that simple. I mean, your future self is going to be like, God, thank God I didn't sell. Thank God I was staked. You know, all this hex that you're making today, and the price is 11 cents. You know, say in 2 years you're unstaking, and you know that's when your stakes end in 2 years. And at that point in time, say hex is $1 or $2 or $3.
Bro,
well, now you're making a $3 hex today. It's just you're not selling it. It's just it's maturing. It's like a seed. You're looking at a seed outside in your garden. Are you going to eat the seed or are you going to eat the freaking fruit that comes off of it? You eat the damn fruit.
Everybody home right now, whatever your T-share amount is that feeds you every day, I want you to stop looking at it as pennies and look at it as dollars. We're not going to remain in these levels forever.
Where's Johnny at?
Go ahead.
Where's Johnny at? Diamonds. Not marbles, diamonds.
Once we're in the dollar column and away from the cents, now we're in the dollar column. Now start calculating that on a daily basis on what those T-shirts are going to give you. And now you can really start looking at them like money printers. And I'm just lost for words. I don't even know what to say. I'm lost.
Well, how about you just say this? You want to know the power of the Hex community?
Go ahead.
How much was sacrificed for Pulse X?
That's what I was going to say. Long vacation. You spend a lot of time in the Pulse chat. What's your feeling for what we've got in store for us this year?
What are you asking me?
I couldn't hear the last part of that. Can you repeat?
Yeah. So what's your feeling? You spend a lot of time in the chat in Pulse chain chat. What's your feel on what's coming down? What's our future look like this year with everything that's happening?
Can I give you a depiction of that real quick? You ready for it? Here you go. That's what I feel right here. See that?
Joker.
That's what I feel.
You're something else, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the chats, people might be nervous because this is the nerves before the show, right? I mean, the big show that's coming with Pulse Chain launch, all these things coming to fruition, right? This has been just a long year of talking about Pulse Chain, talking about Pulse X, sacrificing, learning, helping each other, and going through that whole process. Now we're getting closer and closer and closer to launch, and we're seeing very soon, hopefully, the reality of now having all your hex stakes duplicated onto another chain, the opportunities that come with cheaper, gas fees, so that you can do a different staking ladder entirely on one chain than the other. That you can, just use the product in all these different ways. I think people they're just impatient, waiting to get onto the chain to do what they want to do without having the amazing friction of Ethereum fees just dipping into their capital for any kind of transaction they want to do. So, there's a lot of anxiousness. I think maybe some anxiety, but that's because everyone's excited, right? They're ready for it to pump. They're ready for to get that green flag and just hit the ground racing, right? And it's just going to be a chaotic few days when it does occur. But I'm very curious. I got my popcorn ready. We're ready to watch the launch and see what happens.
Speaking of popcorn,
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, if you're feeling down and out, just watch live streams of YouTubers. You have a lot of cool people out there. Matty Allen does Hex Therapy Live. Matty Allen has a whole bunch of different live streams that he does just to kind of help, point you in a good direction. You have people like myself, Discourse Syndicate. We have a bunch of streamers out there. I'm sure you've met quite a bit out there even already within your ranks right now in Las Vegas. So, I mean, just pop on a stream, listen to what's going on, because essentially what could happen is you're feeling so scared about little dips where you need to be reminded that we're okay. And maybe all it will take is for somebody to say, hey, guy, listen, we're good. Chill. Relax. Don't wreck your hands, right? Don't break your money printer. Don't kill the golden goose. Be the person to listen to a person who's a good custodian of Richard Hart's message and is going to, at least not provide you financial advice. It's never financial advice, but at least calm those nerves, right? And if you want, I mean, hell, man, watch a clown laugh sometime,
What's the thing? I mean, how many cryptos out there can say that they have a huge community that's creating the amount of content that you see for Hex, right?
None.
For any other.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Exactly.
It doesn't
So-
exist. Only here.
Right.
The more successful Hex is, the more people's lives are freed up to be able to spend time giving back to the community. And I think that's why what we're seeing is the guys, it comes in waves, and you see all the guys that got in early, they're obviously out there. We're all doing most of what we do for free. Like, we're all working for Hex pretty much all the time. The price goes up. That changes the lives of another wave of people. Then they're free to come out. They get the confidence to be able to come out and talk more and give more back to the community. They're not so, their brain cycles aren't just how do I get the next meal on the table. They've got a lot more energy and mental energy that they can focus towards building out the community and giving back to the community. Each time we see a level up, we're going to see a whole nother wave of people into that realm where they get their time back, they get their freedom back, and they can start channeling it into things they really like to do. So each time we do that, we're going to hit another big level.
Agreed.
Hex.com definitely has brought me that. It gave me my time back, retire young, and now the next question is what to do with all this newfound wealth, and what is that without Maddie Allen, who just joined us. Maddie, thank you for giving me that sudden wealth therapy, because that is needed. There's people that just go crazy and just want to nuke themselves.
Well, you know, sudden wealth syndrome sounds like a really pretentious topic to talk about, but in the end, you know, it's something I think that the world needs, because, you know, the more abundance that can be created, the better for everybody. But at the same time, we all have to adjust mentally to everything. And so thanks for saying that, guys. And I've really appreciated your panel here.
All right. We appreciate you, Maddie.
Thanks, appreciate you as well, Maddie. Thank you.
And shout out to all the volunteers that are here today. We're gonna bring you on stage. I hope for the awards ceremony on the last day. But I personally want to thank everybody who's been volunteering here. The event would not be possible without you. So thank you, guys.
Hey!
What's up, guys?
Oh my God!
How's everyone doing?
Is that Maddie Allen? What is
Hey.
up, sucker? What's up, dude?
How's everyone doing out there?
Doing well, doing well. We had our car show here today, and everybody took pictures together.
Damn.
Been having a great conference.
Who's got the nicest car? What's the best one?
I don't know.
Damn, we got to fly out real quick and check it.
Yeah, dude. We would love to have been there. Grippo got into a car accident, and I'm sick
Yeah.
with COVID. So.
Speaking of car shows, I don't have a car.
If somebody wants to give Grip a car, please.
Yeah.
You can deck it out and hex everything, dude. We'll take it to every show.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your accident. I hope you're.
That's all right, man. Yeah, I'm here, you know, digitally, which is awesome.
Yes, yeah. Thanks for joining. And
Thank you for having us again, man.
Super.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm a fan of your guys' show, of course. and whenever I drop in, it seems like you guys are talking about something really hilarious or talking about boxing me in person.
Are we doing this, Maddie? Are we doing this for the people of Vegas? Would you guys love to see a boxing match between Maddie Allen and myself
for charity?
Come on, Maddie. I'm totally serious, man. I'm dedicated to the next 6 months of turning my body into a machine to destroy you.
That's right. Yeah. Well,
are you willing to do the same?
I'm gonna train with the best, you know.
I know you can.
He's got Tyson out there in Vegas.
Yeah, he could go
he's
to
got
Tyson
like
right
just a block away.
So let's see. So we've got
in.
some people here in the crowd who are speaking on this panel as well. So come on up, and I'll get you set up to speak.
All right.
All
See
right.
some familiar faces coming up there.
Seeing some comments in the chat. Ace says they should show the chat on the big screen. It's half of the entertainment. I agree. So I will be reading the chat.
Now we're back live on YouTube.
I don't know.
Lights are bright.
Look at these shirts. These shirts are even brighter than the lights, dude.
How much?
Crypto Gammy says no more concussions for Maddie, please.
Yeah, I'll pass on the concussions now as well.
Yeah, you got wrecked the other day. Look at your eye, dude. You got destroyed.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I accidentally dropped it on the last panel. It was really embarrassing. I was like, oh, I'm not supposed to be here. Sorry,
Well,
Joker.
I don't know
Sorry,
if it was
man.
live yet.
I think it was.
Wait, I was there too. I don't know. Look at this. Look at this. We got DJ Cryptomatic.
Freddie
we got Freddie
Quotes.
What's good?
We got
Mike
Corey.
check.
What is up, boys?
What's up, man?
What up?
I wish we could turn the speakers louder. Is there a way? Is it just me? Have I listened to way too much loud? Yeah, it's not gonna work. Sorry, that's my fault.
Get some feedback.
I'll just have to try to pay attention.
How's everybody doing? You guys all right?
Oh yeah, dude. Everybody's good out there. Look at them. They're ready. They're ready for a show. We better give it to them.
It's getting like 4 in the afternoon. Everybody's getting tired and it drags.
No way,
you
dude.
guys
I just
still
cracked
rocking
one
with
open.
us?
Let's go.
So give yourselves a round of applause for still rocking with us.
Yeah, Vegas. They better keep that oxygen pumping into the casinos like they do.
Yeah, Joe Exotic says, now that's a panel. That's right, dude. This is some legends up here. Look at this. I feel like I should get some sunglasses on.
Show. We just came in from being outside of the car show.
Fair enough.
Yeah, who's got the sickest car out there?
What'd you say?
Who's got the sickest car there?
Ooh, I don't know. So there's a funny story about that. We were at Daytona a couple weeks ago, and Crypto Sparbook, they had the Lambo out. You know what I'm saying? Like lime green Lambo, right?
Dang.
Going all over the place. And then the DeLorean comes in, and I swear to God, there were more people around the DeLorean than the Lambo. Yeah. Everyone loves the DeLorean, man. Like it's super popular.
Classic, man.
Yeah, Back to the Future, man.
What'd you say?
Back to the Future.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right,
and the
right before you.
He's
Yeah,
got the
true.
hoverboard, and it just like sets the whole thing off.
Oh, that's awesome. Right before you guys got on, we were just talking, Grippo just got into a car wreck. So if any of you guys want to donate a Hex car to him or a Hex van, so we can go on tour
I'll
with.
take him.
Right.
For those of you in the audience who are not initiated, Al Grapone right here, aka the New York Leatherface, he is in the metal band Kiss and Candice, a national touring act.
Nice.
They go all over the world. They'll play your backyard. They'll play your bat mitzvah. It doesn't matter as long as you're paying.
Little bit of everything.
Yeah. So what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. How you doing, man?
Good.
Cryptomatic, is this your first time to the U.S.?
No.
Okay. You've been here.
No,
a lot?
I've been here a couple of times, but I'm one of the ones, I guess, who had the longest to travel. Like it's a 15-hour ordeal on various airplanes and airports. But we're here now, so
That's
awesome.
awesome.
I'm very
With
happy that
with
I
all
made
of your DJ equipment, right?
made the trip. Yeah, because I'll be DJing the Naga Bowl special on.
Oh, so
Wednesday.
good, dude.
Can we, by show of hands,
So whoever
can we
has
see a show of hands who's coming? Anyone in here coming to Naga's party?
In here? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Hey, we got some hands in
That's a
there.
turnout right there.
What's up, man?
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be nice, man. It's gonna be official. It's gonna be official, man.
Yeah, so we're gonna be there, and I'm bringing all the rappers with me too. So we're gonna have some fun.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Naga Bowl.
Hell yeah.
All right.
It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, man.
It's hard not to have a good time with Naga. I was surprised, man, because like I see Naga on stream and I met him for the first time today. And on stream, he's like, jackpot, bitch. Like he's like super loud. And I met him today and he was like, hi, Fred, how are you doing? I'm like, I'm doing pretty good, man. Like, I was not expecting that. It was like completely different. I was like, okay, different Naga. I'm gonna tone down. I fanboy a little bit, but
Yeah, man.
maybe I'm coming too hard right now. But
All right. Yeah, man.
I might have scared him.
It's the weirdest thing, though. I met him this morning too, and I was like, "Oh, you're not that tall," because he looks like a giant
Later
on screen.
That's one thing, man. One thing I've learned is when you meet people who you see stream, the people who look short on stream are tall, and people who look tall on stream are actually short in real life. It's like the opposite of what it should be.
Yeah.
Like I met Dollar Cost Crypto yesterday. I'm like, geez, bro. Like I'm over 6 foot tall, but it was like Hodl Dog and Corey and Dollar Cost Crypto. And they're just monsters. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh my God, I'm a schmidge over here. It's like,
man.
it's the opposite.
Yeah.
How tall is Maddie Allen? Does anybody know?
Oh, 5'11".
I think Maddie's taller than that.
Yeah, there's no way he's 5'11".
Who is 6'7"? We're someone 6'7".
That's me.
Yeah.
Well, 6'6", but yeah.
Hoddle 6'7".
Damn.
That might be your opponent for the charity Hex Boxing then.
No, it's Maddie. Maddie already locked it in, dude. Everybody in Vegas heard it. He locked it in. I don't know if you guys heard, but Maddie Allen and I are going to do a boxing match in Vegas in September. So please be there.
There's lots of promotion of a boxing match.
Good Lord, man.
So, right now we're going to talk a little bit about what we've got going on and how we got into music and all that stuff, which everyone's heard a million times. So we're like, well, we got to do something to spice it up. So when we're done talking about that boring stuff, unless you guys want us to talk about something else, when we're done talking about the boring stuff, then we're going to get to a Hex giveaway. We're going to give away 10,000 Hex.
Woo!
But the thing is,
that's nice.
The thing is, we're going to call on
Everybody's
people
awake
and
now.
we'll do some in the chat and then we'll do some people here. And what we'll do is we'll give questions. If you answer them correctly, then you get the Hex, or like a music lyric. If you finish or complete the music lyric, then you get 1,000 Hex or whatever. And it'll all be above the table. So whatever it is, whoever it is that wins, just message me on Telegram and then we'll get everything sent out and we'll do etherscan.ios to prove all the shit that went out to everybody. So it'll be fun. But before that, we're going to talk about boring stuff, like how music affects our lives and what we do and blah, blah, blah. We're the music guys. Maddie, like, how many times can we talk about how we got into Hex music? One more time, okay. Is there anything that you guys want to hear us talk about? Movie. Ooh, the documentary. Okay. So, I don't know. They're here. Have you seen them? Have you run into them? No. So I believe that they're still in the filming phase. And then after the filming phase, I think they go into an editing phase. And then after the editing phase, they're going to release version 3. And then 4 more weeks after that, the documentary should be ready. That's where it's at. Nice. I think they're talking like 3rd to 4th quarter this year, September, October, November, sometime. At least that's what I've heard. That's been months ago, so I don't know if that's still on, but they're pretty professional. They do a really good job at what they do.
They got it on the website, the white paper.
They do have a white paper. They definitely have like a timeline.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any other questions? Has anyone done a Q&A yet?
50-50. Okay.
All right. More boring stuff. Any more questions?
Hey, I got a question. Anybody here, people here, hands raised high, who got into crypto just because, who got into Hex because they were in crypto first? By show of hands. Okay. And how many people got into crypto or got into Hex because they wanted to learn how to invest? Raise your hands. Like, oof.
Ooh, only a couple.
Okay. Well, real quick. Okay. Well, Hex is basically about, investing and learning about investing. And I think that what we were doing as artists, we're not artists by trade. We do this because Hex did a lot for us and we wanted to put something forward. And I think that the idea of what Richard Hart was trying to pass on to us is the idea of delayed gratification, a basic staple of investing in itself. And for us to really understand investing, I think we have to understand the long-term sense of it, not 5 years, 10 years somewhat, because everyone is looking for the 1, 2, 3 years. Hey, we're going to be good. Put the money out. We're going. I think we should really focus on the strategy of how to really make this thing last long-term, not just for us, but for our children. And again, what we're trying to do is display that in lyrical form, just to reach another subset of the community. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And everyone's playing a different part. And we're saying this to tell you guys that, everybody has a trade out there that's different from what we do. And that you too can contribute. Just find a little niche that you can actually put forward. And the community, we will support you, just like you guys supporting us. And that's why we're here today, because we're here in the beginning. And now we're here talking to you guys, just trying to support you guys and let you know that it'll happen, but it is over time and it is an investment strategy. And Hex is, since it's a completed product, is actually doing what it said it's supposed to do. So just believe in it and take your time and really just think forward about this.
Yeah, I don't know. Am I on? Testing. Can you guys hear me?
I know it's hard to hear you.
This thing on?
Yeah,
Just
mic
to
check.
jump in on that point though, using the music as a teaching tool. I know I'm glad you asked the question, who got into Hex just to get into investing? And I know when I first started, I was a newbie. I didn't know anything. I did a lot of YouTube university and reading, and it's a lot of new vocabulary. It's a lot of new terms and things that you just aren't familiar with. And with my music, I just wanted to put that new, put those words into the music to where even if you didn't get it, or just repetition and hearing those words over and over. And Richard Hart does it best. You see the same stream, for 4 hours all the time, and it's every time it's something that you pick up that you missed.
Facts.
So
Yeah.
that's what I try to do with the music. It's always, try to teach with every line. You can learn something with every line.
Facts. I have a question. What would you guys like to hear from us as far as music content? Is there anything specifically that you would like us to touch on in our songs that we can have a focus for? What you got? Yes, sir.
Yep.
Hex rap freestyle.
Oh, dude.
Oh man.
No, hold on.
I'm gonna cheat.
Hold on.
Oh man.
How about there's something that you haven't heard yet about Hex?
I got my man.
A couple bars from everybody.
No, hang on. I got my man Black KC Crypto right here. So we're gonna do the Pulse Chain Gang rap. All right. I'm gonna start it off. You guys give me the beat. Okay. It goes, me and Molly Boo thing. We in the same thing. We be cleaning up with Pulse. I guess we're in the chain gang. Sacrifice 6, streaming gang. Pulse Chain Gang. We done changed the whole game. Take it off.
Oh, damn.
You gotta take the worst, bro.
Damn. All right. I got a little something. I could do.
And I don't even rap, man.
I mean, that was pretty good. No
Hard to
pressure.
top.
I'm gonna cheat because I've got some stuff that you guys haven't heard yet that are Hex bars. I don't do anything for free. Actually, I do everything for free. That's the funny thing. I'm not
like a
charging
true
8%.
musician now.
All right, so all right, here we go. I told everyone to buy Hex. Only a couple people did though. Now everyone else is jealous, and 720's in the benzo, but they think that it's too late because they just got here. But all you need is like 2 G's and then stake it for 5 years. Come on.
Hell yeah. I gotta help us get there.
No pressure.
Oh man,
No pressure.
Hey man, I'm just reciting one of my bars, man. Listen, because I just want to, again, what I'm saying in my rhymes is just trying to educate and let people know where we've been. So I
Right.
say, do you remember when Bitcoin was a penny a share? Well, Hex is the same price and made millionaires. This ain't crypto advice, so let's just be clear.
Come on.
Come on, man. Hex did go up when the market was bare. Okay, that's all I'm telling you guys.
All right, that's pretty good.
Oh, man, that's it, man.
All right,
Oh
now
my
pick somebody
gosh.
from the crowd to do a freestyle.
Can we smoke in here, man? Are we getting a
Yeah.
cipher going right now? Like, can we twist a J? Can we do a steak and bake episode midstream conference? Can we do that?
Start two-step.
There you go. So if I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
we ready.
Oh my god!
All right. What time is it?
I'm gonna put the beat on.
It's time to party.
23.
We got the beat.
something 23.
Just automatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, what time is it
Check
over
my
there?
man out. Can I give him this mic?
Oh, he's coming up. All right.
Who's coming up? What I miss?
I think he's leaving.
Mix a
Or
lot.
is he coming up?
You want to sit here? Here.
Somebody got the beat.
Can we get a chair? I'll get you a chair, bro.
Go ahead, Freddie.
Yeah.
What's up, bro? How you doing? How you doing? Good, man. All right. Here we go.
This getting
This guy
interesting.
seizing the moment right here. I love
Yeah,
this.
for real.
What's good? What's your name?
My name's Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Jeremy,
That-
fucking
that
killing it,
Jeremy?
bro.
Hell yeah, Jeremy.
We in here. We in here.
Dr. Kendall.
All right, Dr. Kendall. Where you from?
Stack, Texas.
Cool. How'd you get into
Did you
Hex?
say Detective
Friends
John
told me,
Kimball?
and so just kind of quit trading and did the regular thing. Lots a lot in order to have a little bit left to get into Hex. So.
Oh yeah, that's a common story,
dude,
man.
I love that.
Yeah.
People are like, "Oh, you're so lucky, you know, you did this. You retired from crypto." I'm like, "I've lost a lot of money." Okay. Like you have to earn your stripes. You know what I'm saying? So like people right now come in, they bought the top, and they're about to dip. It's like, all right, earn your stripes.
Yeah, man.
You'll be here eventually. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
It's a
that's
young
good,
Bill.
man. So your diamond
It's like,
hands.
oh man.
All the way.
Holding on.
All fives.
Good.
Go.
Yeah.
All right, what you got? You want to do some freestyles? What you got?
I mean, put on a beat. Give me some words. Give me some
Yeah,
whatever.
I
Just
don't
so I
know.
can.
I don't know if it works like that.
If I give you words, can
feed
you
'em,
like
feed 'em.
Harry Mack it, where you just like
Feed 'em.
freestyle the words I'm giving you? All right, T-shares.
All right, so we got a beat.
Gucci.
Man,
No beat. No beat. Here, I get a beat. What kind of beat you like?
Oh, can you do the beats? Remember that.
You
don't want to get
service in here
banned.
is-
You know you don't get banned out here.
I know. Yeah, let me do.
Oh yeah,
Try to keep this
copyright.
show going.
Type in free YouTube type.
All right,
beat.
we can just do it. We can do it a cappella.
we get a beatbox?
Oh, you got it. Oh, let's come on.
That
Man,
was
let's go.
good. What? That was a beatboxer too? Damn.
Yo, we got a
There's someone of
beatbox?
every
We'll do it
talent
live.
in the Mexican community.
All right, this is
We'll do it
how
live.
we roll.
Yeah.
Amazing. Here, get this mic. Get it in there.
Now, if someone can get there and paint this live as it happens,
no mic, no
that'd be
sound.
awesome.
He needs some mic.
Can you hear me?
No.
I got to go over to you then. There you go.
About to do it live.
All right.
This is great, dude.
Okay.
Let's go, bro.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he got it like that. He could beat then, we could bring it right back. Get it like that. If you want to do some rap, then you gotta get on stage and like Harry Mack. Give me some words, we could do it just facts. I don't know, but we could count our stacks. Or we could stake them, yeah, we could make them fatter. So here we go again, yeah, we building our ladders.
Damn.
Love
I
it.
keep going. I need another word. I could do a thing like because I'm 33rd. Yeah, I'm from Texas. Yeah, we great. Everything's bigger like the Hex. It ain't. So here we go. Calling checkmate on all the other cryptos. This is our game. Yeah, we taking over. Yeah, we the chain gang. Doing that thing. That five's just the same. Every day we come with. Yeah, it's fame. Yep, we want it. So here's the game. Put in your numbers. Then you ring. Up that register. You got your own bank.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn. This guy, yeah, I feel like you guys had to plant him there or something.
Wait.
That was too incredible.
Jeremy. Can I ask Jeremy a question?
Jeremy,
You talk about
Mic drop.
impromptu.
Jeez.
Okay.
That's how.
Can let me ask Jeremy a question real quick. Is everybody's asking? Everybody's asking. Is Jeremy single?
I mean,
Oh, God.
that legit just goes to show the talent that is in this community. And going back to what Corey said, like, this is the repeat message. Every streamer that has been on this entire conference is the same thing. You might not do something that someone else does. You do something a little bit differently. Like Marco said, what you say could be what sparks somebody else, right? So, you know, so much talent. Use your talents. Put your talents to work for Hex and the community. Not just for Hex, for yourself, for your bags, for everything. I'm here to shill.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
just do it. But that's awesome. That gets me amped up. That energizes me, man. Like, God damn.
All right.
That was
Yeah.
cool. What's
Out
the
here
chat
working.
saying?
The chat wants to know if he's single.
That was
What's
bomb.
site?
that was crazy.
I love it. 313.
Freddie, I feel like
Chad's
you
loving
planted that guy there, and this is all like some big stunt, you know?
He did.
Yeah, man.
That was freaking awesome.
That was dope.
That's
Jeremy,
real organic
the
stuff
ladies
right
want to
there. That's
know.
insane.
The ladies want to know if Jeremy's single.
Step up.
That was awesome.
Get in the game.
How long do you think this game's going to take to give away this Hex?
Oh, man.
30 minutes?
Mm.
Do you think it's going to be more or less? Should we get to like, do you want us to give
Let's
away
do it
Hex?
now. Let's get started.
Okay.
Who wouldn't want free Hex, man?
Huh?
Who wouldn't want free Hex?
All right.
I'll take some.
So, is there anyone in here that thinks they know all the lyrics, or who thinks they know the lyrics to the most Hex songs, I should say?
To the
Is
Hex
there anyone in
rap
here
songs.
who just listens to our music over and over and over? There's no fans. Okay.
I'm a big fan of
We're
Freddy
done.
quotes. I'm not gonna lie.
I guess the game's over. Okay, we're gonna go straight to the chat.
Do you have a do you have a
They can
genius
cheat in the
website?
chat. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
bring up Genius right now.
I'm loading up
Freddy
Genius.
quotes lyrics.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up right now.
What'd he say?
I'm about to win, baby. Rip, I'm getting us a van.
Oh, he's gonna look them up. Okay. All right. Is someone in the chat? All right. I'm just gonna pull up the chat on my phone.
Yeah, let's pull up.
Or
a
how
name at
about this?
random.
I'm gonna say a lyric, and if someone thinks that they know the end of the lyric, yell your name out. The first name that we hear, you get a chance to win 1,000 hex. Okay? Is that okay?
That'll work.
All right. And then I think we're all gonna do something a little different. You'll have multiple choice. It is what it is. All right, cool. I'll go first. All right. So, all right, online, we'll come back to you. Sorry. All right, we'll go. So here, everyone knows, call your name, yell your name, and then, if you can finish it, you get 1,000 hex. All right, call it a scam. Nobody really cares. We can tell. Well, who's someone over here? Who said that? You have to come up here, Chad. Chad, come to the
You're
front.
bringing Cup here and sit? Hell yeah.
Damn.
He's got to wrap the whole line now.
All right, Chad. Have you ever been on stream, Chad? No? Is this going to be your first time on stream? Pull up an ice block, Lendoneer.
Oh, gosh.
Come on up. I got a White Claw for you, Chad.
Got a nice White Claw. Nice. Did you bring one? Did you share one?
Oh, he's got one too? Oh, cheers.
He's got
to
White
you,
Claw
Chad.
throwing up there.
Get some shots.
Hey, Brock,
Coffee,
hey,
bring up the shots.
Chad, let me get a cheers, Chad. Let's go, Chad. Let's get a little cheers here.
So when did you first get into Hex?
Day one.
Hell yeah.
Day one. Yeah.
How'd you find Richard?
Day 33. I hit the big numbers. Found Richard, a buddy of mine, did really good in 2017. And he says, hey, check out this guy, Richard. He's got a new crypto, Hex. It's supposed to have all the pumpamentals, everything about it. It's supposed to make the price go up. I'm like, all right, I'll check it out. So
that's awesome, brother.
You listen to Richard for 5 minutes, and
yeah,
if you're into truth, then you're instantly
Right.
hooked. So
Yep.
yeah,
The truth engine. That's the thing that's awesome about it, man.
Yeah.
It's like truth is the end all be all, the beginning and the end. It'll always be there.
yeah, it's you can't fake it. It's like he's telling you everything that nobody else is telling you, and that's an easy thing to distinguish from everybody else. So
awesome. So check this
Anyway.
out. Are you on Telegram?
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
not.
Do you have your phone?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Next contestant.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So how about this? You put in your Telegram, and then I'll message you, and then message me back an address, and we'll get you hooked up.
Yeah, 1980.
Yeah, just message me your home address.
Yeah, private keys. All that.
I can't find him. He looks like Jocko
To be
Willings.
honest,
I don't know. We want to
I got
see
roped
who's
into it.
winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick. I know the song.
Can you put in your Telegram?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and then I'll send you a message.
And I think this too is like entry for everyone. Like a part of coming out to these events is basically a little bit of networking
100%.
and meeting the people that you see on stream, just to ask questions and see what's going on. Just see that, we started the same way. Like we're just like you guys. We're just out here just trying to put something forward of something that we think is valuable to the community. Because that's what Richard Hart pushes. He wants all of us to be a community-driven crypto, because he doesn't even want to be, the forefront of it. He just basically created it, and the community has to drive it forward in whichever direction it goes. So we have to all, at the end of the day, come together as consensus and make it work.
Yes, sir.
I see you, bro.
Perfect. Round of applause. Round of applause for Chad.
He looks like a Chad too.
All right, who wants to go? Who wants to be embarrassed next?
Oh boy, me.
Corey, Casey.
Yeah.
I got one.
All right, Casey, what you got, Casey?
Black KC Crypto. Yeah, that's the new lick, bro. On ramp my fiat to see what it hit for. Came for a flip and it grew by the XO. I don't know what's next. Blank, 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 blank. Who knows the answer? Hands in the air. Done. Need to call Hexo.
Hey. Come on down. Come on down. Hell yeah, this is perfect. All right. Man, I'm gonna have to go through these. What's good, brother? You want to sit over here? Sit over there? Come over here. Come on over here.
It's my winner over here.
Awesome.
What we need?
What?
What we need?
What?
The Hex. What do we need?
Oh yeah, I need your telegram. How'd you get into Hex? How'd you get into Hex?
I got into Hex a couple days before the big payday.
Talking to the mic.
I got into Hex a couple of weeks before a big payday. I was listening to Richard for a while, and yeah, that's when I got in pretty much. I was in other cryptos before that, but yeah, I've just been in it ever since and can't stop paying attention, you know? So
that's awesome.
That's it.
I need you to come put your telegram thing in. Sorry,
And this guy is a drum and bass music producer. Like he puts
drum
out
and
the hot
bass is
tracks on the internet. Mr. Sojourner.
While they're setting that up, Grippo, his band Kiss and Candace, put out a music video not too long ago for those of you who haven't seen. And it starts off that it's powered by Hex. So we want to thank the Hexagon community for allowing us to do that. And I think he's being real washed up and actually wearing a limited edition shirt of the Hex Kiss and Candace shirt right now. Why don't you show that? Why don't you show that off real quick?
Oh yeah, we got this right here. But what I want to say with that is that's a new way you can chill, even if your music doesn't include Hex itself. I took the opportunity to put Hex in our music video. It starts out with Hex.com, and the description has all the information. So if you're not writing music directly about Hex, there's still ways that you can get Hex out there to a community of people who have no idea what it is.
Absolutely.
Just expose it to them.
So if you guys are a fan of very wild and theatrical metal music, as opposed to like the whole DJ and the rap scene, check out Kiss and Candace. Yeah, I wish you could too.
These
dude.
guys
We'd
are the
probably
real
make more
deal right
money.
here, though.
Yeah,
all
that's
fucking
for
awesome.
sure.
I listen to them on the regular.
We had a blast with Kiss and Candace at the New York party.
Oh yeah, that was quite the night. You know, I've realized that night that Hex is probably the hardest partying group in crypto. I would say.
Yeah.
Good time, man.
So also
Hell yeah.
big shout out to Jackie and Jay Mills, man, for putting
Oh,
this
well,
together.
absolutely.
Yeah,
That was a
shout out
blast.
Love Jay, love Jackie.
Limo, yeah, that was so much fun,
that
man.
was
They're so good, dude.
best. Yeah, much love to them.
All right, Corey, are
Grippo
you
and
next?
I showed
All right,
up with
man.
a $10 fireball.
Good Lord.
That was dope.
I've had enough run-ins with Fireball. I will not touch Fireball ever again.
Well, you guys all had like
I
that
should have
super
not
expensive
touched it either.
champagne.
Ugh.
All right.
What are you gonna do, Corey? You got a lyric? You got
do a lyric?
trivia? What do you
Yeah.
got?
Follow a lyric. That's it.
All right.
Make it quick and simple. All right. So just next few words. So it goes. So first, there was Bitcoin, the OG in the game. The whole reason I even thought to get in the lane. First, I must explain. Content creator Trevon James spoke of a crypto that made mad gains. Blank, blank, blank.
Blank, blank, blank. Your name. Someone yell your name.
Did I hear Nardo?
Okay.
No,
No, that's not it, Marco.
Anyone else?
Any takers?
Should
Shout
we
out
go
Nardo.
to chat?
Should we go to chat?
Hold on, chat.
Yeah, let's
You're
go
not
to
going to
chat.
say anything yet.
Chat.
I got to get it pulled up here because I want to make sure.
That's not it.
That's not it.
Say the lyric again.
Okay. First, it was Bitcoin, the OG in the game. The whole reason I even thought to get in the lane, but it was blank, blank, blank.
Blank, blank, blank. All right, so I got to pull this up.
Mhm.
I'm going to go into the chat, and
I
then
think someone might have dropped
they're
it. in there.
already, already putting it in.
Crypto Gammy says hex.com.
No.
It was a good guess.
That's a hard one, man.
I know, man. All right. Kevin, what is it?
Kevin?
Not all the same. Yes. No.
Yeah, Hex Travels.
Oh. No. It's a guessing game.
Okay, 2,000 Hex. Any right answers? Any
Let me Google right quick.
2,000 Hex.
Double up.
Okay.
Any takers? 2,000 Hex.
How about this? I'll
Is-
switch it up.
is-
What was the
Izzy Money
Give us
says
another
Pulse
one.
Chain Lane.
What was the first cryptocurrency I got wrecked in?
Ooh.
That's a sore subject for some of us.
Who said that?
Hey.
Come on up.
Come on down. Okay.
Oh my God.
What was the answer to that
That
one?
was the biggest 2017 scam, which they try to compare Hex to. So,
Did anybody
That's
ever
a
get
little-
into Bitsy.biz?
oh yikes!
No.
Did anybody, is there anyone here who put any Bitcoin into Bitsy.biz? Okay, I'm the only fool.
Now, should I?
All right. It's okay. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, Grip. Let's
Yeah.
go all in.
Yeah, we're investing.
What'd you say?
You say it's a really good idea, right? We should put our money in there.
I can't even. It's
You
so
said,
hard
did you
to
put
use.
money in that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Big.
No,
Yeah.
should we put money in there?
Oh no!
Into Bitsy?
No.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Oh yeah.
Grip
Big
and I
Connect.
make
All
the
right.
bag in.
I think
Pass.
everyone had money in Big Connect.
At some point, yeah. If you're
Yeah.
here long enough,
Nope.
I was all about it. I was like,
Didn't
fuck
fall.
it.
Did not fall for Big Connect. Did
going
not
in.
fall for Mount Gox. None of it.
man, yeah.
The biggest coin I ever got wrecked in was Bitcoin Private. Did anybody get into that shit show with Rhett? Whatever that dude's name is. He did a stream with Richard.
Oh yeah.
Something Rhett something. I don't know. He's not worth it.
Yeah.
Shit sucked.
Anybody who watches the Heavy Metal Lexicon show already knows that answer for Grip and I.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come on,
Hey,
man.
shout out to Hawk for
You
losing
know
all
what?
the
My
money.
2000 X.
Yeah. What's good, brother? How are you?
Cool, bro.
Pull up an ice block London here. Are you on Telegram?
I'm Angel Black and Telegram.
All right. So damn, I already got the last winner's ETH address in my shit right here.
You want
Yeah, he
the
logged in on his MetaMask for you. That was nice.
Messing around.
Yeah.
or ETH gas? Are you gonna send it on ETH or Pulse Chain?
That dude looks
Oh,
like
I
Barrett
thought
from
before,
Final Fantasy
right?
VII.
No, yeah.
You want to get the
Snapchat,
copy?
right? You want
Yeah,
to
you want the
do that?
snapshot?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Right?
You don't have my ETH address. So.
Yeah, put them down.
Let's do
Real
this.
quick, how'd you get in the Hex?
So I was in.
First, what's your name? I'm sorry about that.
I'm Angel Black.
Angel,
Telegram.
nice to meet you, bro.
Folks probably know me from talking. Shout out to the moderators that came up here earlier. Appreciate y'all.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Big shout.
So yeah, how'd you get in the Hex? Sorry about that.
So I'm a developer.
Okay.
So I've
Cool.
been in crypto for a long time.
Gotcha.
Been around doing a lot of things. So
Okay.
I was in before. I'll just leave it at that. Before when it was CFD,
Okay.
computational fluid dynamics with Richard Hart.
Yeah.
So I was involved in
Okay.
Is that you?
Angel Black.
Oh, dyslexia. It sucks.
That's okay.
Oh, I almost typed it in again.
You want to give away some more hits while you doing that?
She's got my thing back.
Yeah.
That
I accidentally
one?
typed my name in real quick.
No.
Here, you type it because I'm an idiot.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Quick, get a seed. Get a seed while you're on his phone.
Sorry, y'all.
How much time do we have left? Because we have more Hex to give away.
All right.
I feel like we should do one for the chat, but I don't know how
we gotta
to.
do one for the chat.
Who like puts the best or the answer in first? Thank you, brother. So third winner.
We got to get somebody from the
And
chat.
that was 2K.
All right,
All right.
chat, go
Thank you,
off
brother.
right now.
Yeah,
Chat, go
absolutely.
off.
Thank you,
We're gonna
brother.
pick a name at random. So just chat, just start going off. Just start rattling stuff
Good
out.
music too, man. Y'all keep it up.
Absolutely, brother. Are you coming to Nagas?
Yeah.
Awesome. Hell yeah.
All right, man.
All right, so we have 3 winners, 4K gone. So what do you think? Let's do 1,000 for chat. So how should we do it for chat?
Yeah.
Maddie, do you
Look,
see the
chat's
chat?
going nuts right now. What's up, chat? Woo!
It's like not streaming
There
on
we
my
go.
screen.
Oh, it's streaming on mine, and people
Yeah,
are
we
going
it's
nuts in
looking
here.
pretty good
People
here.
want the
Yeah, there's a
giveaway.
lot of
People want the
lot
giveaway.
of fives and a lot of yos.
A lot of fives.
Shout out to
A lot
Joe.
of LFG.
All right,
And
shout
a
out.
yee-ha-ha.
So what do we do? The
Yee-ha-ha.
first correct answer in chat is the winner. And can we have
Yeah, we
chat
can totally
police
do that.
this because we don't really have a way to see it. At least it's not.
I'm watching it.
Maybe it's.
Yeah, I got it up too.
Is it my turn again? Let me do. I think I'm gonna do something from Furu.
How about somebody name
good
Mike
song.
Grippo's band?
Yeah, let's do it.
Who can name Al Grapone's band? First one in the chat, get some money. Woo!
Al Capone's band.
Al Grapone, the guy right,
Oh, yeah,
right
that's
beneath
me.
me.
Yeah, that's just me.
I'm
Yeah,
just saying
over
Mike. I know Mike.
Yeah.
Mike Grippo. Oh, we got Burnt Wookie. Burnt Wookie says kissing Candace, and Debbie says kidding Cabandis.
Oh, Burnt Wookie.
Kidding Cabandis. Yeah, I like that one.
Wookie.
That's a good one. Yeah,
Burnt Wookie.
Burnt Wookie.
Okay, Burnt Wookie. I need you to DM me on Twitter.
All right, do it up,
So if
Burnt
you
Wookie.
hate
You
me
just won yourself
because
some
I'm a communist,
money.
then you better add me back on Twitter. All right, let's see. Burnt Wookie.
Woo!
I'm gonna check that just in case.
Kissing Hex.
Yeah, one day.
Mike.
Kissing
Next.
candies. I like that too.
Burnt Wookie.
The Polstitutes. These are some good ones. The Al
Yeah,
Capones.
I'm getting new band names all over.
Polstitutes. Al
We might have
Capone
to start
and
that
the
up.
M16s.
Yeah, these are
All right,
good.
so Burnt
Grippo's
Wookie.
new album called Hexes and O's coming out real soon.
Yeah, we're thinking about doing the next song Hexes and O's.
That'd be really sick.
Mike,
bad
do you
time.
have any tour plans? Now that the pandemic is not there and artists can actually make a living again.
Right, dude, it
Jesus,
sucks.
Yeah.
We're working on something. We're just we live in 5 different states too, so it's hard. Our singer actually lives out there in Vegas, so I was hoping to make it out there, but didn't get the chance to. But right now, we're still working on getting a tour together. It's all about that first show back, you know. Once we get that in the books, it'll be like, let's go, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seriously, they put on such an amazing show. If you guys haven't seen it, I can't stress that enough.
So do you guys do regular performances in New York?
No, we don't. We used to when we all lived here, but everyone just slowly moved away and left me here
Really?
alone. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I know how that
Yeah.
goes.
Yeah. But we're still going. But it's like we're in an age where you can do anything over the internet. It doesn't even really matter anymore.
Yeah.
Like people live here, they don't. You know, it's not that hard. It's cool. We've learned that's the next evolution of music too, you know? It's like you don't have to be in a room with someone to write something with them. You can go back and forth on the internet. It's so cool.
Logy. All right, let's do this real quick. I don't know if this clock on here is correct, but we've got a couple more minutes. I'm gonna do another one. I think we can make it around one more time, right? We got enough for a couple more. All right, let me pick a good one. Let's go Furu. And then I got a lot of favorite lyrics in this song.
Yeah, it's a good song, dude. I listen to that every day.
I'm just gonna stop in the video somewhere.
I'm gonna play a clip now. Don't cancel the stream.
Oh, damn. No, I don't want to use that one. Oh, here we go. Here we go. They do whatever you say just to make gains, but it's too big a risk to pick up pennies front of. I heard Luther.
Whoa!
Say what? Hey, freight trains. Amen, brother. Come on up. Come on up. Luther. How are you, brother?
Good. How are you?
Good to have you on. Good to have you here. Love seeing Joker's love and everyone growing and building and doing their thing, brother. It's awesome, man. Like Hexy Quinn, everybody, dude, just grinding hard for the community, bringing everyone together. It's just awesome stuff, brother. So I need your Telegram. I might have you on my Telegram, but I do not know.
Actually.
Damn.
Hex Luther.
Shout out Hex Luther. What a good
So
dude.
what's your story, brother? Sorry, I mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. That was what is that, Dom?
Yeah, dude. Hex Luther onboarded my Bumble date last week.
Yeah, I onboarded his Bumble date the other day.
Okay. Did you really?
Yeah,
Funny
he really
story.
did.
And then
my wife on Bumble.
Grippo tried to renew our vows on.
Yeah, I made the attempt.
Type it in, brother.
Didn't go that well.
Listen, while they're setting that up, Heavy Metal Hexagon. Yes, I'm plugging our show, the Heavy Metal Hexagon show. We go wild. We have a lot of fun on there. We do a lot of dumb stuff. So if you like Hex, but if you really just like fun, that's the show to go on.
All right.
Fun.
If you want to see Hex Luthor onboard Bumble dates, it's a good,
Yeah,
good
dude.
place to be.
I bring him over and he fucking knocks him down. That's how we do. I set him up, he knocks him down.
Just Freddy quotes. Yep. FREDDIE.
So if that sounds funny to you,
boom.
You could also catch Hex Luthor on the official Pulsification
Oh yeah,
channel.
Pulsification. Shout out Hex Luthor on Pulsification.
Karster Dorkslayer says, I like fun, then come on to our show. Come check it out. We do Saturdays at I don't know, whatever time we do it at. 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, whenever you feel like.
Yeah. Land Mag. I've been reading the chat the whole time I was here. I
Yeah,
love you
chat's
guys.
going crazy for you guys
Chat's
here.
keeping it sick. The audience, they're having a good time. Those are all vets.
Yeah.
Those are the
I
industry
searched for
vets in the
you in
audience
one of
right
the
now. I want them on the show.
Yeah, what's
Chad, if you're listening, we want you on the show, dude.
what's the best
I want
Hex
Jeremy
song?
too.
What's the best? Let's hear it. Chat.
Yeah, chat.
Who's got the best?
The best Hex song.
Let's hear it. You could shout out too if you're there. If you're live in Vegas right now and you got an answer, let's hear it.
Okay.
What? I don't hear nobody. You got to scream louder than that. Hex Anthem, no doubt, from Jonathan Marin.
No doubt.
Luther _ Hex.
I see. Hey, DJ Cryptomatic, real quick. Just what type of music we gonna play at Nagabo's party?
This one.
Oh man, Nagabo, he's giving me playlists. You know, like don't you play any house or techno music at my house party? It's like only R&B and hip hop, and so that's what it's going to be.
Okay.
You know, so we're gonna have some fun.
Guys,
but that's my thing too, so it's no problem.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man.
Yes.
Yeah, and people love Hex Anthem and the eulogy in the chat.
Well, Omega Red says the Hexagon Anthem and give that freestyler, that was Jeremy, and Bear Beatboxer, not Bear Boxer, some Hex for pulling through in the clutch. I agree. Those two guys are sick. I think the two of them should like make a song together.
That takes balls just coming up randomly and doing that. That was sick.
Man.
Yeah, that was sick.
Came off.
Damn it. Son of a gun. Oh my God, this is so annoying. How do we do this? I'm so stupid. THOR.
Completion fail says Kissing Candace. Only 20 minutes late, but
There it is.
sorry.
You almost made
it. Shout out completion fails.
Twitter's hard. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th winner.
Yeah. They said give the beatboxer and the freestyler. They should get some Hex too.
All right, we could do that.
You know what? I'm cool with that.
Can you guys come up here? Yeah, I think they definitely earned it.
I'm not gonna lie right there.
Yes.
Yeah. Here we go for sure. 5th winner, and then beatboxer. Type in your Twitter handle and just tweet yourself or DM yourself. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, let's hear
We're
it.
hooping back there. Yeah.
Whoop, whoop.
Next.
Awesome, brother. Where you going, man?
All right.
Yeah,
So,
where's Luther going? He's gonna go.
Tom
onboard
needs
somebody.
Bumble dates to be
Boom.
onboarded.
All right.
I saw
And
Luther was
then
at
who was-
Tropical
where was the
Smoothie. He was
freestyle?
onboarding the girl behind the counter.
Mr. Freestyle guy.
That
What
was
his
Jeremy.
name? Jeremy. My man, Jeremy. So like, there's an amazing book real quick. The How to Win Friends and Influence People, or is it?
Yeah,
Seven
I got
Habits
that
of
book.
Highly
Yeah, yeah.
Successful
That's a good
People.
book.
The name is the #1 most important word in anyone's language is their own name, and a
It's the
great
nicest
way
thing that you'll
to
ever hear
develop.
is somebody saying your name.
Yeah. A great way to develop amazing relationships is to remember people's names. And I was an idiot and I didn't
do.
remember Jeremy's name. Sorry, Jeremy.
Well, I did.
enough to
So,
take that to
Jeremy,
heart.
now you got to come on the Heavy Metal Hexagon show, Jeremy. You and the
You gotta,
beatboxer.
you gotta go hang out with Dom on where he is right now. You gotta sit next to him.
You got to come right here. I got a seat for you right here next to my my
Yeah.
Gucci jacket. I'm flexing
So we
real
have to
hard.
find Jeremy and get him some Hex.
Yep.
Yeah, did he leave? Yo, he did so well. He's out in the
Dude,
streets right
his-
now, just freestyling like crazy.
Dude, his IBS got him. He got so nervous he ran to the bathroom.
2K, 2,000 more.
2,000.
2,000 more. You want to do one and then you?
Yeah,
Okay.
give more. Give 1,000 to me. 1,000 to him.
Take the two. I actually wanted to introduce my crypto mini. This is my you guys may have seen her in the
Hey, crypto mini, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, this is what crypto is about. You know, when we started, me and my wife, Black Hexagon. I don't know if she could stand up and just kind of let everybody see who she is really quick.
Yeah.
Black Hexagon.
She's the best.
She's great.
You know,
Boss all the other New York.
Yeah, we started our
she's
Hex
so
journey
good.
as a family challenge, you know, to where we wanted to give our kids a chance to really get into the industry and see what are we looking at these charts for? You know, what are we even, you know, so excited about the price for, you know? And, you know, we make these stakes for their 18th birthday and their 21st birthday, but they have to realize or make those decisions on what they're going to do with it, you know, when they actually come to fruition and how to actually keep this going once you're not here to do it for them anymore. So it was big for me getting her involved in it. And when I first started, the first song I did that I released as a Hex song was the On My Hex. And I remember that weekend coming up for the last conference. You know, I was so excited about that song. And that's the first one that my wife, she heard it, and she's the one that did the visual for it. And it made us realize that there was something here, you know, to actually push what I was doing and put it to the forefront, you know, and share it. So one of my favorite lines in that song is couple tutorials, learned a few lessons. I clicked a few links. I made several transactions. I blank, 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 blank. It brought satisfaction. What is that blank that I did that brought satisfaction? Who can tell me that answer?
Right over here. Right over here.
Who was that in the back? What did he say? That's not what I did for satisfaction, but that will bring you a lot of satisfaction. Back in the back. What do you got? That's not exactly it. No, we got any more guesses? I'll take 2 more guesses if anybody has it. That's a good guess. Anybody else?
My Hex for graphics.
Murky in the chat said delayed gratification.
Okay, I'll give you 3 choices. It's A, B, or C. Can you pick somebody to come up and just they're gonna win if they can get it? A, B, and C.
Who, me?
Anybody? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 30.
Let's give this away.
I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 30.
Right
Start shouting numbers.
Come up, please. Do you want to come up? Yeah. You've been really trying hard to.
Still haven't heard it.
So thank you.
Yeah, he found someone.
All
right. Get him.
Yeah.
The number was 17, by the way.
Oh, dude, that's my lucky number. I wish I was there.
Is it? I know. I wish I was super spreading to everybody right now. That'd be sick. They'd be sick too, I guess.
All right. So the line, it says, I learned a couple tutorials and learned a few lessons. And I did something that brought satisfaction. Was it made all this money, sold all my Bitcoin, or ran a few functions? A, B, or C. A, made all this money. B, sold all my Bitcoin. Or C, ran a few functions. See? Got it right. Ran a few functions.
There we go.
Yeah.
Ran a few functions.
Weird because Jeopardy's actually on in the background right now.
Are you
It's muted, and I was like, yo, what is going on right now?
Are you on Twitter?
No, the reason I put that ran a few functions.
Perfect. Do you own crypto? No. Nice.
Wow. Wow.
Sit down.
Damn.
Oh, that's great.
Did we ask what your name was?
Yes.
Okay.
Lisa.
I couldn't hear it. So
Freddie, I'm sorry, really quick. And the reason I put that phrase in the song is because, you know, Hex is the first crypto where I actually felt like I was doing something, you know, where you have to actually use a MetaMask and have your own seed phrase. And so, you know, running those functions and in staking, and you actually see the results of your efforts. You know, that's how I know I really found something real with Hex. So, yeah, and now she's awesome. She's a new coiner. So clap it up for her.
Right. So who did you come with? What brought you to the Hex conference?
Monica, my friend over there.
Monica. And
She
you're a Hex
literally
fan?
told me the day before yesterday. Like
Shout
at
out to
12
Nice.
midnight. We're going to.
Wow.
Hey, we're going to Vegas. Let's
Yes.
go. Okay. Twist my arm.
We got some free money. Get some free Hex.
Don't spend it on the slots. Lock that shit up. Don't spend it on the slots.
Stake it.
Very cool.
Stake
Very
it.
cool.
Don't slot it.
What we need to do is we need to get you set up with a MetaMask wallet.
That's what she said.
You can help her set up the MetaMask wallet. Okay, so I should probably get your contact information, and then we can do this because this is going to take a lot longer than 1 minute.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to see how much time we got left. I think we got 1 minute.
I think we're just about out of time right now.
We got 59 right now.
Very cool. Very cool. So we had 2,000 hex left to give. Corey's going to throw in another 2,000, so 4,000 hex here for.
Oh my God!
All
All right.
Awesome.
Thank
Welcome
you
to the
so
family. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
We did it
There
live.
was so many beautiful
direct
moments in the
marketing,
past hour.
Yeah,
Did it live.
so
Direct
good.
marketing.
All right.
All right. Are we just about out of time, Maddie? Are we?
All right.
Awesome.
That's
Well,
it.
thank you everybody for
Yeah.
wasting your time with us today, and we really appreciate you.
Little
And,
crowd participation.
Yeah, we hope
Know what I'm saying?
everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Liven up a little bit. Hope it's more lively on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Wednesday for Nagabo's party.
Everyone
Okay.
coming on this
Yeah.
party. That's going to be awesome. DJ Cryptomatic. Anything
right.
else you want to say, brother?
No, I just want to say, check out these guys' music. It's amazing. And if you want to have a sneak peek, a brief snippet, you can also check out my YouTube channel because I've got
Hell yeah.
so far the Hex mixtape Volume 1 and Volume 2, which features most of their guys.
How long is that? It's all Hex
The
music,
second
right?
one
How
is
long
like
it?
2 hours long. So we have
Yeah.
that many
Yeah.
Hex musicians and songs already in the community. So,
Yep.
And I'm mixing those live in the flesh. You can watch me do it.
Yeah.
And
I love
so
it,
check us out on YouTube. And these guys' songs on YouTube as well, on SoundCloud. Like we're all over the place. And here comes Maddie.
That's it.
Maddie.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, man.
Thank you guys so much. Oh, if anyone's a Hex musician, hit me up on Twitter. I'm starting a Hexican playlist on Spotify. Shoot me your music. I'm gonna put it on there, and we're gonna spread it as the Hexican playlist.
And check us out at Heavy Metal Hexagon on YouTube and on
Yeah.
Twitter. We go live every Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're looking for guests. So if you are in the crypto space or in the music space and you want to talk to a real bona fide musician
Thank
that
you
tours on
guys.
the road all the
Awesome
time,
job.
check us out.
Thank you guys so much. Be good.
Thank you.
Stay safe, Vegas.
Also, catch me and Maddie boxing September.
Awesome. So the Hex musicians are the heart and soul of the Hex community, and we want to thank them again for their awesome panel. Thank you all. Now, this next panel is also very inspirational. We chose to have them as the keynote panel here because they're rising stars in the Hex community and just put out really awesome content. And so we've got Crypto Heartbeat, Crypto Panda, K4K, Rags to Riches. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you.
We want you to get your money's worth. What's up, folks? It's so good to see you. This is great. Thanks, dude.
Matt's giving away 10 million hex today.
Yeah,
Matt?
yeah. I already gave it away to Rags.
Just leave it on mute there.
On here?
Yeah, just leave it.
Roger Dodger. Yep.
Thanks.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks. All right, Brandon, you're up, buddy.
His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding,
spaghetti.
guys. We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
Well, folks, this is great. I just want to recognize everybody that has come out to, the Excalibur, and you guys come out here and sit. And, I know that we got computers in front of our face, but I just want to acknowledge you guys. You spent time, you came across the world to come out here. And there is nothing like meeting you guys face to face. And I got to see Rags when he walked in the room and everybody rushed him. And I'll tell you, as a man, and there's quite a few men in this room, after college, it's hard to make friends. And I tell you, since October 1st, I started my channel. I feel like I got friends across the world. And the fact that we've got this thing in common, which is winning together, to me it's a miracle. I'll be honest with you. Not only the nature of decentralization, but the fact that we can come into community together. And I want to recognize the fact that it's you and us together that make this valuable. It's not the technology. It's awesome. Hex is incredible. It's the greatest thing ever. But without you and without the agreement and the belief and the community, there's no value. And so I love these guys because we're kind of like a class together. I reach out to these guys and are like, sure, I'll do an interview with you. And so we've become so close, and I'm so thankful for you guys because we've gotten a chance to connect. And it means the world to me because it makes all of it worthwhile. So thank you so much for being here and for participating and being so positive, just like Crypto Panda. Talk about being positive.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
So good seeing everybody. Thanks so much for being here. I'm Crypto Panda, but some people like to call me Crypto Panda. As it says on the screen, I'll go by whatever. I live in Costa Rica, and my Costa Rica Hexagon friends, they say Panda Crypto. So I'm so excited to be here. Last conference, I couldn't make it, but I was watching through the screen as closely as I could, and I saw Kareem and Maddie the first night talking about how this was going to be basically we're here to shill. We're here to promote it. And shout out to everybody who told their taxi drivers about Hex. I met a guy in the elevator today that said 2 people told him about it, and he showed up. It's amazing. So thanks for that. Thanks for being here.
All right, who's still awake at 5 p.m. in Las Vegas? Make some noise. Let's go. Dude, it is so much fun meeting every Hexagon who's, either watched my videos or just into crypto in general. It's like meeting a friend across the world. It's new for me, but it's very fun. These guys are some of the nicest guys you can ever talk to. They give away $10 million worth of Hex every day. So reach out to them. For my channel, it kind of took off a little bit. But before that even happened, Brandon from Rags to Riches and Crypto Heartbeat, they reached out to me way early. I don't know if they were trying to ride my coattails or something, but they
definitely.
They were so helpful, and I even took some advice from Brandon. Got a microphone. You guys watched my earlier videos from a laptop making beep borp sounds, so they helped me out with that. And they were just so kind and helpful, and it was very fun getting to know them as people, and then you meet them in person and they're even better than you would imagine. So give these guys a round of applause for being so awesome.
Thank you K4K, but don't ever say that again. I appreciate it. Ever.
That again.
K4K needs a new publicist, and here's why. His current publicist made him walk 5 miles from the airport to the Hex conference. And if you think I'm lying, just look at his Twitter. He stopped at a Jack in the Box too. He didn't know what that was. So let's get him a new publicist.
Yeah. It was a fun walk.
Oh, Lord.
So many people ask us, how we got into Hex and how we connected. And if you guys watched the online Hex conference, you heard my story, which is, people kind of make fun of me all the time because it was the middle of the night at 2 a.m. and I was watching, I think Fox Business or something. And who does that, right? So I'm up in the middle of the night, and I'd done marketing for a number of companies in the past. And one was a network marketing company that I was doing some consulting work for. And so I'd understood what this kind of, what shall I say, kind of verbose and extreme benefits language. And so I see this thing, and there's this guy who does this voiceover, which ended up being Richard Hart, on a really interesting video ad with yachts and all this. And basically, I got the feeling, would you like to be a billionaire? And of course, you know, it's 2 a.m. and I'm sitting there. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. I'll do
It's
that.
reasonable.
I'll do that. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm in. And honestly, I want to point something out because it's huge about the Hex community. So the first thing I did was you Google it, right? You figure out what this Hex thing is, right? You see a guy in a top hat. You don't know what's going on. And then I started watching Hexologists. And I want to tell you something. When you see Hexo, you need to thank him. Because if it wasn't for his personality, who he is, his authentic self that he brought to the table, I would have never been interested in Hex. It wasn't for me. It wasn't Richard Hart. I wasn't in early days and see things before, you know, Bitcoin Hex. I saw Hexo. Every day we were trading futures, and at the end of the day, we'd watch Hexo. And he made us feel like we belonged. We fit in. He commented on all of our comments. He was engaged with us. He has the greatest laugh and the greatest smile. And I'm going to tell you, that's the reason that this made sense. And so, you know, you put your toe in the water. 2 days before big payday, I said, all right, I guess I'll go into this thing. And the neatest thing about it was I'd come home to dinner, right? And I'm a conservative guy who's in nonprofit work. And I tell my wife, you know that crypto thing we're in? And she's like, that's not real. And I'm like, yeah, it's real. It's real. And every day I told her, and of course it was going to the moon. And so she wouldn't believe me. Every day, it's not real. It's not real. And so my daughter turned 16 years old, and we went down and bought her a car with it. So it became very real to her. And then when Richard said he was going to take on an entire ecosystem, it blew my freaking mind. And that's really what, you know, if it wasn't for Hexo and it wasn't for the innovation of Richard Hart, I wouldn't put in the time and energy. And then it's without you guys, just the warmth and the fact that there's no separation. There's nothing that comes between us. And that's what I appreciate about you guys a lot.
Yep.
I'd like to add something to that. You know, we've heard people up here and just on streams talking about they got in before big payday or they got in before a penny. Just some quick math, which is unusual for me. Usually be K4K doing that, but the best thing about Hex is that you don't have to be early. Promise coins, you have to be early, and if you're not, then I missed it, and then they're looking for the next new thing. Hex pays the patient. So if you didn't get in early, you can stake longer. And in fact, right now, if you stake 555, your net effective cost per Hex is $0.015. And if you consider that the copy you'll get, you're getting Hex for under a penny right now. So it's beautiful. If you're sitting here watching people going, I wish I would have got in under a penny, you can. It's 11 cents right now. I think if you bought the top, it's like 7 cents if you stake 5555. So get in now if you're interested. Not financial advice, but it is awesome lifestyle advice.
Let's see. I'm quiet. If I'm
K4K,
quiet, maybe he'll talk.
Than that.
I mostly talk about, most people know me for talking about Pulse Chain and Pulse X and some game theory regarding how well Pulse X is going to do, Pulse Chain. Pulse Chain itself everyone is very excited about that. But I don't think a lot of people realize how big the scope of it is. It's a brand new blockchain that there's insane gas fees on Ethereum blocking users all around the world. Whenever it becomes a penny to transact and be a part of the new money system, the onboards are going to come flowing in. And not only, we're not starting just bare bones like, okay, here's the chain and it's cheap. That's been done before. When you introduce the system state and everyone who has a MetaMask wallet, everyone who's in crypto already, you've onboarded every single person in the ecosystem already. So we're basically bootstrapping all of Ethereum's users into our system. They have free money over here. They're going to come check it out. They're going to tell their friends about it. And why would they go back to Ethereum after that? So that's one of the awesome things about Pulse Chain coming out. So I'm very excited about the way it allows new users to enter the market. So very excited about that for Pulse Chain.
Absolutely. The other thing that I wanted to point out, and I kind of talked about it in the first hour or two, the thing that I like about what I'm seeing in the crowd right now, and what I like about this ecosystem, and what I like about crypto in general, it seems that we have kind of a hedge against all the political correctness, all the things out there that try to drive wedges in between us, racial wedges, gender wedges, all sorts of BS that is a lot of it is just, it exists to divide us and conquer us. And the thing I like about that is it doesn't exist on any sort of level that's comparable to what happens in quote unquote real life, right? I think we are a model of how humans and how people should get together, and we're all tied together with this incredible cryptocurrency Hex. And I just want to say, like, if you're in this now, this is how things should be. Everybody gets along, and don't listen to these outside forces that tells you, you know, you're supposed to hate this person or I'm supposed to hate. It's all BS. It's fabricated. I'm disgusted and tired of it personally. I think there's a lot of you, see some of you guys nodding your heads right now. You're disgusted about it too. But if we can just stick to what we're doing now and grow the community, keep the same message top to bottom, what we're going to have is something amazing. And that's also why we have to create our own thing. We got to create our own vertical integration, pulse chain, Hex, all that. Because if we don't create our own thing, we're just going to be like everybody else. And what we have right here is special. You guys are the seeds we're growing into oak trees right now. So thank you guys so much for just showing, you're showing the world, and you don't even know it yet, you're showing the world how people should be and how people should act, and the outside forces, they're just not here. So I think it's awesome, guys. Yeah.
Rags, that is that's really off brand for you, man. You're supposed to be insulting people, but nice.
Well, I'm going to get to your mother here in a second, but before that, we'll be all right.
Good.
Oh man, you got something, Panda?
Nothing.
All right. So, how many of you seen the Rags to Riches Christmas story when Rags brought? Yeah, let's give him a round of applause for that. Folks, one of the things I love about this community is the generosity that you guys show to others. When people are in a tough situation, Hexicans come through. And guys like Brandon who are concerned about those in his neighborhood, that are in his community, and then in the Hexican community. You guys have shown up, and there's been 2 instances recently. And I would love, every one of us here participated in that process of helping those that are in need and helping. And so I started a thing called the Compassion Cartel. Really is about looking forward to how can we work together to make the lives of people better, whatever you're passionate about. And so Rags has some big plans for next year, but I would just want to encourage you, the things that you guys did and came together for John May and for Mike, would you tell them about that? And just also your thoughts on how generous a community has been to come around, because we were blown away by your response to helping those Hexicans in need.
Yeah, so I guess we'll start with, I want to give a lot of credit where credit's due. I couldn't have done this unless there were a lot of like other influencers and Discord Syndicate, et cetera, that kind of picked up and kind of ran with the idea too, to help people out. They've been doing that a whole lot more than I have. They've been around a whole lot longer. So I just want to say thank you to those guys. And I'm not really good with names. I do a lot of creating. I don't do a lot of consuming. And that can be a good thing and bad thing. So I don't know names that well, but thank you. Definitely the folks at Discourse Syndicate and others. I think it's really cool that, I want to word this the correct way. I want to think about how to say this. Let's say that you have family in your local town that's hurting really, really bad for money. And I'm talking about the States. I can't speak to other places. So you're in the States and they're hurting really, really bad for money. What type of bureaucratic red tape do they have to go through to get some type of relief? And how long is that going to take, right? It can take months. And those people don't have months. They're suffering and hurting right now. Crypto Heartbeat and I got on stream And within 30 minutes, in about 72 hours later, a 30-minute stream, 72 hours later, we had raised what, $12,000 or $13,000 for a guy that was hurting.
Yeah.
Right?
And that was you guys responding. That
Yeah,
wasn't us giving. I mean,
we went on, you know, like it's not about us. It's not. The point I want to make here is that type of turnaround time to be able to move the Titanic that quick. That doesn't happen unless you have a community to make it happen, right? And we've been brainwashed to think that we don't have the power or we don't have the ability to move the needle as much as some type of bureaucracy, which is BS, guys. You guys move that needle for that family. And mind you, let me tell you this. He got COVID really, really bad that next week. He was making $400 every 2-week paychecks. He got COVID. He had no way to feed his family. And we dropped that money on his plate and he was good. I mean, I called him up, Crypto Heartbeat and I were talking to him. The guy's in tears, man. And it's because of you. It's because of you all. We have that ability to move the needle like that. And I don't want any of us in here to take that for granted. The same thing happened with the Christmas story, guys. I'm sitting there. I'm like, okay, I've got a small YouTube channel. I like the way that Matt puts it. It's kind of like you got 3,000 or 4,000 people following you, or 2,000 or 1,000. It's a pretty substantial church, right? That's a lot of people.
The Church of Brandon.
The church. Well, don't go that far, please. But the neat thing was, again, I'm thinking, how can I affect somebody's life on Christmas? And we were able to put $6,000 on the guy's table a couple days before Christmas. He is a single father, right? He didn't have a very high paying job, and we were able to help him out quite a bit. And that's all because of you guys too. Not only that, we took $1,500 and we were able to actually sacrifice that for PulseX and create a Hex stake. So the crazy thing about that is the $6,000 is nice, but can you imagine what's going to happen to that dude's life here in, 3 to 5 years? And he really has no clue, right? He doesn't understand what's about to happen. And I will say this, that there are people in this room right now that you might be wondering, like, do I have to create a YouTube channel to be able to help people out? You don't. You don't have to have money. All it boils down to is this, is just being there for people when they need you to be there, or just volunteering your time and helping, because that effect, that butterfly effect, spins out in a complexity that's too big for your mind to understand, and it helps the world in so many different ways. So everybody in this room is capable of doing incredible things. And I would recommend that just you can start small. You can volunteer your time, or you can just listen to somebody. If cryptocurrency comes in the conversation, you feel like that you can help them out with that, then certainly do. Because we're on the precipice right now of something very, very substantial. And you are a part of 0.00001%, and K4K will probably say that's wrong math, but of the world's population that understands what's going on right now. So essentially, yeah, that's what we did.
Dude, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that. And I reached out to Matt and Rags a couple months ago, and we started the pre-viral show, basically because things started looking sideways, and we started seeing people getting upset. We can say we're stakers, doesn't matter, buy the dip, dips are in the game, but we started noticing that the content was kind of going down a little bit, and so we made a pact to just keep things positive wherever we could, and to keep streaming no matter what. And these guys, I don't think I held up my end of the bargain. These guys are the hardest working men that I know in Hex and Pulse Chain and PulseX. So I just shout out to everyone who's been positive in all of this. We don't need the infighting. And people were joking that this was going to be a boxing match and that people were going to see each other in person, but I've seen nothing but positivity. It's amazing the different sizes that people are compared to what I saw from chest up. Just that's the thing that you always get from me, and I know everybody here on stage, is you always get the positive spin on things, because it shouldn't be any other way. we should be positive about all of this. We're here now. That's all you need.
Absolutely. And I do want to give a shout out to K4K, man, because you want to talk a meteoric rise.
Yes.
That's what it's all about right here. Okay. I like to joke and call him Ichabod Crane sometimes, but I love him regardless. And your content's amazing, dude. You put a lot of thought into it. And it's not only you put thought into it, you come up with innovative ideas.
Yep.
And that's the difference, that you can't really think that through. That's special. So really good job, man. I'm super proud of you, man, top to bottom. Well done, man. Well done.
Thank you. I'm just a normal guy. I just happen to like cryptocurrency a lot. I even cough like a normal human. Ever since I heard about Bitcoin, and then I don't know if I'm different than most people, but the way I've learned about the initial or the legacy market and legacy finance was after getting into crypto. And so some people, they understand the Federal Reserve and everything before they get into crypto. And so crypto seems like, oh, that's a crazy scam. They're just minting things out of thin air. Well, for me, I was like, yeah, that does seem weird. But the price goes up a lot. So that's why I initially got in. You get in and you just see the prices doing crazy things. And you realize, hey, if that multiplies in months, why am I doing normal job things? So whenever I learned about Bitcoin originally in like 2017, I was just so enthralled with, wow, you actually have full control over your own money. And I realized, like, even Bitcoin, you can't really do much with it, and we've improved upon that scheme with Hex and other cryptos like Pulse Chain and Ethereum. There's many things that have improved upon crypto, and people are still like the dinosaur Bitcoin. I don't know why. It doesn't go up as much as other stuff. You can't do as much. You can't do stable coins. You can't do smart contracts. So there's lots of stuff that you need other cryptos for, and Richard Hart has created these things after himself being in since the beginning, and he realizes the important things that cryptocurrency can solve, and that's what he's building, and that's what we're a part of. We're getting behind the guy who's been in this, he's been in the trenches since the very beginning, whenever no one else knew about it, and he saw the value. And so we're getting behind the guy who sees the value way early on, before anyone else can even catch on. And so I'm really bullish on anything Richard Hart creates. As you'll probably notice in my videos, I can't stop laughing in them. It's very, very fun making content for this guy's projects. He knows what works, and so it's really easy to make content of something that just has no holes in it. You're just like, oh, this just works so well. He just takes the good stuff from the stuff that's already worked, and he just puts that into a crypto with no admin keys. He finds a way to make it even better, more censorship resistant, and he makes it like real crypto. Owning your own money is like, I guess they used to have it back when you would have physical custody of gold. But then as soon as we kind of went to that fiat system, which, fiat by definition literally just means by decree, which is basically like, because I said so, under veiled threat of force. So that's what fiat is. It's getting out of fiat and into stuff that you actually own is, I think, one of the most empowering things for getting your wealth and storing your purchasing power into the future. That's why, like people were saying earlier today, I don't know who it was, that it's like a savings account. Like you don't just get it and then you're like, all right, I quit. I bought some Hex today. You just use it to store your wealth into the future. When they're just printing this fiat money like there's no tomorrow, it's just devaluing the dollar versus everything else. That's why you see everything rising in dollar value. What that means is the dollar is worth less, and all these other things that they can't print out of thin air are going up in value. And so when you have something that is scarce by like code, it can't be changed. No one can change this code. It's immutable. Everyone agrees upon this inflation rate, at least in Hex's scenario. So everyone can be a part of that inflation. And so the inflation isn't actually a bad thing for people who actually delay gratification, because you're getting that inflation. And so it's way different than the system we have currently, where a single entity in a legacy finance gets to decide, we're going to print several trillions of these things, and the prices of everything goes up. And so people get this like bewilderment of things are rising, and you think you want prices to rise. You want your house to go up in value. You want your car to go up in value. But really, it's the dollar that's going down in value. It's kind of like a optical illusion. So that's why you see these cryptocurrencies just zooming upwards, because it's so new. Barely anyone is into it in the world, and they have all this capital that is just so abundant because there's so many of these dollars going around. So the dollars are just pouring into these cryptos, and we're still so early. So everybody here, just give yourself a pat on the back for putting work into understanding this stuff and teaching everyone you know about it. It's very important.
All right. So who wants to get fired up tonight? Anybody? All right. Let's go. So, folks, I want to fire you up. We typically will pump things up, and this is the time to do it. And folks, I just want you to understand what time it is. What time it is. And I don't mean the time on your Rolex. Folks, it used to be in history, you used to win a war, and then you used to gather all the plunder and rewrite the rules in your favor. Yep, political power was tied directly to financial power. And the whole point of all the powers that be, all the elite, is scarcity. Scarcity is manufactured, folks. It is manufactured. We live in a world of abundance. And here's the interesting thing that you find yourself in right now. There are so many people that I've met over the last 5 months who are going to be billionaires in probably 6 months or so. This is true. Yay! This is the first time in human history, where financial power and political power have been separated. And what's interesting is you're going to find yourself in a place of abundance. And that's going to have an impact. You got to ask yourself, what do I do when I've got this abundance? Because I've lived all my life as a person who has fought over what is scarce. Okay? And our world is built on that. That's how we control people, through fear and through scarcity. And this idea that the world actually is a place of abundance comes through some amazing, that's the drinking word, is abundance. Okay, just so you know, for those of you watching at home. But here's the thing that I think you need to realize is that you've been chosen for this time. Very few people understand this concept. Richard Hart gets it at the core of his soul. That's why he's building an ecosystem. He wants to fix the money first. What happens when people across the world have an abundance? Well, in my opinion, what happens is you think differently. You think about your family. You know, you get the things that you want, right? Get your watches, get your Lambo, get the things you need. But you're going to find yourself looking around and saying, how can I contribute? Right? And in the past, the big philanthropists, the people that were the people that built America, for example, the steel magnates and all that stuff, that's you. That's me. But guess what we do? What bonds us together they didn't have before? Because we're not in political power. We're going to be in financial power. And good people that understand abundance with financial power, you know what they do? They love each other. And you know what? You know what? Love is something that I see in this room, in the conversations that we have, because love knows no rank or riverbank. It's not where you came from. It's not what your skin color is. It is not what you prefer. At the end of the day, we are created, in my opinion, in the image of God, and that you have value and purpose, and you've been put in this position for a reason. This resource that you're going to have, folks, is meant to be used. It's meant to be used, but not by some centralized authority telling you where to use it. Use your own heart, your own conscience, and serve others, because the only way the thing has value is if we work together. Because if we don't consider others in addition to ourselves, and that's the key, Richard understands this fundamentally. He understands that people support what they help to create, and he understands fundamentally that we together Considering others in addition to ourselves is where the value comes from. And so how do you onboard people into Hex? How do you onboard them into Pulse? By caring more about them than you do yourself. Because when you serve others, you win. Give away what you want to receive. That's the bottom line.
Damn, heartbeat.
What's that?
That's so good, man. I had the feels coming up. I got to push that stuff
Come
down.
on, man.
Push it down. No, you know, just to add to that, and I know Richard Hart's an amazing guy, but and he's created amazing things, but it's all of us. It's all of us here that are making this thing. I mean, you look at the when questions of normal cryptos, and it's when marketing. We're the best content creators, whether you're streaming or creating memes, or I can't think of the name of the person, but someone is just cutting up videos and putting them on TikTok. Thanks to that person. I mean, any talent or skill that you have, you can contribute in this way. You have people say win partnerships. There's an entire ecosystem being built right now for our benefit. There's win partnerships, win exchange. There's an exchange that's being built for our benefit. Win pump. We're getting paid every freaking day in Hex to just sit here at 11 cents. You're getting it every day. You can explain. I explain it to my nephews. I'm like, there's apples in this bowl, and every day there's more apples. And so if the price of the apples goes down, which is going to go back up, it's programmed to do that, then we have more apples when the price goes back up. Everything has been laid out for us. All we need to do is just keep telling people, keep sharing the word, and keep positive about this, and everything will follow the way that it's supposed to. The plan is in motion. It already has been. It's already been figured out. We don't have to do anything else. Just sit there. Just sit there. You don't have to be positive about it, but just keep your mouth shut if you're not positive.
So I have a question for the audience. So,
hey, hold on, K4K. Hey guys, if you're in the back chatting right now, we're getting some good feedback up here, so just keep it down. Thank you.
thank you, Brandon. So since getting into Hex, how has everyone started thinking about the future differently? Like I personally have I feel like I have a role to play in getting the word out of this great new technology. And I'm looking way past where I used to. I don't know if I was just bad at planning before since Hex, but now that I'm, once you're staked out 555, you start thinking very long term, and you start making good decisions because you're delaying gratification. You're thinking way ahead of. You're not just thinking, what am I going to do right now? You're thinking, how will this impact the world at large in 15 years? Stuff like that. So raise the hands if you started thinking more long term after getting into Hex. There we go. Look at that. The whole crowd. That's amazing. If we start all thinking long term like that, think of the difference we can make in the world. We just need more Hexicans.
This guy walked from the airport to the hotel because he wasn't going to spend 500 Hex on a cab.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't show you what that is.
Yeah.
Oh man, so I want to go in on K4K right now really bad, but I'm not going to. I can't. Family friendly. Okay. So so think about it this way too. We're going to say a lot of the same things in a lot of different ways. And we're going to try to say these things in ways that haven't been said this whole time. So, when you look at the IRS and how they view cryptocurrency, if I go up to anybody that quote unquote knows a lot about crypto, and I say, the IRS views crypto more as property. Okay, they tax it more as property. They view it more as property than actual currency. I've literally been laughed out of, they've got the Twitter Spaces thing where you can go in and talk to random people. I've been laughed out. You're crazy. Cryptocurrency is not property, this and that. It is property. That's what cryptocurrency is. And what's the interesting thing about property? What's the interesting thing about land, et cetera, et cetera? They always tell you it's important for you guys to accumulate, for people to accumulate land, because you can never make more of it, right? Welcome to cryptocurrency. Welcome to the virtual property. Welcome to these things that you can focus on hoarding now to be able to make a lot of money later. Some of the questions that you might have here, somebody might ask you this. How do I build wealth? How do I build wealth in cryptocurrency? What exactly do I need to do? And I'm talking to a lot of you right now that might already know the answer to that question, but there's people in the audience that also don't. It's really neat that we have the staking feature with Hex, okay? But this is probably one of the most important things that I've learned. If you get in on a good project, and by good project, I mean it has a solid community, which we have a solid community. If it has really good spotlight in terms of social media, really good influencers, and if it has a track record with a founder who's been successful in the past, those are some filters that you can put things through to find out whether or not this is good. If you can get in on day one in any project that meets those four parameters, and guess what? We've got a couple projects launching right now. If you can get in on day one, it's the best place, the best time in crypto to be in on day one. If you want to make money, right now is your opportunity. I hear a lot of people talking about these new projects they're going to be launching on Pulse Chain. These projects that Hexicans and people are sticking their neck out there to build, to market, and face the masses. I want to say this. It's incredible, in my opinion, that these people are putting their neck out there to try to build on top of the ecosystem. I'm not naive to the fact that some of these projects will fail, because that's just the name of the game. But until these people do something to crash and burn the trust of the community, I'm all about throwing some money towards that to try to help these folks out. I could go out on that casino floor right now and I could lose $1,000 in 1 minute. Okay? I'm going to put some money and support some of these folks. Even if they're incompetent, even if they have no experience, you know what? You got to start somewhere, and it's important, guys. We have got to galvanize around these people. Now, there is a healthy criticism that we have to put on these projects, and I invite every single one of these projects to talk on my channel, right? Because I want it to be in the marketplace. I want there to be a town hall. I want you guys to be able to make decisions for yourself. But let's focus a little bit more on supporting, and maybe a little bit less on punching these people in the mouth, and until they lose our trust, or until there's questions and answers that can't be answered. Maybe we should just take a little bit easier on them. So that's pretty much what I got to say about it. So.
All right, folks. Well, one of the things that I want to recognize is the effort it takes to put together a conference like this. And I don't know if we realize, Rag said earlier when he was up here that there's got to be a high blood pressure and heartburn for Maddie all in, right? That this is it's a challenge, right? Doing all of this stuff and keeping all the stuff together and creating this opportunity for us to share with each other. And to me, the relationships that we're building here, it's amazing. The amazing conversations that we've had are, I cannot tell you how many people I've talked to who have had creative ideas of ways in which they can not only have impact in the world, but how they could extend Hex and PulseX, the whole ecosystem, out into a new audience. And one of the things that I've been in the nonprofit space for the last 21 years, and my whole experience is with people with endowments. And if you've worked with a nonprofit organization, they're very cautious, right? Very, very cautious. And so people look at me and they're like, you're the dad of crypto, right? And they're like, well, there's a reason that I decided to start a channel. It's because there's billions upon billions upon billions of dollars locked up in nonprofit endowments. And the last thing they want to do is look silly and risk it all. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Who we are collectively, the beauty of cryptocurrency, it's decentralized. But the challenge with it is, so is the marketing and the message. And so one of the things we have to realize is that each one of you is Hex to someone else. I'm going to do my part and try to be Hex to the conservative folks in the nonprofit space, so that hopefully they will see an opportunity within Hex to, instead of getting 7%, to get 38.5%, right? But we have to, in our own areas of influence, be able to represent Hex in a way that fits their narrative, right? You know, one of the things about it is people buy benefits, they don't buy features. They buy what's a benefit to them. And so we have to speak to the benefit to them. But if the language we use and the marketing we use can turn people off, that we got to be conscious of that. There's a reason we love great brands, because they're on message. And the big question we have when you're decentralized, you don't have a corporate structure, is that you got to understand, what is the message? Well, one of the things that you guys speak out of your hearts and you don't realize is authenticity. Every single person I run into are regular people. You guys aren't hedge fund managers. You're not Wall Street people. You're regular folks. Salt of the earth people who want life to be better in the future. Please speak to those that you have influence about, because you care about them and understand what they benefit, what is a benefit to them. And I'm working hard to get the nonprofit space to understand the power of crypto and how it can be transformative for their mission. But you have the same kind of influence in a certain area. So I would ask you the question, what's a benefit to the people that you have influence over, and how are you sharing it with them? Because we've got a tremendous opportunity, folks. This is so early and so small, and Richard is just, talk about the giving tree. He's handing us the entire new railroad, right? We get to put the cars on and push the goods across, right? Probably not the best analogy. Maybe it's a super highway, right? The whole point of it is he's creating infrastructure for us to go fast. And so I want to encourage you to be creative, but I also want to be mindful of the language that we use, mindful of the people that we want to attract, right? I'm in this because I see past of a lot of things that my close friends would never associate with, because I see the heart behind it, okay? Thanks for that, I appreciate that, that's really nice, right? But I'll tell you what, you are Hex, and you are Pulse, and you are PulseX to everyone that you meet. And we need to realize people are watching this stuff, and they're making decisions based on who we are and how we communicate. And folks, we got one of the greatest things on the planet Earth. And we have an advocate in Richard Hart who's not only going to save the money, he's going to save your life, folks. He's going to change the very nature of healthcare too, on top of this, and politics.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Look at that.
It's so good.
Yeah, just you know, to add on top of that, and speaking with Matt, and just seeing, I did a video. I always try to pump one of my videos every time I talk.
It's good shit.
Talking about the things unseen in this space, and yeah, there are content creators, there's people that are making memes and doing that, but there's more that's going on behind the scenes. There's more activities that are being done from people that would rather remain anonymous. But that said, they are looking. They're not dumb. They may not be active on Twitter. They may not be tweeting, but they are watching the community, and they're watching our messaging, and they're saying, okay, the Venn diagram of successful products are founder and dev team, product market fit, and community. And if all three of those aren't in lockstep with each other, then you don't have success. And we have all three of those things. Just know that if you're a content creator and you want to take a vacation, I'll pump your bags while you're gone. Go on vacation, take a break from crypto. The reason that we consistently encourage new content creators is because it just makes everything better. Everyone has a new angle. And yeah, Matt's not as goody two shoes as he seems. He does a pretty good job of it. But there are people that I mean, he's probably the most lovable guy I know, but there's people that have big economic energy that saw something in Matt that they weren't seeing in another, you know, in any other content creator that was out there. So they started contacting him. And it gets annoying sometimes in crypto, because I don't get a lot of alpha, but I get a lot of, oh, dude, I can't tell you, but I get a lot of those. I can't tell you, but big things are happening. And so I just wanted to share that things are happening behind the scenes to all of our benefit. And the thing that you can do is just keep on message with what it is that we're sharing here, and know that these things are working for all of us, for the entire space. And I don't care if you're more in Hex, you're more in Pulse Chain, you're more in PulseX. If you're in any of them, people are working to your benefit, even if you can't see them. The iceberg is bigger.
Absolutely. And to go off of that, I think in the last hour, or maybe the hour before, Hex Joker was talking about, hey, reach out to me if you guys want to create any type of content. And let's face it, his production values is out of this world, right? So, and he said you can reach out to anybody who creates content, and we'll do the same. And in your head, you might be thinking, well, gosh, I don't want to put myself out there because there's going to be a lot of people that they might disagree with what I have to say. Okay. So here's what I can tell you for sure. We probably, how many people you think we have in here, Matt? Like 150, maybe?
Yeah, 200.
Yeah, 200 people. Out of this 200 people, there are people in here that do not like what I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, look on my Christmas video with like 1 million likes, and there was like 7 people who disliked it, right? And smack them in the face. But guys,
you tell them
You
to.
told them to,
You
dude.
tell them to.
not the Christmas video. Gosh. So guys, here, the point is, if you're on the fence, there are people that I'm talking to right now that have thought about at some point in their life of making some type of YouTube channel, right? Let us help you create that channel. It can be Hex related, it can be crypto related, or it doesn't have to be. It's just the point that we will help pump your channel. I will be the first person to share your first video if you want. You can reach out to me. I've got step-by-step stuff. He's got step-by-step stuff, and I didn't let you guys clap on purpose. Everybody here has step-by-step stuff to help you out. Just don't be afraid, because there's just dumbasses everywhere. They're not going to like what you say regardless. Like Richard said, they're professional trolls. That's what happens. But if you could scale your message to 1 million people, what's the likelihood that 10,000 or 20,000 or 50,000 or 100,000 people are going to like your message, right? It's pretty high. And the people that don't, they're not going to listen to you anymore. There is a niche for everybody out there. So reach out to me afterwards. Anybody on this panel, Hex Joker threw himself out there too. Do it. It's important, guys. Very important. And important for your development too. Yeah.
Big applause for that, because he doesn't want you to.
Yep.
I'm going to brag about K4K so he'll talk. Okay, you guys cool with that? Let's draw him out, right? Okay, we all need to pay attention to K4K. You know, it's been said that children are our future, right?
Children.
I'm teasing you. I could be your dad. All right, so check this out. Check this out. K4K is self-taught, right? And I asked him about that. I said, tell me, where'd you learn all this stuff? And he looked at me straight in the eye and he said, you think I learned this in college? They don't teach this crap in college. He's like, I learned this stuff. I've got access to the entire knowledge of the world at my fingertips. And here's a guy who is not only big-brained and Jimmy Neutron, but we've got folks that are truly going to make the difference in this next phase. And we need to watch and keep track of him. I want you to share, K4K, what you're most excited about when it comes to the Richard Hart ecosystem. Bring it for us.
If you need a second, thank you, Crypto Artie, for the $4.99 super sticker.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I mean, I'm most excited about Pulse X.
No way.
Half the room hates me now because I didn't say Pulse Chain. I didn't name some other bag they have, so I understand that. It's just an opinion. I share all my info and why I think so. If you don't think so, based on the same info, fine. But that's the info. So for Pulse X, it's very weird because Uniswap has had this functionality just dormant this whole time, where they can turn on a revenue share switch. It's in the code. It's been audited. That's why they forked it, because it's already been audited. They just are using it now for Pulse X, and we're gonna have a token for it. So basically, what revenue share is whenever you turn it on, a percentage of every trade on the entire ecosystem within the Pulse X DEX. Think about Uniswap and how there's 10,000 different pairs and people are trading and they do billions of dollars of volume a day. When all that trading is happening, someone's trading Doge for Link. They're trading Hex for Pulse. All these different trades, a small percentage of every single trade goes to buying. It sells that part of that token that was sold, and it uses it to buy Pulse X and then removes it from supply. So it's buy pressure and then burn pressure. And so I was probably one of the first guys to come out and start talking about Pulse X as a potential awesome token that is going to be amazing in the ecosystem. When it first was announced by Richard, everyone was like, third tier coin. You made it third. And so when I actually dug into it, I was like, this is actually insanity. It's kind of crazy. And then I compared it to like Elon Musk, like just because it's his third project doesn't mean it's third tier. You know, he had PayPal. All right, that was like a couple $100 billion. And then it was like, all right, what about, or was it? Yeah, $100 billion. And then he had, he's got like SpaceX, and then he's got Tesla. Okay, third one. How about the best performing one? So it has nothing to do with whenever you heard about it, how good it's going to be. It's all about how the mechanics work out. And I think Pulse X just kind of takes the cake with that buy and burn feature, because you're absorbing like economic mass from every other crypto in the ecosystem, including Ethereum, because there's bridged over assets. So we're basically draining the swamp of every other crypto in the world, and we're putting it into Richard Hart coins. So we are taking over crypto.
I tell you what, there's nothing more bullish than a K4K giggle in the middle of a thought.
Yeah. He gets so excited. Oh my gosh, it's so great. K4K, you're awesome. It's so great to have smart people around like you. And thank you for all of the, one of the things is everybody's got a different point of view. And Rags was saying to everyone, if you're considering doing any type of content, the coolest thing about Hexicans is you start making content and you have 1,000 followers almost overnight. You just got to be consistent. That's it. And that's incredible because it's a huge vote of confidence, because we're all going to follow you. But you have a unique voice that appeals to an audience, whatever it is that you've got. So I want to encourage you, if you're even considering it, please let us know. Literally, I'll have you on my channel, I'll interview you, and we'll pump your bags, because I know that your voice will reach somebody else, right? And that's the way it works. But step out there. It's good for you. Just like Rag said. Right, Rags?
Yeah.
Same for me too. If you reach out to me, I will help you game theory for your channel. How about that?
There you go.
Hey, I got a joke.
All right.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
This is for Panda. Which type of bear is the most condescending?
No idea.
A panda.
Oh my gosh.
How did you? I gave you the answer, dude. How did you not see that coming?
Dad jokes.
Jeez.
Late night last night.
Late night, yeah. So, I mean, we're pretty much right on time right now.
Yeah.
Is that correct? What type of final
3
thought?
minutes for your rap video. Yeah.
Rap video.
You have the glasses on.
Oh shoot. I sit back with this pack of zigzags and this bag of this. It gives me the shit needed to be the no. Here's what we got. Hey guys, I want Matt seriously right now to talk about Compassion Cartel, and I want to talk about Pulse Promise.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
It's important.
We'll send it out. We got 3 minutes until the end of this segment. Thank you guys for being here and staying late. This is going to be an awesome night. I encourage you to connect with each other and share your heart. Be transparent with each other. It's what builds relationships. Transparency builds intimacy with others. And so you sharing your heart with folks really is a way in which we connect. And so I want to share with you something that was literally a gift as an idea. And one of the things I learned long ago from a mentor is that you motivate and encourage people by giving. Okay, you give away what you want to receive. And if you look back to how every major fundraising effort's ever been done, it's by somebody who's led by giving. And I felt compelled to say, I'm going to give $100 in my Pulse sack and my Pulse X sack, and I'm going to set it aside in a separate MetaMask, and I'm going to challenge 999 other people to do the exact same thing. Don't give it to me. Don't give it to anybody. It's not a blockchain thing, but set it aside and think ahead. What would you do if Pulse hit $1? And what would you do if Pulse X hit $1? That 1,000 people in the Compassion Cartel, which is over that now, will represent $2 billion in impact. And I'm tired of people saying, well, the rich guy's got to solve all the problems. Guess what? We are the rich guys. We're the new rich guys, okay, and gals. And so at the end of the day, we need to think ahead. How are we going to work together? So I want to just challenge you with this. I know you're passionate about something other than yourself. I know that you care about kids, you care about animals, you care about the environment, you care about something. I want you to come into the Compassion Cartel and share what you're passionate about, because I guarantee you out of that 1,000 that will be 2,000, there's going to be 25 to 50 people who see the world just like you. Not to agree with me. They'll see the world exactly like you. And think about this. People that are in the pulse sacks and the pulse sack that are generous, right? They're thinking about how they can make an impact. You can do something on your own, but imagine you had 25 to 50 other people who see the world exactly like you. And that's not just giving it away. It's about what we invest in, right? And impact. The future isn't about how much we can take from others, right? This idea of crony capitalism, that's not it. It's about how we make impacts with our investments, right? And that's the opportunity that we have in mass. And I believe the future will be for the Compassion Cartel is the largest decentralized VC firm on planet Earth. And it will be one that invests in impact-related things, on fringe things that other people haven't done, things that are not in the mainstream, related to health, related to education, to poverty, right, to opportunities for people. And this is an opportunity for us to come together as a community and say, let's make a difference together. Rags is going to get the last word on this. He decided he'd help out Mike and his daughter. And you guys came around, and $6,000 later, Mike crying's got 5 stake, all this stuff because of you guys. He wants to pump that up this next year. He wants to go 10x or 100x. That's a vision that Brandon's got. You've got a vision too. And I know there are other people who see things and want to make the impact. If we're going to change the world, we've got to lead. All of us. And that's the opportunity that's in the Compassion Cartel. And I want you to hear about what Rags is planning for next Christmas so we can be a part of making that a 10x or a 100x.
Okay, it's called the 100x Christmas. We helped one family this past Christmas. We raised about $7,500 total. So in my mind, I think it would really be cool if we could 100x that. We help 100 families next Christmas. I'm going to probably start talking about this seriously in July. I'm negotiating and talking to some toy companies right now to get some bulk deals on that type of stuff. So if there's anybody in the community, which I'm sure there is, that you think you have some type of connection to be able to help that out, just hit me up. So that's what we're doing there. And the other thing, Matt, let folks know where the Compassion Cartel is.
Okay. Yeah, you guys can go to t.me/The Compassion Cartel, or you can just go to pulsepromise.com to find out more. This is not, you're not giving this money away. This is you setting it aside to make a difference in the future. So thank you for all that you guys do. Thanks for being a part of this amazing community, because it's you guys that make it valuable.
Yep.
This has been another awesome panel. I want to thank you guys again.
Thank you, Maddie.
And we have an awesome schedule for the next 2 days of the Hex conference. You'll be able to see it on the printed schedule here. But tomorrow we have Aubrey DeGray in person. And then somebody named Richard Hart is on the last day.
Woo!
So thanks everybody for coming out today, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Take care.
Good job, guys. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you so much. My pleasure.